Hey everyone, welcome to Normal America Show, host Rob Knorr. If you're watching this stream not live, skip ahead 22 minutes and it'll be 8 p.m. Eastern, and that's probably when the debate's supposed to start, so I'm coming on a couple minutes early. One of the things I'm very poor at doing is going back to my live streams and time stamping, so apologies to that if you're watching this not live and you're like, man, I gotta scroll through till the debate starts. I'm bad. What can I say? I'm bad at that sort of stuff. So, hope you're all having a fantastic day. I know I am. It's a very good day today. Me and my wife and my son picked out the pumpkins that we'll be carving tomorrow evening. So, I'm very excited. Every year I carve the same type of pumpkin. I just put minimalist. I go 2 little slits for eyes and then a little frown. And then I put a cigarette in its mouth and light the candle inside. I think it's good. So, I've got a good one for you tonight. I will be on Modern Day Debate here coming at 8 p.m. Eastern, and I will be debating, I don't even know these people, Classy, Neurotic, and First Amender. And I will have as a partner, Josh Cedar will be my partner. Josh, I don't know much of, but I did talk to him just a little bit today, and I think it's going to be a good one. So, I'm very excited, as always, to be bringing you another debate. Should be good. Now, I don't think James will be moderating. I think it'll be his partner, Ryan, but the moderation will be fine. It usually is a modern day debate. So I will put the link for those that want to go to the Modern Day Debate page. I don't know if they'll have, I think there'll be audience Q&A. I don't know if that means call-ins or if you'll donate a super chat and get to ask questions, but there's the link. If someone who's going to watch the whole debate can do me a favor, copy that link, and particularly a mod of mine, but anyone, copy that link and then repost it several times throughout the debate because I'll probably forget to. That way, if people decide that they want to go over there, obviously I appreciate you watching more on my channel, obviously, but you might want to participate there if there's Q&As or anything like that. So yeah, that's the plan. Yeah, of course, I'd rather give traffic to my channel as well, but you won't be able to ask questions on Modern Day Debate if you're just watching on my channel. So, anyways, I can't wear the Snuggie 2 days in a row. Plus, EOD got on me because apparently that's his shtick. I stole EOD's uniform. That's what he does. Wears a Snuggie sometimes when he debates. So, I don't know that you want to. I'm not advocating going to their channel and pasting my link. You can maybe once just be like, here's Rob's channel. But if I'm not mistaken, they linked my channel. Yeah, well, they put an at. I don't know. I actually looked and here, I'll see if I can bring it up. There's the link to them. I don't see either of my opponent's channels linked, so I'm not sure that they have channels, but that's okay. I'll approach this debate as I do every debate, which is you assume anyone that steps in the arena with you is your equal, and you treat them as such. So you don't treat them with kid gloves. I always try to not treat people like I'm better than them or they're better than me. When people call into a call-in show and things of that nature, it's a little different because by nature, a call-in show is designed to bring on people that maybe aren't streamers or aren't people that are engaged in online debates very much. But if you're setting up a moderated debate and participating, yeah, you're good to go. How's my back? It's doing very well. I had injections in my back, and it's probably alleviated close to 75 to 80% of the pain. Now, I know that's temporary. I'm still doing my physical therapy and things of that nature because alleviating the pain isn't solving the underlying problem as far as I've been told. So the pain's dampened temporarily, so I'm trying to do the work I can to... Who am I debating? Someone named Classy Neurotic and someone named First Amender. I don't know either of them. And my partner is someone named Josh Cedar. Now, I did briefly talk to Josh today. Kudos to First Amender and Josh. The way this was set up was Classy Neurotic. It was a person I don't know who messaged me on X, said, I'd like to debate you on Trump versus Kamala Harris. I said, that's cool, let's do it. He said, I would like to reach out to Modern Day Debates and see if they would moderate it. I said, that's cool with me. James from Modern Day Debate said, we don't really do one-on-one debates. How about a two-on-two? I said, that's cool with me. They said, we'll get you guys partners. Fine by me. And so these are two people that apparently modern day debate reached out to. One to be partner with Classy Neurotic, one to be partner with me. I did talk to Josh, who's going to be my partner, briefly. He was unaware of. My understanding is he's never done an online debate, nor was he aware of sort of what it entailed. He thought it was just going to be like a 10 to 20 minute segment. He didn't know it was going to be a 2-hour debate. So kudos to Josh for jumping in with both feet, thinking he was going to do like a Piers Morgan type 10-minute segment, and it's actually a 2-hour debate. So I think he's very game for being willing to go ahead and go through with that when it's not sort of the material he's familiar with. So, but he's going to do fine. And we are going to be a fine team. Yeah, the Nords are getting beat up, aren't we? Yeah, if it was up to me, we'd be doing a 6-hour debate, but two's fun. Format's supposed to be, according to the email, 12 minutes for each team for an opening, 55 minutes of back and forth discussion, then 45 minutes of audience Q&A. So when you break it down, obviously it never works out that each person speaks the same amount of time. But when you break it down, you're talking roughly at 55 minutes. What's that? 13 and a half minutes per person to talk. It's not a lot of time if you're having a debate and you're getting into the ins and outs of certain issues. So I'll go ahead and give my strategy away here. I think that as formats for debates change, your strategy needs to change somewhat. If you look, these sorts of debates are sort of time frame similar to what you would see in a presidential debate, in that your audience is sort of average American people that you're trying to convince. And there's going to be a lot of topics covered, so a breadth of topics on the specific issue of Trump versus Kamala. And the question is, how do you approach those topics? It's difficult to dive into micro specifics on each topic. So instead, what I recommend to people that are debating in these sorts of formats where you don't necessarily get a lot of time to be able to dive into details is that you should keep a common theme running throughout your speeches and throughout the questions that you're answering. So I'm going to approach this debate very similarly to the way I approached the Hippy Dippy panel I was on about 3 weeks ago, which is you expect to only have a limited amount of time, and it's not going to get very specific in certain details, and so there needs to be a theme. My theme is quite simple. If the election is about the records of Donald Trump versus the record of Kamala Harris, the 4 years of Trump versus the 4 years of Harris that they were in office, the issues that matter most, the economy, immigration, and foreign policy, Trump's record is superior in all three. Our opponents will try to make it about the character of Donald Trump, and they will fearmonger like Democrats have done for 8 years, saying he's a threat to democracy, he is a dictator, he is a fascist, he's like Hitler, which is all red herring to scare you into voting for policies that make you worse off. That's the theme. Just like with the Hippy Dippy, that's exactly what happened. You saw that I made that. The Democrats on that panel were unable to defend the policies of Kamala Harris, and so they resorted to, but January 6th, but Trump's a threat to democracy. And look for that to occur again. I'm not hiding my strategy because it's the truth, and I will make that clear in my opening statement, that will be the strategy that I will go for, and that will not prevent the other side from talking about threats to democracy, January 6th, etc. So that's it. That's the central theme that I will have running through. And so look for me to try to stay on task, and you can judge how well I do, whether I get off into the weeds and subjects that they're trying to bring you into about threats to democracy, accusers, etc., or if I keep that central theme going throughout. And that'll be a good way to determine whether or not I feel that I did a good job in that debate. Now, as always, you want to be courteous to your opponent, and certainly I don't want to intend to dominate by only talking about the things that I want to talk about. So surely I will answer many of the points they make, but I will answer them in a succinct and honest way while continuing to mention that the most important things to the American people are the actual policies that would be brought forth by these two presidents. We don't have to speculate on which president would be better because we see how superior on these issues Donald Trump was than the Harris-Biden administration. The one thing they may try to do, or the two things they may try to do when it comes to these policies specifically, is to, one, blame Kamala's poor record on the fact that Trump was there beforehand and set them up. That will be easily dispensed with. And second is to claim that Kamala isn't responsible for the record of Joe Biden because she was just VP. Easily dispensed by Kamala's own words that say she can't think of one thing she would have done different than Joe Biden. That's pretty much it. That's the debate in a nutshell, and that's the strategy that I seek to employ. I'm thinking that Josh is going to employ a similar strategy as I talk to him a little, and just talking not so much strategy, but just what we both believe about Donald Trump and why we each prefer to vote for him. I think we're on similar pages of that. Now, full disclosure, the number one reason I'm voting for Trump isn't necessarily the economic policies, the immigration policies, etc. It is because a more fundamental belief that Trump and the people that have aligned themselves with him, such as Tulsi Gabbard, RFK, Elon Musk, and many other people, even you see people from the intellectual dark web, like the Weinstein brothers now, that are supporting Trump. These represent people that are an eclectic mix of people that may have differing political views, but all understand the danger of an establishment that seeks to control us and hasn't worked for the average person in this country for years, decades and decades. They want to advocate things like censorship. They want to advocate things like total control over us, not to benefit the people of the United States, but to benefit the oligarchy that runs things in these unelected officials and establishment. And so that's my primary reason and motivation for voting Trump, as it's been in 2016 and 2020. Someone that will challenge the establishment and their corruption. And I find that an a priori issue to any political issues, because if your vote doesn't matter because unelected officials that you never had the chance to vote for are actually running the country, then any disagreements we have on any policy prescription, such as healthcare, abortion, foreign policy, domestic policy, immigration, all of it's moot because our voice doesn't matter. That's the system we find ourselves in if we see the establishment, which the face of the establishment is the Democratic Party, and at this point, the empty suit that is Kamala Harris. That's the face of the establishment. So it's worth rejecting that, even if there are specific policy propositions that I won't like. Problem is, that becomes a very detailed argument that's hard to digest if I only have 13 minutes on average to explain in a 55-minute debate. So, if you wonder why I'm not talking about the issues of corruption as much in this debate tonight that you normally hear me talk about, that's the reason. I'm trying to sell to the people that are watching, average American people, why they should vote for Donald Trump. That's my audience. My audience isn't people that are adamantly for Trump no matter what. My audience isn't people that are adamantly against Trump no matter what. I'm trying to argue to the people that are on the fence or more moderate that are close to deciding one way or the other. And I think I can make a compelling case why the policies show and the records show that Donald Trump is superior to Kamala Harris. Now, my opening statement might sound very similar to what I've just said here, but I'm just being honest to my audience before we start of what to expect of me. I haven't written down any opening statements or anything like that. I plan to try to continue the trend that I've had recently of being quite affable and quite understanding and accepting of people that voluntarily come on to debate me. I tip my cap to my opponents because there are a lot of big left-wing streamers that don't want to debate me anymore. And so I want to be a welcoming environment for anyone, regardless of the size of their channel, to come on and debate me. So I hope to be able to keep up those trends. Of course, sometimes I fly off the handle and all of that stuff. We'll see what happens, but I try to match the energy of the people that I'm working against. Other thing I'll say is I will happily read all donations, particularly that come on YouTube. If after the debate, I'll stick around for a couple minutes, kind of give my thoughts on what I thought about the debate, talk about it a little before I go. I'll read YouTube super chats and donations then. Unfortunately, if you donate on any other platform such as Twitch, I don't know how to go back and read who donated those afterwards, but I hope everyone understands that I do really appreciate it. And clearly it's near impossible for me to make note and announce that while the debate is ongoing. I don't read almost any comments at all while the debate's going on, let alone super chats, because I try to give my opponents the respect of listening to what they're saying. One of my biggest pet peeves is when you're debating and you see your opponents not listening to you and instead muting on the channel, but talking to their audience. I find that very disrespectful. Obviously, you could do it here and there a little. It's no big deal. But that shows a sign of you're not really listening to your opponent. So, last thing is, I thought I had a great debate last night where I performed very well on a similar topic. So if you enjoyed this and didn't see that debate last night, go ahead to my YouTube channel, check out the live stream from last night. You see me debate a guy named Sage Outcast on Trump versus Kamala, and I thought I did very well. And you could learn slightly about the term, what was it? Counter-thriftity. Counter-thriftity. A very important concept that you could learn about from last night. Nico Pluto, thanks so much for the $5 super chat. So, supposedly I'm getting the Zoom link at 7:55, so let me check to see if that came in, and then we're going to get rolling. Okay, you're gonna lose me visually. I think we're ready to get started. Thanks, John Rock, for $2. Let's do some support now. Share this stream now. I'll read those super chats afterwards as well. Thanks, man. Don't forget to give a thumbs up too. I appreciate it. I hope you guys like this content. Debating's my favorite, so I hope you enjoy it. Oh, got to turn the desktop audio on. That would have been a mistake. Oh boy, I'm an idiot. Okay, let's do this. Oh boy, here we go. No, 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 no. There's a password. Yippee. Okay. Give me a second. Apologies, everyone. Oh, come on. Are you kidding me? There we go. Great. Sometimes I have trouble with Zoom too. Let's hope not this time.
Just meeting you guys. Josh, you're supporting Trump in the argument?
Yeah.
All right. I don't like to make assumptions, especially when I haven't had a chance to to go over everything yet.
Check.
But I will do my best to be as fair as I can be. So we're just one person away. Can you hear us, Rob?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sure can.
Okay.
So we're just gonna wait for the other speaker to get here, and then Trump side will let's see. Yeah, you guys are doing 6 minutes per person, so yeah, Josh, I take it you'll also go first on your side, if that's all right.
Yes, that's correct.
Oh yes, well, thank you so much for that. Keeps things easy. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Let's see. I do want to grab a better audio jack though. Not a fan of this one. I'm not even a fan of these headphones. Just I left the other ones in my gig bag, so this is what I got. Let's see. I like the little ones because these ones are big and alien looking. Not trying to call you all out, just there we go. First Amenders coming on in. Looks like they're live already on their side.
If you can hear me, I am live as well, just in case there's anybody that wants to make a terms of service violation.
Oh yes, you're like, if you want to do it, do so now, right?
Well, don't do it now. It's too late
No,
for me
I'm
now.
kidding.
So.
I'm kidding. Yeah, let's get them out of the way. Just get him kicked right off
why
the
not?
bat. Yeah, that way we could focus on this right now. I'm just joking with you. Well, that's fine. Can you hear us first, Amender? We can't hear you yet, so you might want to just check your audio settings in the Zoom call. If you're not familiar with
Hey,
Zoom,
can you hear me
so-
okay?
Yeah, we
Yes.
All right, apologies about that. I'm sorry. I usually don't use Zoom and I have everything set up for Discord. And I'm using like an OBS virtual camera, but I think like what's going to happen is like an effect where it's like looking down a tunnel. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Well, yeah, are you able to make yourself a little bit bigger, or is this or should I work with this?
It's just because I'm streaming at the same time. I don't know how to like just stream my.
One camera.
Okay.
The one camera to Zoom. I got you. It's not a big deal. I can clip out your small video. It's just that you're not going to be in great focus.
Okay.
I have two questions, if people don't mind. The first is, First Amendment, you're for Kamala, correct?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure, because I didn't know either of you, and I didn't want it to mistakenly be a 3-on-1 or anything. That's all.
No way, no. I was gonna say we established that with Josh. Josh is going to be going first to represent Trump on your guys' side, and then you'll have 6 minutes after Josh to follow up. There you
Now,
go.
just to be
That's
clear,
good.
we have 12 minutes as a team, right? So if Josh goes 5 minutes, I can go 12, correct? Or 7, correct?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
no problem
Okay.
by me.
The other question I had was, when we start, will the cameras be each like 4 or 5 of us, not like this, like a central camera, but each of us?
Well, it'll be like you see it on Modern Day Debate. So we'll have all four of you represented on
Yeah,
screen
that's
with your
cool.
own names and
Gotcha.
stuff. Yeah. So it's pretty standard. I was gonna say, Classy, you are a little close to your camera. It's not a big deal. It's just that you are a little bit more face forward than the other speakers. I don't know if you can back away, but it's not a huge
Sure.
deal. We can make it work.
Is this
Ooh,
better?
that's so much better. Thank you so much.
No worries.
Awesome.
I mean, you're handsome, but not that handsome that we want it zoomed in that much, you know?
Thank you. Thank you. I
You know?
appreciate it.
Yeah.
Right in there, yeah. Yeah, we want to see if he's had his tonsils removed or not. Yeah. Anyway, no, it's terrible. So yeah, this should be good though. 12 minutes, and we'll go into the open dialogue. You know, as long as everybody's in a flow, you know, we can kind of keep things just going along. If not, then we'll probably go into like more of a cross-examine, timed back and forth if there's too many voices all chomping at the bit, because that usually can help set more of like a tempo. Because sometimes, like, you know, speakers have to get used to the way the other person communicates. It's just normal, and you know, sometimes people got way more energy than others. So you know, we want to be fair. Any questions for me before I fire this up?
Thanks for hosting, and thanks everyone for being here.
Yeah, I
Appreciate it.
appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Yeah, no
Thank you.
worries. All right, let's hit start stream, and I'm just gonna check our YouTube channel and make sure that it's all up and running. You know how it is when you're streaming, you start it up and then you make sure it's working. Once in a while, when James does the live events, the stream key gets messed around, so I'd like to make sure. All right, looks like we're good to go, so I'm gonna hand it over to you. Just 1 second, I'll do my animated opening, and it'll be over to you there, Josh, so just bear with me here. Welcome to Modern Day Debate. I'm your host, Ryan, and tonight we're going to be debating Harris or Trump. And to get us started out, we have Josh on the floor. So, Josh, you have 6 minutes all to yourself. So, thank you so much for being here at Modern Day Debate, and I'll start the timer.
Awesome. Thank you so much for having me. My name's Josh Sider. I'm a native from Chicago, Illinois. I got my undergrad in political science and sociology and went on to get my law degree. And I most recently carried out a gender social experiment. The reason why I'm voting for Trump is really this election for me and for so many people out there, and I think society writ large here in America, it's a referendum, and it's a referendum on the last 4 years that we've had under Biden-Harris. And I know now the media doesn't like to combine the two names, but really they're synonymous with each other. They've been running the country for the last 4 years, and instead of solving problems, they've just made them worse and exponentially created more. And so I think when you vote this year, it shouldn't be on emotions or on personality. It should be on policy positions and platforms. And we have yet to hear a real strong, concrete policy outlines from Harris and an explanation of how she differs from Biden in business as usual. What we had with Biden was an empty suit. It was the establishment that was calling the shots. It was special interests that were calling the shots. They loved Biden and tried to keep him in as long as they could, precisely because of how cognitively deficient he is, not in spite of it. With Kamala Harris, what we have is another empty suit. She is going to allow the establishment to continue business as usual, where we have an open border. We don't have any school choice. We have horrible violence in inner cities. We have inflation that's been out of control for the last few years. Long-term interest rates are at an all-time high. And instead of having these problems remedied, they've only been made worse. And Kamala wants us to believe that somehow she's not able to do anything about it now, but magically come January, her and Waltz are going to fix all the issues that her and Biden created. So because this is a referendum on the last 4 years, I'll be voting for Trump. He's going to secure the border. He's going to allow school choice. He's going to leave decisions up to the state that should be left up to the state and therefore voted on democratically by the residents that live there. And he's going to make America great again. He's going to bring back tariffs. He's going to bring back a strong economy. And he's going to bring back that low unemployment that he had when he was in office prior to the COVID lockdowns. And so Trump has really just laid out a strong position on what he's going to do to close the border, what he's going to do for the millions of illegal immigrants that have come here, and what he's going to do to fix the economy. So for those reasons, I'm voting for Trump, and I would encourage everyone out there to do the same.
Okay.
All right, thank you so much for being here, Josh Sider. So we're gonna hit it on over there to Rob Noir, but I do want to do some quick housekeeping and remind everybody that here at Modern Day Debate, that is where you are right now, Modern Day Debate. We are a neutral platform hosting debates on science, politics, religion. We do hope that you feel welcome, and I will remind everybody we do super chats at the end. So if you have a question for any of our speakers, get it into a super chat, and we will ask them with priority at the end of our conversation. So without further ado, we're gonna hand it over to Rob. Here, I should pause that timer, but we will give Rob, you'll still have, 9.5 minutes on the floor. So the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate everyone being here. I love doing these sorts of debates, and I'm looking forward to this being a good one. I think it always is. Always enjoy my time on Modern Day Debates. Thank you, Josh, for that excellent opening. I think you hit the nail on the head. My name's Rob Noor. For those who don't know, I am just a regular, average, rural American who grew up in a system or in a place where I feel like none of the establishment's institutions, whether it be from the entertainment industry, academia, political world, have cared about the people where I live for decades. And Donald Trump is someone that inspired these people to actually get out many times for the first time in their lives and vote, because he was a person that spoke to them like he actually cared about the people that live in these areas, blue collar people that the country has left behind. Because of that, they have been very excited to vote for Trump for 8 years and have seen just how corrupt these establishment institutions have been at going after Trump this entire time. And that's one of the reasons I think that there is so much enthusiasm for Trump to get out and vote this year. Now, the reasons to vote for Trump that we will talk about in this debate today are quite simple. Obviously, if you have a longer time, you could get into the minutia of specific things. But in general, what is not arguable at this point is the issues that most affect Americans and that they care most about. That we have a record of 4 years of Donald Trump versus 4 years of Kamala Harris that shows on those issues Trump is superior. That is the economy, that is immigration, and that is foreign policy. On all of those issues, people's lives were much better for the bulk of Trump's administration than under the Harris-Biden administration. Now, there'll be clever tricks that will be employed by the Democrats to try to argue why that's not the case. First, they gaslit the American people for 3.5 years. They told you it was one of the greatest economies ever. They told you the border was secure. They told you that Harris and Biden were experts on foreign policy and would keep the world safe. They lied to you. They didn't care enough to tell you the truth to be able to pretend to solve these problems. And the reason is because, much like the establishment for years, they don't care about the American people. They have other priorities. Their priorities are maintaining power for themselves and the bureaucrats and influencers that have controlled our government for decades. And so they have told the American people that things were going swimmingly, even as they struggled to do things like buy groceries, even as they saw their communities inundated with people that didn't share a culture with them, even as they saw, whether it be in rural America, where you saw communities like in Charleroi, which is granted suburbia, Charleroi, Pennsylvania, that was inundated with people that came from Haiti that didn't share their culture, or whether it be places like Chicago. The skin color, the ethnicity, the religious background, even the sexual orientation of these people doesn't matter. All that matters is that they see that the priorities of other people come before the priorities of them. And so over and over, we've seen that Americans are shown that if there's a natural disaster in your community, such as in Maui, such as in East Palestine, Ohio, such as in Helene, North Carolina, that this administration, led by Harris and Biden, or more aptly, the people that really run them, as they are both as empty suits, as Josh has correctly articulated, we see that these Americans come last. Our immigration policy that's been illustrated by them is an America Last policy that claims to be for big-hearted one-sidedness that wants to help people around the country around the world at the expense of the United States. But in reality, it's just a policy that Democrats have always encouraged because they want to change the landscape of this country and import voters that'll be able to help them. You were called racist for noticing that, and yet we could see even last night in a CNN town hall, Kamala continually talks about how she wants to give a pathway to citizenship to all these people, as has Chuck Schumer, as has many other people. And of course, many big big corporate institutions and Republican donors as well enjoy the cheap labor, which means that competes directly against particular low-skilled labor and people without college degrees, which is primarily people in rural America when these immigrants come here, or in inner cities, it tends to be people of color. These people suffer mightily because the competition for their jobs has now increased, and the very people that claim to have a big heart for these illegals actually benefit by having cheap labor that benefits the wealthy. Look no further than when Alyssa Milano told everyone, but if we didn't have these people, who would do our landscaping? Who would clean our homes? Yes, it is a modern serfdom that they wish upon illegals so that the elites continue to live in luxury while the rest of us that just want to be hard workers pay the price over and over. It is always America last. The same is true with the economy. The economy is actually doing gangbusters for people that are at the top end. In fact, the lockdowns that were supported by the Democrats, by Harris, and by Biden, and the mass money printing that they cheered on as well, led to one of the largest transfers of wealth from the poor and working class to the elites. Your mom and pop hardware store had to close down. They were non-essential. And yet the big box stores were allowed to remain open. This had the predicted outcome of harming small businesses immensely, but instead of caring about this, the Harris-Biden administration has instead touted when they finally let people go back to work, they counted that as a job created. We can see that they talk about things like, well, unemployment's at record lows. Yes, many people have to work 2 jobs now, which count to those unemployment numbers, because they can't afford to provide for their family and buy basic needs like groceries and necessities anymore. Real wage growth is actually down under the Biden administration. You might be bringing home a few more cents to the dollar or to the hour. However, inflation has risen so much, if we believe the numbers that are given to us by the government institutions that cook the book anyways, inflation still outpaces wage growth, which means that your purchasing power has gone down despite the fact that you got a meager raise. This has been lied to by the American people, by the Democratic Party, by the media, but I repeat myself, and by institutions such as academia that have gaslit Americans into saying, actually, the economy is great. My heart goes out to actual members of the Democratic Party, the regular people that I appreciate and understand we have disagreements, but they're Americans just like me. And they're looking for help as well. So when they vote for someone like Harris Biden and they say, I'm struggling mightily, what will you do to help me? And the answer that comes from Harris Biden is, one of the greatest economies ever, Jack. What are they supposed to think? This will continue in the future in a Harris administration because we know she is an empty suit just like Joe Biden. In many ways, both of them are the perfect candidates for the establishment and for the Democratic Party. Neither have ideas of their own. Joe Biden may once have, but his cognitive decline has made him completely malleable. We even see that he was willing to go against lifelong positions like many of those he had on abortion. Kamala Harris represents the same thing, except it's not because of dementia, it's because she's always been as such. Remember, on the debate stage in 2020, she at one point accused Joe Biden of being racist for being against forced busing. And then once she saw the internal polling was against her, the very next day, she suggested that she also was now against forced busing a mere 24 hours later. We can see that her policy prescriptions that she advocated in 2020, she has done a complete 180 on, such as providing trans surgeries for convicted felons, such as banning fracking in swing states such as Pennsylvania, where I live, such as many of the Green New Deal policies that she advocated for. And when asked, why did you change your mind on this? Instead of admitting that there was a reason, she just proceeded to say, well, my values have stayed the same. We have no idea what Harris will represent because her campaign was designed to keep you from knowing what she was doing and instead hide behind closed doors. She lied to you about Biden's cognitive decline. She's plagiarized her entire life, as we're seeing. And she's a complete open book and empty suit for the same establishment interests that have harmed us with the economy, with immigration, and with foreign policy. The last thing I'll say on foreign policy is we keep talking about how these experts are so great on foreign policy and Trump's a danger. When Trump was in office, the record showed that we had historic peace deals in places like the Middle East. Our allies, countries like Ukraine, weren't being invaded. And we saw that the world was basically peaceful. Now we're closer to World War III than we've been at any time since the Cold War. So for those reasons, I think it's clear, despite the fact that our opponents probably will want to talk about, but democracy, Trump's a threat to it. He's a dictator. January 6th. These are the things that Democrats want to focus on. They can't defend their record that they've lied about for 4 years. And so instead, they'll go to the same playbook that they used in 2016. Trump is Hitler. Some women said Trump did bad things to them. This is because they can't defend their policy prescriptions. They're pretending to care about issues such as inflation and immigration that they've ignored or exacerbated for 4 years only because they're pandering to you during an election year. They'll say the experts are on their side, but we already see the proof. We had 4 years of Trump. We had 4 years of Harris, who will do the exact same thing in her words. Can't think of one thing different she would have done than Joe Biden. We see the results. Americans, you were better off under Donald Trump, and you will be better off for 4 more years if you elect him.
All right. Thank you so much, Rob, for your introductory statement, and also to Josh. We are going to kick it over to the other side, but I will say a big appreciation to people in our live chat, Batman Inc. And Athema. Good to see you guys are there doing the live moderation. We appreciate that. And we already have a super chat in from Who's Rich Purnell. So thank you so much for that. We're going to hit it to the other side, and reminder that we do that at the end of the show. And I'll have some other housekeeping and all that fun for you guys. So I flipped a coin earlier, Classy. I'm going to give you the floor first. So you have up to 12 minutes, well, up to 6 minutes for yourself. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Classy. My argument's pretty simple. We should now vote for people who do not respect the peaceful transition of power. Trump, in my book, disqualified himself from running for office because he incited an insurrection. In the months leading up to Election Day and therefore after, Trump spread blatantly false information and election fraud. These claims that he made were disproved by state government officials, state legislators, many of whom voted for him. Whether it's dead people voting or illegal immigrants voting, the lies just keep coming. When he realized the results were not in his favor, Trump and his team mobilized a false slate of electors. When January 6th came around, Trump knew his supporters were enraged by the false narrative of the quote-unquote stolen election. They attacked the Capitol while the votes were being certified. Pence, his vice president, was pressured by Trump to delay the certification of the votes, which, by the way, is illegal. Pence will come for us, he says. Outside, the Capitol rioters would yell, "Hang Mike Pence." When the staff told Trump about the danger posed to his vice president, Trump responded with, "So what?" For 3 hours, Trump did nothing while the rioters broke into the Capitol building, resulting in the death of one person that same day, and then deaths of other people in the following days, including an officer. It is no wonder why Pence does not appear on the current Trump ticket. It's obvious he has disregard for his own staff, supporters, and democracy. This is not new, and I'm done with the lies. Even if what Trump supporters says is true, which by the way, it's not, that the federal government created hurricanes, that Haitians are eating people's pets, I'm still going to vote for Harris. Even if Harris were to open the border and let in violent criminals and accelerate us into an economic depression, I would still vote for her. What is a country if we can't respect the peaceful transfer of power? What is a country if a deadly pandemic or a natural disaster gets politicized every time? What is a country that is governed by a wannabe dictator? Whatever that country is, it is not the United States of America. Kamala Harris has great ideas for the economy, fighting off climate change, and restoring reproductive rights. I don't agree with all of her policies, but I am without a doubt that the worst of Harris is better than the best of Trump. America is a land of the free where we elect presidents, not dictators. January 6th was horrible, but there were earlier signs in Trump's autocratic nature. The Mueller report listed 10 examples of possible obstructions of justice. People within Trump's inner circles have been convicted of crimes, and Trump himself said that he would be dictator for one day. But come on, let's be real. It's never just one day. He was president before, and let's not forget why he lost in 2020. Trump constantly avoided listening to his advisor about COVID-19, made contradictory statements with his own public health officials, and said all sorts of nonsense about injecting Lysol to treat COVID-19. All the lies, corruption, divisive rhetoric are the making of a dictator and not a president. There will be arguments that Trump's economy was better than Biden, that there were no wars, that mass deportation is somehow going to solve inflation, the tariffs are just the best thing ever. I'm tired of the gaslighting, and I'm tired of the lies, and we're all tired of Trump. Once in 2020, Trump said that if he lost the election, he would never speak to us again. Unfortunately, that was also a lie. If we elect Harris this election cycle, maybe Trump can finally fulfill his promise of never talking again. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Classy and Neurotic, for your opening statement. We'll head it over to First Amender. So just looking at the time right quick, you'll have 8.5 minutes on the floor. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much. We walk headfirst into flames, and I do not see the people engulfed bother themselves with screaming. They simply smile with a red hat on, and only when it is too late do they regret their actions. And even some don't even do that, as their bodies remained a charred husk to be dragged away by the sycophants of an orange dictator. Must not have been a real supporter, as alarm bells echoed beyond the valleys. Yet it mattered not, for the sycophants cut their ears off years ago to maintain their blind devotion to the orange man. There I stood peering at a giant screen, faded and covered in stains, audio caked with interference as the splendor of the orange man had faded with every broadcast. Yet I remembered what he had said and what was repeated and touted, torches lit in his name, brethren treated as common refuse, to not be trusted any longer, and the sycophants chided and jeered at my brothers around me. When Mexico sends its people, they are not sending their best. They're sending people that have lots of problems, and they're bringing those problems with us. They're bringing drugs, they're bringing crime, they're bringing rapists, and some, I assume, are good people. June 16th, 2015. In his campaign announcement. You also had people who were very fine people on both sides, which was said in response during the 2017 Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia, where white supremacists and court protesters clashed. He is not a war hero. He is a war hero because he was captured. I like people who weren't captured, in reference to his own alliance, the Republican Party, to John McCain, July 18th, 2015. Why are we having all of these people from shithole countries come here in reference to Haiti, El Salvador, and African countries in July 11th, 2018? Donald J. Trump is calling for a total, complete shutdown of Muslims entering into the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what is going on. Responded that spread Islamophobia and discrimination after these statements were uttered on December 7th, 2015. Why don't they go back and help fix the totally broken and crime-infested places from which they came on July 14th, 2019, targeting 4 Democratic Congresswomen of color over a tweet? I'd like to punch him in the face at a rally in Iowa to a protester. If you see somebody getting ready to throw a tomato, knock the crap out of them, would you, on February 1st, 2016? Send her back towards Representative Ilhan Omar, July 17th, 2019. The chants continued, and the sycophants cheered, and they each cut each other's ears off and opened their mouths wide to chant his name, screaming digitally and vocally for all to hear. And then, as all hope had faded, he lost. The sycophants, pearly eyes covered in tears, took their clubs, pitchforks, and guns, storming the Capitol on that day. The transfer of power was to be enacted to an old, sensible man with beliefs that any would find sensible in a sensible world. Yet to the sensible, and even to the sycophants, this was not a sensible world anymore. The election was rigged, they said. The Justice Department is rigged, they said. The FBI is rigged, they said. The courts are rigged, they said. The media is rigged. It was all rigged. Even the judges he appointed were rigged to the sycophants, to the orange man. Yet the sensible considered the positions and reviewed evidence for widespread fraud across many states and districts, empty-handed of the evidence that they said they would find. Yet it mattered not, for the sycophants cut their ears off and only spoke louder. There they were along the Capitol building. They screamed the names of the politicians. Where's Nancy? And hang Mike Pence. Fight like hell, said the orange man to the angry crowd. He sent out information to the vice presidents. Do not certify this election. He told them, and the vice president said no. And there they were storming the Capitol, all because they cut their ears off and would not hear the truth. But it mattered not, for they had the orange man behind them, for he would never steer them the wrong way as they tread into the flame, would they? The orange man, who had long since left the conflagration of the foot of the Capitol, was quietly watching TV from the White House. It was only hours after heavy pressuring from his own staff that he begrudgingly said over video, I know your pain. I know you're hurt. We had an election that was stolen from us. It was a landslide election, and everybody knows it, especially the other side. But you have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our great people in law and order. We don't want anybody hurt, though it was already too late, for their ears were cut off. It required the slow deployment of law enforcement and the National Guard. The mayor declared a 6 p.m. curfew for arrest. The leaders spoke high and wide to stop the violence, and then and only then did the rioters eventually disperse. This left the once beautiful United States scarred in its democratic processes for years to come. It could never happen here, spoke my parents from Chile, who knew what coups d'etats looked like from memory. We have too many checks and balances of power to prevent this from happening, they said. He refused a peaceful transfer of power, but it mattered not, for the sycophants have cut their ears off and they have walked into flames blindly smiling with a red hat on. The sycophants were including amongst the others under the sole condition, an unconditional demand for loyalty. And there they are handed a dagger to each one and stitches to close the wounds shut where their ears were. The orange man revered himself as the only one capable of saving our beloved country. I will be a dictator for one day, he said. But why would that matter? Their ears were cut off long ago. They would not listen to reason. They walked into the flames covered and even requested gasoline to cover their bodies to be even more splendorous in their doom. He vilified his opponents. He spread misinformation and blatantly false statements. He reinforced his image of a strong leader. He gave his America First rhetoric, calling those who were also citizens rapists and criminals.
1 minute, and let's watch the hard R if you can.
It mattered not to the sycophants. Their ears were cut off long ago. He scapegoated the minority, often marginalized group that amassed no more than 2% of the total population. By stoking the flames of xenophobia, he could play into the natural fears of others. There were those on his side who refused to cut their ears off to the truth. The sycophants angrily shoved the knife in their hand, demanded that they cut their ears off to the truth, and then they tossed it in the trash. Must not have been a real supporter. Rhino, rhino, they chanted and jeered, teeth barred and ears cut off. The press is the enemy of the people, said the orange man, screaming at journalists and media covering him. Fake news, he yelled, and the sycophants screamed in unison, and the media cowered and feared, only doing their jobs as they've been doing for over 100 years. They thought that they could not trust the media, who had vested interest in preserving the reputation by speaking the truth. Biased source, they shouted, and those with ears... I apologize. I would have continued, but go ahead.
No, it's okay. We did reach the end of our time, so I do. I am sorry for cutting you off, but I thank you for respecting the timer there. So we are going to kick it over to the other side to respond to some of what they've just heard and try to get into an open discussion. So I will remind everybody once again, we've got several super chats already coming in. Thank you so much to everybody who's already put in there. We appreciate your support of the channel, and we do have other live events that will be coming up. So yeah, once again, super appreciate the support. We'll get to your questions at the end. Rob, you were trying to jump in there, so I'll hand it on over to you.
Absolutely, Josh, if you don't mind. I'd like to respond. Now, I'll admit, though, to being inspired. I thought to talk about issues that affected Americans in a way such that the average person could understand. But I've been inspired to understand that prose is not the way to go in this debate. So, if I may, with some impromptu poetry, to respond to that great soliloquy that we just heard. And as they stood, glistening skin, yellowing from lack of nutrition, no longer could they afford groceries, no longer could they recognize their communities. As crime ran rampant, as they were locked down as non-essential, as their First Amendment was stripped from within, they looked to the heavens. Where could they find sustenance? And then they saw the answer. They could eat the anger at the mean tweets. They could go to the argument of 2016. Therefore, sustenance is not worth what understanding that condemning a man for rhetoric as Hitler could be. January 6th would be their food, they yelled, and therefore they did cut off their ears. Not for lack of hearing, but because they must eat something and ears were better than nothing being offered. That was quite literally one of the most insane, hilarious, and absolutely asinine speeches that I think should be clipped and will be clipped to represent exactly what this election represents. Discussions about mean tweets and angry things that were said going as far as 2016, relitigating January 6th once more, completely doing what I called out would be done in our opening statements, as did Josh, that you would focus on the character of Donald Trump, that you would say that he is this unique threat, and you would completely ignore all substance as to how his policies were better for even the groups that you claim are marginalized. You said nothing at all, either of you, about the economy. You said nothing about foreign policy. You said nothing about immigration, or for that many, any other policies. You didn't even mention one thing of Kamala Harris. You are both indicative of the exact problem. You parrot the establishment talking points, so at least you have your ears for that, I guess, and you ignore the suffering that everyday Americans of all creeds, ethnicities, backgrounds, and religions are suffering from now, so that you can stand on your high horse and repeat these talking points that Trump is some unique danger. Talking points, by the way, that were repetitions, as Classy did, of 2016. We were told he would lock up all gay people. He would kick all brown people out of the country. And yet nothing. Most of those communities were doing remarkably better then than they were under the Harris-Biden administration.
All right, let's give them a chance to respond to some of what you're putting out there. And if anybody sees me chuckling over here, my brain all of a sudden told me we should have brought a drum beat for this one. All right, so Classy, if you want to take a chomp at this one, and if it's quick, then we'll bounce it back and forth. But I do want to get Josh in here too. So go ahead there, Classy.
Yeah, so there was a lot that was said there. So the whole thing about mean tweets. So, when you're president, your words have influence on people. And I think it's very important that we elect someone that actually cares about what they say. So here's a excerpt from the Jack Smith indictment that I find pretty interesting. This was regarding the situation in Arizona. There was a fake claim that non-citizens have voted. They asked Trump to show evidence, but he never did. And then they tried to get the Arizona House Speaker, Rusty Bowers, to replace the electors with fake electors. He refused, despite the fact that he voted for Trump, and that he advocated for his reelection. And then a couple of days later, an angry mob of Trump supporters started chanting outside, calling him a pedophile and all sorts of derogatory things, while he was taking care of his sick adult, of his daughter who had liver cancer. And this is just one example of many situations where he has spread just like false information, misinformation that his own campaign staff, and again, his own party officials have told him that's blatantly false. And it's led to so many people believing that, all this stuff is true. So
All right, let's let Josh respond here.
Yeah, I just want to respond to my esteemed interlocutor over there. They talk about, what I predicted they would talk about, which would be personality rather than policy positions or platforms. And you saw that with both of their opening statements. They're just hurling ad hominem attacks at Trump and criticizing things he said that they thought were mean or hurtful. I want to talk to the everyday, average, normal Americans out there that are watching this, and talk in normal speech and normal language. The way the opposing side opened up is indicative of why people aren't fans of the left right now. Average Americans feel like these people have their heads in the clouds. They just don't talk about the things that people care about. We care about shutting down the border, not letting criminals flood into our country. We care about the economy. We care about being able to provide for our family. We care about having auto insurance that isn't doubling every few years. We care about being able to afford groceries. We care about the price of gas. These are all things that have gotten progressively worse under Harris and Biden. And they're going to keep getting worse if they vote in Harris, the same person, for the next 4 years. So you're just going to keep hearing this. It's a refrain that we've all heard from the media and from the Democrats, which is Trump is bad. He said something mean. I don't like what he said. I want to hear concrete, crystallized policy positions from Harris that they are in favor of, and I want an explanation of how those are prescriptive and how those are going to help our country.
Yep, very easy. So Vice President Harris and Governor Walz is cutting taxes for over 100 million Americans, and unlike Donald Trump, whose Project 2025 agenda raising taxes for the middle class, Vice President Harris, as well as Governor Walz, will make sure that nobody is earning less than $400,000 a year will pay more in taxes. I'm sure you've already heard of the, what is it? I think $7,000 child tax credit. What is it?
$1,000.
We've already observed that. There's a new $6,000 tax cut to help families pay for higher costs of childcare for the first year of life. There's going to be, of course, an additional, and as stated by economists, that Trump's taxes will actually be an additional $4,000 if he does get elected. But hey, why don't we go ahead and talk about some actual facts, right? You said crime is rampant. Where are you seeing that? I don't see that. The FBI statistics show that crime is not rampant. It's down. Is it up?
Yes.
All right, let's focus on that. Let's hand it over to
let's
Rob.
do it back and forth instead of just along. I'm cool with that. Great question. Are crime statistics up? First, we see a concession from our opponents that the record of Donald Trump was superior with the economy, with immigration, and with foreign policy.
Not true.
That is
Not
true.
true.
Now what they're doing is saying the experts predict things will be bad. I just want to take a moment to say that the experts also predicted that Trump would collapse the stock market and the economy if he was elected in 2016. They were incorrect.
They predicted
the
that
experts,
with the steel tariffs.
please,
And it
the
worked.
experts,
150,000 jobs
please.
lost.
Please, we were quiet. Well, so I understand it back and forth is good, but the constant interruption won't work so well. So they also predicted that the economy.
Keep people on a
Right. You're lying. Did they? Yes or no?
Let's just continue then in our own space for a little bit till we get into a flow. So Rob, the floor is yours.
Sure. Experts such as Paul Krugman, that are award-winning economists, predicted the economy would crash under Donald Trump. They were wrong. They also, these same experts, predicted that the economy would do fantastic under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. They were wrong. They said that inflation would be transitory. They were wrong. They said that their economy would be better for the American people. They were wrong. They were wrong in all of that, and now they're saying this time, but trust us this time, we're right. We don't have to guess what the experts will say that have been wrong over and over again when it comes to the economy, when it comes to immigration, when it comes to foreign policy, because we actually have the records of Harris, who admitted she wouldn't have done anything different than Biden, and Trump. So again, once more, they'll gaslight you that the records say this. He asked specifically about crime. Yes, it's true that the FBI tries to manipulate the statistics in order to say that crime's gone down. We see that they've recently just had to change so that when the moderators in ABC said crime had fallen every year, that actually wasn't true. In 1 year, it went up. The crime was up under Donald Trump in 2020, largely because Democrats decided they would take to the streets during COVID when the rest of us were told they had to lock down and have mass crime waves across this country, which did lead to increased crime. Yes, we know that Democrat foot soldiers will engage in riots and crimes all across this country if they don't get their way. I understand that you want to put clever graphics up while I'm speaking. I don't think that I'd be talking about gish galloping for someone who gave an opening statement was just a poem that they had pre-written that made no arguments whatsoever. Anyways, when we're looking at the crime statistics from the FBI,
give them a chance to respond.
When we're looking at the crime statistics from the FBI, we can see that they've been manipulated, and we can see if we use better metrics like the National Crime Victimization Survey that doesn't just deal with reported crimes that the police dealt with, but actually people that are saying they were victim of crimes. Those numbers have precipitously gone up every year since Harris Biden have been in office.
All right, let's pass the ball back to first amender. Go ahead.
Yeah, wow, that was a lot of gish galloping. Yeah, so I'm going to ask you again. Was the FBI? I'm just curious, right? Because I looked at the FBI crime statistics. Is crime up or down under Biden?
I just repeated. I'll repeat my answer. So first, we can see that the FBI manipulates the statistics, as we've already seen that.
So the FBI's bullshit, right?
That's part of what I'm saying. We saw, yes or no? Did the FBI recently change their number?
I can't trust
real
the
quick,
FBI.
I
Who do I
answered
go
your
to?
question.
Who do I go to? Who do I go to?
What's that?
Who do I go to if I can't trust the FBI
Well,
statistics?
why don't you answer the yes/no question that I asked you, and then you answer the
yes or no question?
Okay, just 1 second. The first amender.
Right, the yes/no question that I asked you was: will you admit that the FBI just recently changed the numbers that showed that crime actually did increase in 2022?
All right,
What?
we'll let you.
Will
answer
you
that.
admit that the FBI just
Where did the
recently?
FBI change the numbers?
So actually, can
All right,
I
why
actually
would they
Yeah,
change the
for
numbers?
sure, guys.
Great
We're gonna let
question.
Classy in here. Classy's he's been holding on and listening. So go ahead, there, Classy.
So crime is down. They did like change sort of the method to like how they get statistics though. I think I know the source where you get it from. I think you're getting it from the Crime Prevention Center. I think it's like a gun rights advocacy group. I tried to actually go to the FBI website to download the data to see like where they got the numbers that it's up. I couldn't get the numbers. So like I don't know what you're talking about, but just looking at the graph, it is down 2022 and 2023 and 2024. And
No,
it is
numbers
down
went
overall.
up. I believe the numbers, the recent change was the numbers went down in 2021
Right,
and
correct,
then back up in 2022. And now we have 2023's, or maybe it was they went down in 2022 and up in 2023. But to answer First Amendment's question, go to the National Crime Victimization Survey. That's where you could go.
And,
Right.
and I just want to paint this with a little bit broader strokes, even if crime is down right now. Just look at the policy positions of the two candidates. Kamala Harris wants to allow biological men into locker rooms, sports, and restrooms, and female prisons with other real women. And she's allowed an open border where criminals have been pouring across for the last 4 years. And I want you to know that male patterns of violence do not change when a man claims to be a woman. Trans women have the
What does
same
this have to do with crime statistics?
male violence as anyone else. And so that is an issue that we need to be talking about, and which the media hasn't been talking about. Is Harris going to continue to allow biological males into women's restrooms in sports? And is she going to continue to allow millions of illegals pouring into our country? Because that will affect the crime rates that are going to occur over the next 4 years.
Let's hand it back over to you, First Amender.
What does that have to do with crime statistics? I'm a little lost on that. Why you don't have to like bring in your transphobia. You could just talk about the crime statistics. Okay, so we see that there's a slight increase after the FBI like decided to show that there's an increase. But you're saying that if that's the case, right? If it goes up a tiny percentage, right? You guys are saying that there's all this rampant crime. From what I'm observing, there's really not all this rampant crime.
Well,
Right?
I live in Chicago.
That's
I
some
live in
BS
Chicago.
that's been fed to you.
And there
right?
is violence every weekend. There's 40 to 50
What?
people.
Yeah, you're in Chicago. What? You're in a
Right.
city.
Right. And we
That's
don't care
inner
about
city.
right. And what we're saying, our argument is first off, you're wrong. Your initial perception that you don't see crime is irrelevant. Polling shows that people feel that
But you don't
crime
even trust
is,
the
please let me finish.
statistics.
Polling proves that people feel that crime is significant. Secondly, I gave you the best statistics, which is the National Crime Victimization Survey. You haven't touched it once. That shows that
What is
crime
the
is
National
up.
Crime Victimization Survey? All I did was bring up the FBI crime statistics, which is a valid source. You said you can't trust it, right? Because it's establishment media. This
That's
is what I
not-
mean by you cut your ears off and you sewed them shut, so that way you don't have to hear the truth. You don't care about the truth.
You're literally-
not interested.
you're
Anything that
exhibiting
doesn't
the
show
very-
in favor
you're
of Donald
exhibiting-
Trump, then you obviously think that that's a bad thing. But if it's in favor of Donald Trump, you think it's the truth.
You're exhibiting the exact behavior you're criticizing me. You gave a set of statistics, which I didn't just say it's mainstream media, I don't believe it. I gave specific reasons to question those statistics, I could give more. Meanwhile, I give you what I'm saying is a better indication of crime, which are people, not just the crimes that police have gone after, which is what the FBI is looking at, crimes that they've investigated, but actually people that have suffered from crime and that are victims. And the National Crime Victimization Survey actually shows that crime is up. Now, other reasons that we shouldn't prefer the FBI numbers, in addition to clearly, even if we say it's not corruption, their methodology is flawed enough that there are significant changes, so much so that in 2022, they initially said crime was down, and now we see that it was 4.5% up.
Yeah,
but also it relied, real quick,
your,
I'll finish, real quick, please stop sewing your ears shut and listen for a second, and maybe you'll understand something. But what we could also see is that these FBI numbers are reliant not just on a flawed methodology, but also in what local police tell them and the crimes that local police are willing to go after. For example, if you see in a place like LA where they stop trying to prosecute shoplifting, then all of a sudden those numbers won't show up on an FBI statistic sheet. So we can see in left-wing controlled cities all across this country that they're allowing violent criminals back on the street, that they're allowing crimes to occur without even attempting to prosecute them anymore. And the last thing I'll say on this issue is when we did see crime spike like in 2020 under Trump, that was being done by Democrats, which you haven't disagreed with, but we could also see that Democrat policies, including those supported by Kamala Harris, who actually promoted a bail fund after these rioters committed an insurrection and burned down a police station, that sort of rhetoric led to what they call the Ferguson effect, which is that police have been demoralized and defunded, which causes increased crime in the very communities, particularly African-American inner city communities like Chicago, that you don't seem to care about.
All right.
So even with, sorry, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to make sure that we wrapped it up there and just gave you a chance to respond there, First Amender. I know you guys got a lot of energy, but I do want to implore Josh and Classy to jump in at any time and ask you politely to make some space for them. But go ahead there, First Amender.
Apologies. Even if I include your increased revised statistic, increasing it from the 2% to this 4%, it's still lower. And even on top of that, this revised numbers that I'm pulling up, it looks like that while murder has decreased overall, it appears that what has increased isn't murder, but rather hate crime. Hate crime. That's what increased. Like they revised the number to include hate crime.
That's not entirely true.
I literally just pulled it up in a Reuters
article.
So
then
is
how many?
Lying?
Is
okay, Reuters
no,
lying?
no, wait. Okay, you're
me.
looking at the data.
Tell
so
me
how many?
Right,
you're looking at the data. Clearly, you're an expert in this.
Reuters
Can you tell me how many increased hate crimes there were in 2022? Go ahead. What was the number that were added?
No, I'm just pulling this up on Reuters. I literally just Google it and then I find real information
you're just
from real sources, and I don't cut my ears off, kind of like what you're doing right now.
So what you've admitted was you didn't even know that the FBI revised the statistics. Please,
that's fair. I didn't know that. So then what I do is that I Google and I learn it, and then
Okay, so what you've admitted,
let's carry on.
What you've admitted was you didn't even know that the FBI revised those statistics, which shows even if it wasn't intentional.
That's great.
Please,
thank you for giving me new information.
Please. The way this works is don't cut your ears off. Listen to when another person is speaking. So you admitted that they didn't know that
their ears off. Let's just, like I say,
so
try not to cut each other off.
You admitted that you were unaware of this. You admit, at the very least, even if it's not intentional, that it proves that these FBI crime statistics are fallible because they have to readjust. And now you're saying, but I quickly Googled and they said hate crimes are up and everything else is down. My question is then how much are hate crimes up? You're like, I don't know. I just read a headline.
Yeah,
I don't really understand that.
Numbers
Again, I repeat,
all
of this is non-responsive to the flawed methodology that they stopped going after certain crimes. The fact that we can see the National Crime Victimization Survey continues to say things like assaults of a sexual nature. I know we're not supposed to say the R word, but things like that, murders, etc., are still increasing. And it also doesn't really help your argument if those other types of crimes are going up. For example, many people are furious at property crimes. We can see that in places like Washington, D.C., where staffers used to work or still work for politicians, it used to be relatively safe. Now they're getting carjacked at record numbers. It's so much so that they're basically told, sorry, if you got carjacked. It's so expansive now, we can't even remotely begin to investigate this. Now, I just want to make one final point on this. We're hyper-focused on this one issue. Again, our opponents, including Classy, admitted he don't care if there's a recession. Trump's mean tweets and everything, or a depression, I'm sorry. He said Trump's mean tweets means he would vote for that any day. Our opponents are trying to hyperventilate on these minutia details to get away from the fact that the record of Donald Trump when it comes to the economy, when it comes to immigration, information. And when it comes to not being on the precipice of World War III, we're superior. They have no answer to any of this.
Yeah, I'm going to
And I
ask
just
you
want to
again.
say, if
for sure. Let's let Josh in.
if Biden had done a superb job over these last almost 4 years, you can rest assured that Kamala Harris would be intertwining herself with him and linking herself to him. But she's not doing that. And that's because Kamala Harris knows that everything's a disaster right now. And that's why she's trying to extricate herself and divorce herself and her brand and her name from Biden. So her doing that is an indictment on how bad the last 4 years have been under Biden. Don't ask me. Don't ask my esteemed colleague. Ask Kamala Harris. And she would tell you, I don't want anything to do with it. That's essentially what she's saying.
Rob Noor didn't actually answer my question. So even with the revised standards, let me ask you this: is crime down?
From when? 2021? No. Crime's up.
Yes, it is.
Crime's up from 2020.
It is down.
So you're telling me the FBI...
It's down, yes.
Real quick, I just want to get this clear. You're telling me that the revised FBI statistics, which you have access and you're looking at right now,
yes,
that the 2021 numbers, that 2023 is lower than 2021?
Yes.
You're wrong.
Are they including the crime of crossing our border illegally? Because there's about 10 more million you need to add to that.
Okay, yeah, sure. I'll go ahead and add that.
Oh, you don't care? That's not important
I'm
to you?
telling you it's down. I'm pulling up violent crime. It's down. It's down.
Do those metrics and do those numbers include illegal crossings at our southern border?
I have no idea.
Right,
I have no idea. I'm going to look up the FBI crime statistics. But if you really want, like, honestly, at the end of the day, what I would probably argue in favor for is simple amnesty policies. So that way we actually know who's coming into the country and that we don't take advantage of illegal immigrants basically paying their Social Security taxes with a fake Social Security number and then not being able to collect FICA and all of the, not being able to collect their own Social Security or if they ever get hurt on the job. Right. We're talking about people that genuinely want to work. It's ridiculous, but that's beyond the point.
We got to hand the ball. We got to hand the ball. So back to Josh to wrap up your point or maybe clarify a little bit there.
And just to echo my colleague, I would say crime's down because, as he just said, the Democrats are decriminalizing everything. They decriminalize pouring into our border. They're decriminalizing they're not investigating carjackings, violent crimes in Chicago, right where I live, in my neighborhood. They have Kim Foxx there, the state's attorney, she's not going to investigate any of that. All of that is artificially depressing a lot of these crime numbers and bringing it down because they're not being investigated. And now there's the no cash bail thing. So they're doing that where they're just letting people go free until their trial. So again, if you're worried about crime and that's important to you, which I think it is to most folks, it is to me, I know my colleague, all the people out there, I think you should think long and hard before you vote for someone like Kamala Harris because she'll just keep decriminalizing things.
I don't know what to say, but
sorry.
I don't have any numbers to support that.
Everybody jump in, but we're going to hand the floor. We're going to hand the floor over to Classy.
Makes sense to me.
Either to put a bow on this one and put us in a different direction, maybe we can focus back on, the price, of acquisition, but you go ahead there, Classy, and put it wherever you want it. The conversation.
So, I think it's really interesting that you brought up illegal border crossings. Let me ask you, did you support the border bill, the one that Donald Trump actually tried to shut down, that he called so many Republican senators? It's and then it said, hey, you can blame it on me, that it didn't go through and it would have actually helped the migrant crisis you guys keep crying about?
I can answer that, but I would real quick like to answer. So I will get the exact specific numbers, but looking at the FBI's graph that they put out, we can see that the crime they listed was actually around 1.19 million in 2021. That number is about 1.21 million in 2023. You have lied. You have directly lied. The numbers show, the actual revised FBI numbers show that crime increased from 2021 to 2022, and it's increased from 2021 to 2023 as well. You have lied. You have misled people. You claim that MAGA is not interested in truth and people like me are not opening our ears and listening, and you are blatantly lying to the audience. I asked you specifically if you were saying that the numbers in 2023 were lower than 2021, and you repeatedly said yes. So one, the FBI statistics have been changed. Second, for the reasons I said, we should not look at that as the preferred metric because it only relies on crimes that police are trying to solve. Third, we can see that the National Crime Victimization Survey actually shows that these things are occurring more, including violent crime like murder. And fourth, you are directly lying to the people. Now, Classy, I could respond to you as well. No, I did not support the border bill that was brought forth by Democrats that gaslit us, or that Democrats say that we should have supported, by Democrats that gaslit us for 3.5 years and said the border was secure, as we saw record numbers of illegals coming, including those that were committing crimes and were possible terrorists, such as the person the FBI has just said planned on including a mass casualty event on Election Day in 2024. That bill was designed to do several things. First, it enshrined mass amnesty. Second, it only came into effect if 5,000 people or more a day were crossing the border, which is untenable. Third, it would have enshrined it in law, which meant even if Trump or Republicans won in 2024, they would have been beholden to this. Fourth, it would have funded the very NGOs that encourage these illegals to come here. Fifth, it didn't give any direct money to the border wall. And sixth, it gave millions upon millions of dollars in that very bill to things that were unrelated, such as money towards Ukraine, to keep that war going that is leading to the devastation of the Ukrainian people. So no, I did not support it. Instead, I supported the Republican bill that actually wouldn't have been interested in granting amnesty to the people that came here illegally and would have actually been a border bill with teeth, which ICE preferred. And lastly, when you say that ICE said they wanted this border bill, yes, it's true. ICE said it was better than nothing because it was still giving them money. And these unions, like the border union, will always take more money. But if you go up to what the border union has further said, they specifically blame Kamala Harris and Joe Biden for the disaster at the border, saying that it's intentional, that they're hamstringing the Border Patrol intentionally, and they've endorsed Donald Trump.
Okay, so that was a lot there. Regarding the whole Ukraine thing, the bills were voted separately, and the bill for like aid to like Ukraine, Israel, passed anyway. So like I don't know why that is a talking point because it passed anyway. But the border bill, the one that Trump really like had to call all these Republican senators to not to pass, that one didn't pass. I mean, this was a bipartisan bill that was co-written by Langford, a Republican senator, not a Democrat, very conservative guy. And if you really cared about this issue, I think it should really scare you that Donald Trump, like specifically, did everything in his power to not get this passed because it would be brought up during the election. And he's done this with many other issues. I mean, it was reported that like he spoke with Netanyahu to pressure him like not to accept a ceasefire deal because that would also like help him at all.
We
So
don't.
he doesn't care. He doesn't care about the issue.
Can I just respond real quick to that? If you don't have to guess or surmise what Kamala really feels about the border, because when you ask her, she doesn't say, yes, this is a very important issue. We need to tackle this right now. Anytime she has ever been asked on record about if the people that come into this country illegally, are they illegals? No, they're humans. I don't like that word. I wouldn't call them that. You just go straight to her. She makes it clear herself. She does not care. She does not consider it an issue. She doesn't think those people are criminals. We don't have to guess on this. Oh, is she going to do something about the border? She's not going to do anything about it because she doesn't think those people have done anything wrong. She's going to allow millions of people to keep leeching off of the state and other vulnerable communities that they live near. And it's a zero-sum game. It's taking resources away from already marginalized groups, especially in our inner cities and where I live. And she can't be bothered by it. She can't even be brought to condemn those people. That tells you all you need to know about how serious she is about fixing the border issue.
And to answer, if
All
you
right,
would
but
like me
crime's
to
still
answer,
down.
if
That's
it,
with the revised statistics.
crime is not
Pulled it
down.
up.
Crime is up in
Yeah, it is.
2023. So you're disputing
down.
the graph that I put up from the FBI. You're disputing
It's
it.
literally down. I showed it for everybody to see. It's right there.
You
Again,
did
they
not
cut
bring up
their
the source.
ears off.
Bring
They
up the
will not
source.
hear it.
You're saying crime in general is down from
Literally, the
2023 to
CD,
2021. Bring up the source.
JS.gov. It's the FBI Crime Data Explorer. I literally pulled
Bring
it
up the source. Let
It's
me see
right
it again.
there.
Let me see it again.
All right, here we go.
I just want to be clear. What you're
All right,
saying
I
is
want
that
you to show,
Yep.
right? I want you to tell me with a straight face crime is up.
Let me
Go ahead.
read.
Tell
Let me
me.
read what you
Tell me
have.
how crime
That
is up.
says that crime is down since what?
Since
When's
last
that
year.
from? It's down 3% since when?
Last year.
Since last year. Was last year
Yeah.
2021?
No.
So when I asked you from 2021,
You
has
think
crime gone up?
COVID might have something to do
Wait,
with
wait, wait,
2021
wait.
crime
Let me finish.
statistics?
Let me finish my question as you're trying to gaslight your audience. When
This is
I asked you
ridiculous.
specifically,
It's down.
When
I
I
need
asked
you
you,
to just
please
say
let me
it's
finish.
down.
When I
It's
asked
down.
you,
We know it's
please
down.
let me finish. Notice how he
Stop
filibusters.
cherry picking data.
Notice the
You need
attempt-
to
notice
say
how
that
he's-
it's down.
Notice
It's
how
down.
he's filibustering.
We know it's
All right,
down.
we're gonna
Notice
give
what's
Rob.
happening.
We're gonna give Rob 10 seconds just to put a bow
10
on it, and then I'll hand it back.
Bow. Like he's blatantly
Well,
lying.
if we
So he
can't.
changed. I said crime's up since 2021.
It's down.
I'm clearly not
It's
getting my 10
down. I
seconds as he's
showed it.
going back, James, to the filibuster tactering, which I said that
It's
he would
not
do.
filibustering.
So I
I'm
asked
holding your feet to the
specifically, I'll
fire.
just
It's
talk. I
down.
assure you I could talk over you and louder than you, faster than you, more
I'm sure you
intelligently
could.
than you. So
It's
if
down.
the moderator is not going to allow me to talk without you interrupting me, then I'll talk over you. That's
Well,
no
I can
problem
start.
on my
I can
part.
start. Employing those mutes if
All I'm
you're having
asking you
difficulty.
is to just tell him, let me get my point out. So the point I was making, I asked specifically,
Pull
are
your
you
points
saying
out.
that crime is down from
Gish
2021
gals are
according to the,
crazy.
he's again talking over me. I asked him specifically if crime was down from 2021 to 2023. He answered in the affirmative. Then he provides statistics that say that crime is down from 2022 to 2023. I
because
gave
I'm not
the actual
cherry-picking
data that showed
statistics.
that crime is up. My chart, and I've never disputed that from 2022 to 2023 that there was a slight decrease. That is true. What I said was from 2021, the FBI numbers showed that it's
down
up.
even from
He
2021.
lied to his audience. He lied to all of us as the data
just
shows.
down
And then
overall.
then when it's pointed out, he then says, well, do you think COVID had something to do with it? Because he knows he's
That's
wrong.
correct.
Will you
'Cause
admit?
crime goes
will
up when
you?
people
I'll
all of a
answer a
sudden
simple
don't have
yes, no will
basic
suffice.
necessities met.
A simple
Yes.
yes, no will suffice, and you could then expound on it if you
I
want.
just
Will
can't
you
stand
admit,
the lying.
Will you admit that crime is up in 2023 based on these numbers
I'm
compared
not
to
going to
2021?
abide by your cherry picking statistics.
It's-
crime is
All
down.
right, we've definitely hit a wall there, fellas. There's no point to carry on with this back and forth as far as we've hit at this point. So I'm gonna hand it over to you, Josh. Maybe if you can try to hit this into some new territory that we haven't gone down into, that would be appreciated. Just because, like I said, it doesn't seem. I think as far as our audience is concerned, as far as everybody on the panel is concerned, we know where you guys differ on this one. So
No, it's fine. We could move on, but I just want to be clear. We're talking. We
I
assume.
think just to be fair, I think it's been made very clear. So Josh,
Can you
I'm going to give
explain?
you the
Go
floor.
ahead, moderator. Can you explain what the difference is? And go ahead.
I'm gonna give Josh the
Yeah,
floor.
let him gish gallop the moderator too.
Go ahead, Josh.
I just want to ask everyone out there, is your life better now than it was 5, 6, 7 years ago?
Yes.
Is your auto insurance lower than it was?
No,
5,
everything's
6,
more
7
expensive.
years ago? Is your grocery bill higher than it was 6, 7 years ago? Do you see the country going in a direction you don't like?
No.
Do you think it's important that we have border security like other countries have?
Yes.
I'm not asking you again. I'm trying to talk to the people out there, and you just can't. You're so loquacious. You just can't help yourself from talking. You just can't stop. And
I'm
it
sorry.
goes back to that analogy you had of self-mutilation, which makes sense because you're a leftist, of cutting the ears off, and you're exhibiting that
There
right
comes
now.
that transphobia.
Can you
Here it comes.
Keep your mouth shut and allow other people to talk. I understand that you people are afraid of the truth. You're
I'm
afraid
not
of a
afraid of the truth.
dialectic.
You are.
And you're afraid of an open conversation and dialogue. But you
I've let you
keep trying to
dialogue.
talk over people because
I
you
just don't like
All
transphobia.
right, 1 second. I don't want to place you on mute, but I have to, First Amender. I know you're having a lot of fun doing what you're doing, but you got to try to wheel it in a little bit here. I'm so sorry. So go ahead there, Josh.
Yeah, so folks, I don't even have to talk. I think you saw a great example of how the two sides are. You have one person that wants to shut down open discussion, who wants to yell and talk over somebody, and you have someone who just wants to engage in civil debate. Hey, these are important issues, and people want to, know what are you going to do about it? Let's have a conversation. Let's have a dialectic. And he just can't do it. For some reason, they just have to shut you down. They have to shout over you. And if they have to, they'll censor you. And we saw that under Biden. They'll censor what you say on social media. And so he is a great example of what they do writ large on the left, which is constantly trying to silence voices when we say, hey, I have a question, or hey, I want to talk about this. So I just want to finish my point. Ask yourself, are things better now than they were 5, 6, 7 years ago under Trump? Or if I put the two resumes of Harris and Trump side by side, who did a better job? maybe the personality of this person isn't exactly what I wanted, but objectively judging these two resumes, these two CVs, who's done a better job? And if you do that, I think you will come to the conclusion that the only viable person you can vote for in this election between the two is Donald Trump.
All right, jump on in there, Classy. If you got some thoughts there.
Sure. So things are better now. As of September, the inflation is at 2.4%. Gas on average is 3.16 on Tuesday, which is really low, actually. And in some states, it's even lower. Actually,
that inflation was still lower under Trump, but that's all right.
All right, let's let Classy
but
continue.
do you understand what caused the inflation, though? Like, we had a pandemic, we had a global crisis in the supply chain. Okay, if you're gonna say that Biden caused the inflation because of the American Rescue Act, let's not forget that Trump passed the CARE Act as well. You have to give stimulus packages because you need to stimulate the economy. If not, you're just gonna go into depression. You said, I don't care if we go into depression or not. I do care. Okay, we had the CARE Act under Trump. We had the American Rescue Plan under Biden. This was necessary to continue the economy. And like I said, let's remember why Biden lost back in 2020. He had a terrible response to COVID-19.
So if I may, talking about gas prices specifically, you said gas was what, 3.16 an average now?
3.16 on Tuesday. Yeah.
Yeah. So the average in 2020 under Trump was $2.20. So we can see that gas prices have gone up on average about 30%. And 3.16 is actually down from what it's been under the Harris-Biden administration as a whole. So when you talk about inflation being 2.4%, that is a year-to-year metric. So let me explain sort of in a common parlance how this works. Let's say I was to tell you that the price of milk would double under 4 years of Harris-Biden. Now, if that price went 25% increased each year for 4 years, you would say year to year, inflation was up 25% in year 4. But if it went up 100% year 1 and then 0% for the next 3 years, you would say we've defeated inflation. Yet in both cases, the American people would be paying double what they were under the previous administration. What happened was the inflation numbers under Harris-Biden were so bad that they fell back down to sort of normal ways, but it's not 2.4 over what it was during Trump. It's 2.4 year over year. So we had horrible inflation numbers, sometimes year to year, according to the official data, of being near 10%. And cumulatively, what we can see is Americans, for many things, are paying 30, 40, 50% more. In some cases, when it comes to things such as rents, such as mortgage percentages, etc., they have doubled and sometimes even more. They're paying 30% more over many staples that people need, such as basic necessities, such as milk, eggs, meat, things of that nature. Prices for certain things, such as gasoline, crude oil, lumber, etc., have gone up at rates that are even higher than this. And the problem is those inflation things affect poor and working class people more than the wealthy, because even if you might buy more expensive food, if you're rich, you're still only using a very slight percentage of your overall worth, whereas someone who's working class may spend as much as 30% for the necessities of groceries for their families. So if there is a large percentage increase of those sorts of things, it affects the poor and working class more, which is why we've seen under Harris-Biden, it is true that there have been some people that have been doing very well, and that tends to be the extremely wealthy, which may make sense as why you see that the Democratic Party, and particularly Harris, is the party of the extremely rich right now. Most incredibly wealthy donors are supporting Kamala Harris.
Eventually. So I'm sorry. Yeah, there's a lot that you're throwing out there. I'm so sorry, Rob. So I don't want to cut you off, but I have to.
No, that's
so,
perfectly
Classy,
reasonable. Yeah.
Do you want to jump in here or First Amender?
Party of the extremely rich. Meanwhile, Elon Musk is literally endorsing Donald Trump. Bro, listen to yourself. Do you not hear yourself?
No,
You're
I do.
So deep
You've cited one person.
It's crazy.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's not
This is
just
First
one
Amendment
person, right? Like most Republicans are wealthier. Like that's in fact the case. Like
And
haven't
Donald
you
Trump's a
heard
billionaire,
people who are
and
older
Kamala
tend
Harris,
to be
like, literally grew
Republican?
up working
Yeah, it's also
class.
true that people who are older tend to have a higher net worth. So yes, the Republican Party tends to be the party for the rich. Do you know who's been arguing in favor of unions? Kamala Harris. Do you know who's been arguing for like trying to build up the middle class? Kamala Harris. Like I don't know what to tell you. tell you, dude, it's not like you saying that the Democrats is the party for the rich. You are so far up your
Well,
own like logic. It's insane.
I would just like to jump in if I can. Kamala Harris can say she's, the person for these people, but let's look at reality. Are her and Biden's policies leading to a better country for middle and lower income people? And if you objectively look at it, no, it's much harder to be a middle working class person under Biden Harris than it was under Donald Trump. And so she can use whatever lofty rhetoric she wants. That doesn't make it true. And the Democrats have this problem where they wish something were a certain way, or they say it and they think it makes that thing a fact or a reality, and it just doesn't. So I don't care about Kamala Harris's rhetoric. I don't care about Trump's rhetoric. I care about results and what they've got done. And if you put the two resumes side by side, it's clear that
Trump left a giant disaster.
Donald Trump ran a much better ship than Kamala Harris and
Well,
Biden.
He
it was a
inherited
disaster
good
when he
economy
left
from
because of
Obama,
COVID.
then he ruined it under COVID-19.
That's not true. So first off,
That
the numbers,
is true. He
that's
left
not true.
with like tons of unemployment.
That's not true. So
Well,
if you allow me,
That's
if you allow me to
100% true.
And so if you allow me to
let's let
articulate
Rod
first off,
answer
we
here.
can see the donation numbers show that it is stark, that the donations that come from the wealthiest American or from wealthy Americans are disproportionately in favor of Harris and the Democratic Party. Of course, we would be able to say that there are outliers to that, and there are going to be specific wealthy people that would favor the Republicans and Donald Trump. Of course, that's true. That would be like if you said the majority of black Americans are donating to the Democratic Party, and I say, but my neighbor's black and he donated to the Republican Party. That doesn't disprove the claim that you met. And you're saying, do you hear yourself, because you're talking about a few outliers? The data doesn't lie. It shows that. Second, when it comes to the economy, we can see that Trump's economy was outperforming Obama's economy. And it is true that there was a pandemic, and there is criticism to be levied at Trump and the Republican parties for the handling of the pandemic. But that pandemic was something that was historic. Notice how Classy Neurotic already earlier said, as an excuse to some of the failures of the Harris-Biden, but they were dealing with COVID. Why does Trump not get that grace where this catastrophe occurred and we say, see, that caused a collapse, therefore it's all on Trump's shoulders?
Right,
The prob-
let's ask them that question if we can pass it back.
But the difference is that Donald Trump, you're the one that is blaming Biden for what happened with inflation. But when we're showing, hey, COVID caused unemployment to go up, you don't blame Donald Trump. I can easily tell you none of that is Biden or Trump's fault. They can only deal with the cards that they're left with. And I don't believe it's either Trump or Biden's fault for inflation, but you do. You don't place any blame on Trump, but you place all the blame on Biden.
What has Kamala Harris done for America that you love?
What? She was VP. She did nothing. She couldn't do anything. She's a VP. VPs don't make policy decisions. They could suggest things, but ultimately the decision maker is going to be Biden. That's how it is.
Let's let Josh clarify his question there.
She has a long track record of public life, dating back into California as Attorney General, as a state's attorney. What has she done, or what policy positions has she advocated for that make you think she needs to be the next president of the United States?
Huh? Well, when I hear her talk and make policy positions of what she's going to do in the future, I like it a lot better than the weird dictator orange.
Yeah,
one.
no, it's objectively better. It's let me tell you why. So, like,
There's
she
also
has
numerous
advocated
economists
for
that show it's
actual
gonna be a better
policies,
economy.
though, that she wants
Okay,
to
let's let you
forgive
go.
medical debt for the American population. And when they asked Trump during the debate, what's his plan for healthcare, he says he has concepts of a plan.
That's not true.
Why do you want to be president?
Please,
That's not true. That never happened. Guys, he never said that. Guys,
please, again, I get the theatrics. It goes well with the poetry.
Nice
That's not what
gaslighting.
happened. What was asked was, he articulated specifically that he would not overrule Obamacare. And when asked what he would do to do that eventually, he said they have concepts of a plan. But he said he would not upset the status quo of Obamacare unless they had a better plan, which they're formulating concepts of. Compare that to Kamala Harris's answer on the town hall the other day when she said she can't be asked to give specific specific policy prescriptions because she needs to research it. She's been there for 4 years. The idea that, well, she was VP and therefore she couldn't do things is belied by her own words and Joe Biden's. Biden said she was integral to almost every one of his policies and was the last person in the room. We know that Biden has cognitive issues, which means that someone else was making these plans. And Kamala Harris has admitted, despite the fact that her party has said she's the person of change, that there's not one thing she could think of that she would have done different than Biden. She's promising to be the candidate of change and do all of these new policies, and yet her and the people that run her candidacy did none of those things when they were there for 4 years and gaslit people that there weren't problems that were significant with the economy, immigration, foreign policy, etc. I could continue if you all don't have anything to say.
He did say it then.
What's that?
He did say it. That he had concepts of a plan.
He said that the plan he's articulating for is the status quo. And if he was to change it, they have concepts if they had something that was better that they would lead to change.
Argues in favor of Obamacare? That's the status quo.
That is exactly what he said. He was asked specifically.
Wait, but he ran on but back in 2016 he ran on repeal and replace, and he only got rid of the individual mandate.
That's correct.
He never got this bigger and better healthcare plan that he promised.
That's absolutely true. You're right. One of the most ridiculous things that's, unlike you all, I will actually criticize Trump and Republicans. Yes, Republicans for years had said that they were going to run on repealing and placing Obamacare, and they were full of it. When they had the opportunity to do so, they didn't. Now, Trump at least got the individual mandate repealed, but we see from his track record and from his updated position that, yes, he is saying he didn't remove the entirety of Obamacare in 2016 through 2020, and he wouldn't do so now unless they had a concrete plan that they would formulate that would be something that was better. Now compare that to Kamala Harris. I'm glad that you're saying we must go back to 2016 and see what Trump ran on. Would you also agree that we must see what Kamala ran on in 2020?
No.
Why not? If you don't mind, why would you say that it's relevant to go back to what Trump said in 2016?
Because he was president during those 4 years.
Okay, so we saw how he governed and he didn't do those things. So why shouldn't we look at what Kamala said she would do in 2020?
He incited the insurrection. What do you mean?
What does that have to do with Obamacare? What does that have to do with Obamacare?
Yeah, going over Obamacare, he also argued for abolishing Obamacare. He consistently did that.
Again,
so you saying that he wants to keep the status quo, guys?
That's what he said.
Doesn't. He literally tried executive order after executive order to abolish the Obamacare system. He would continuously call it the Obamacare system and not what it's actually called, which is the Affordable Care Act. The reason why is because he wanted to demonize Obama and he wanted to demonize the system, even though it got millions of people affordable health care.
So I think Trump is allowed to flip-flop on maybe one thing because Kamala Harris is the apotheosis of a flip-flopper.
She's gonna mention fracking. Yeah, I know.
He's terrible.
Hey, what about this other thing that I wasn't talking about?
I mean, you literally just went to a whataboutism of inciting insurrection while we were talking about Obamacare.
Yeah, because you said, he didn't do any of these things, but he did.
What are you talking about? I asked you, did he repeal Obamacare? I said he didn't do these things.
He tried.
I said specifically he didn't repeal Obamacare. You talked about January 6th. Again, I would like to ask Classy, since he seems to at least be interested in a back and forth, which I appreciate, Classy. Why is it that we should look at what Trump ran on in 2016, despite the fact that didn't occur in the 4 years of his governance, but we shouldn't look at the promises of Kamala Harris from 2020, which is 4 years more recent? You said, no, we shouldn't look at what she promised there. Can you explain why we should look at Trump's claims in 2016, but not Kamala's in 2020?
Yeah, because I answered it already. He was president for 4 years and Harris wasn't.
So that would seem to mean that we should look at Trump's record because he was president. Right? Not what he ran on necessarily. So if he didn't successfully remove Obamacare in 2016 through 2020, and he's running on not attempting to remove Obamacare unless they formulate a plan that would be better for Americans, why should we say that he's going to remove Obamacare? Whereas Kamala, who ran on these things, real quick, Kamala, who ran on these things in 2020, and you're correct, wasn't president, means that she would have a chance to do these things now if she does become president. So why shouldn't we look at what she claimed she wanted to do in 2020?
Because over time, you're going to have to change your positions. I mean, it's normal for people to over time to change their positions to more moderate positions so they can appeal to a much wider audience. Plus, sometimes, once you're actually in power, or in her case, close to power, you realize that certain things just aren't feasible. You're not going to be able to ban fracking. That's just not going to happen.
She also voted about this in the book, right? She talked about this in her book during the 2020 presidential run. What?
That she plagiarized that book?
No, she wrote it. Anyway, so I don't know, it's kind of weird. So talking about her book, was arguing over what was happening in 2020 and made the comment about, say, for example, abolishing ICE, because she changed her mind, but really what she was doing was in reaction to what was currently happening, where they were literally physically separating children from their parents and putting them in separate cages. And so they actually showed this to be the case. And then they were like, okay, well, why is this happening? It was so bad that they actually had to do state sanctioned DNA tests because they couldn't figure out whose parent went to what kid. It was that bad. And so I could totally understand her position where she's like, oh, we need to abolish ICE during that moment. But obviously that's not feasible. And now here she is running as president. And so it's like, okay, you actually have to have feasible policies. So yes, it makes sense to change your position. Honestly, like if Donald Trump changed his position, I wouldn't like hold that against him. That's not a bad thing to like grow and learn more. And then now that you know more, you like change your mind.
You just did. You said he supports Obamacare and he didn't before, so you would judge him.
No, that's not what I said. That's what your interlocutor said, Josh. Rob Noor just said that he supported it, but then he didn't support it. The reality is that he never supported it. He said that he wanted to argue the status quo. However, the status quo is in fact the Affordable Care Act. So he's sitting there saying he wants to have the status quo, which is the Affordable Care Act, yet the antithesis seems to be the case. He held executive order after executive order to end Obamacare, and guess what? He's going to keep trying to do that because he doesn't like it. So and he's going to replace it with the concepts of a plan. What an amazing dude.
So again, we've talked about this specifically, right? And what you can see is you literally just proved Josh's point that he made to you, that he governed in 2016 to 2021, right? You said you wouldn't hold it against him if he changed his mind. You then say he said he's for the status quo, and then you say, but that can't be true because in 2016,
said, Rob,
that is not what I said.
Trump.
I said specifically, I don't know what to say. You're having trouble following the conversation. What I said was, he said that he's advocating for the status quo. You said, please, we're trying to be quiet while you talk.
Let's just let Rob clarify, what his question was earlier and his thoughts earlier, and then we'll let you respond.
It's becoming difficult because oftentimes we're making points here and you're making claims, and then we go base again.
All right, we're going to get pulled into a meta. Let's just go back into the argument if you don't mind.
Right. And so just like the argument before was 2020 crime tax 2023, what I said here was he said that he would defend the status quo. And Josh said, no, that can't be the case because of actions he took from 2016 to 2020. Then he later says, I wouldn't hold it against Trump if he changed his mind, which is exactly what he's doing. He's just saying Rob said it. But I would like to reference some of these things on the border. First off, when talking about kids being separated at the border, it was Obama that initially had these kids put in cages. The cages were built under him. Democrats didn't seem to care. In fact, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris said it was a human rights abuse for kids to be in cage. And quite promptly, when they came into office, we saw 6 times more kids in cage under them than we saw under Trump. In addition to that, we can see that ICE is admitting now that they've lost 300,000 children under the Harris-Biden administration because of their open border policies.
No, that's not true. That's not what happened, though. No, because you're I know what you're talking about. You're misrepresenting what they said. What they said it was like 291,000. They didn't show up to court dates. You're misrepresenting that. I know the article you're talking about.
Do they know where those kids are currently?
They just said they didn't show up to the court dates. That's it.
So would you agree that
sponsors?
Would you agree this is sort of how the process goes? Some of these children are sent to sponsors, etc., and then they're told you have to show up to court. And we agree the reasons for that would be very important. You want to make sure these kids are going to environments where they're taken care of, correct?
That doesn't mean that they're missing.
No, but I'm saying that's the reason. That's the reason that ICE needs to keep track of these children to make sure they're going to, because we know that ICE has admitted that some of these kids are sexually trafficked. So we want to make sure that these kids are safe, correct?
But I think you're misrepresenting what it said. It didn't say that they were lost or that they were missing. It said that they didn't show up to the court dates.
I feel like you're not answering the question, and you're sort of going.
I am answering the question. You're misrepresenting what happened.
No, so will you admit?
Because your premise is wrong.
So will you admit yes?
Misrepresenting what they said.
All right. Just let's let Classy explain what's going on over there. As I mean, admittedly, Rob and First Amendment, you guys have had quite a bit of floor time, so
apologies.
Go ahead. No, it's okay. Like I said, these are just natural things that happen in these conversations. Go ahead there, Classy.
Okay, so we're talking about the Department of Homeland Security, right? So they had a report that said 21,000 unaccompanied migrant children had not, as of May 2024, received a notice to appear in court. Additionally, more than 32,000 unaccompanied migrant children got a notice to appear, but then failed to show up for the immigration hearing case. But this is not the same thing to say that they are lost or missing. It's not an issue that these people are missing. It's an issue of just not having the proper paperwork, which I think that's maybe like worth criticizing, sure. But like you're making this into some weird like human trafficking thing, which is just like
Okay,
plainly
so
false.
I'll answer.
It's a JD Vance talking point.
I'll answer in the affirmative. I think Classy what it meant that we want DHS, ICE, etc. to be looking into these children because we know that they could be trafficking. And then the next step of that is, well, how will they do that? And they have to be able to monitor these children, and they have to show up to the appropriate hearings and such. You're admitting that 290,000 something haven't showed up to the hearing that have been scheduled to show up. That's what the data says. Now there's just a quibble for, are they lost? Well, I guess it's how you define lost. Would you admit this at least, that DHS doesn't know where those children are?
It doesn't say that they don't know where the children are. It just says they didn't show up to the court date.
But how would they know where they were if they're not meeting the appropriate benchmarks, such as court dates that they were coming to? Are they visiting them at the homes? Are they? Is there like? Can you explain to me what's happened if they know where they are?
Sorry. I don't have a response.
I love
So
how he's like
that's-
asking like these hyper specific statistics that there's no way you could possibly remember all of these very, very specific statistics. Yet when brought up the basic statistic as to whether or not crime fell, he still thinks that it went up, even though it went down.
All right, well, we came full circle, so I think this might be a good time to go into that Q&A there, guys, because we do have a lot of questions that have poured in, and I don't know about you, but you might also have some pouring to do yourself, whether you want to get yourself a beverage or use the washroom. Maybe take a moment there to our speakers, and thank you so much for being here. You guys aren't budging. So, I mean, speak now or forever hold your pee. That's how it goes over here. We are going to go into Q&A. So thanks again to all of our speakers for the lively discussion. I do my best to try to stay as far out of it as I can. But sometimes, people want a little space and, I do what I can to be as good as I
thought you
Mm-hmm.
did great. I
Thank you
enjoyed
so
it.
much, Rob. Yeah, no, this has been a lot of fun.
I think it's been really fun, and thank you for hosting this. I really appreciate you taking the time to host this. And it got a little spicy. I probably should have gotten some milk, because how spicy the debate got.
We should do a combination with that show Hot Ones and eat wings while we're
Yeah.
it'll be all right.
Oh man, no, I can't. No, I had like a tiny bit of wasabi on my sushi the other day, and I was like, oh my god, I gotta use this when I go out singing.
Yeah, it'll clear you up.
It cleared me out. It did. Just in here, up here, everybody. Don't get any crazy visuals. So yeah, let's jump to that Q&A. Thanks everybody who's already put in a question. We're gonna jump right into those questions. And I was just projecting, guys. It's actually me that needs to have a step out. So, who's Rich Purnell has a question for both parties. If Trump/Harris were not on the table, I will stick around for this one because this will be quick, I think, potentially. Who would you choose? So, yeah, let's start with you, Rob. Who would you choose if Trump and Harris were not on the table?
Trump was my third choice for the Republican primary. I preferred Vivek Ramaswamy or Ron DeSantis over him, so I would pick either of those two. JD Vance would also be a tremendous option.
All right, you got some thoughts over there, Josh? You're nodding your head.
Yeah. I really like Vivek. Coming as a person of color that immigrated to this country, I think he brings a very unique background and a unique perspective on things, and I really like kind of his laissez-faire, libertarian, moral ethic that he kind of brings to everything he does, and that's where I tend to lean more politically. I'm a libertarian. I'm all about live and let live. As long
Unless
as
they're trans,
I'm not,
right?
Unless they're transgender.
well, and he didn't let me finish. So can I finish?
Yes, go for it. That's fine.
They interrupt constantly. It's kind of hard to say anything.
Well, I'm glad you're all having fun, but go ahead, Josh. Sorry.
Unless what they're doing impinges upon someone else's right, such as a woman's right to be in a woman's locker room without a man there. And so I really like Vivek Ramaswamy, and I also do like some of the things Ron DeSantis has said. There are some things I disagree with him on.
All right. Hopefully that gave you a chance to think about somebody, because you were kind of at your chin for a second there. First Amender, who else would you prefer to see on the ticket?
David Pacman. There. David Pacman would be great. I like him. He's good. He's smart. He's not a moron. Yeah, I like people who aren't dumb. Like,
I can't do a David Pacman impression. I'm so sorry, Pacman. I can't. I don't know how I would. But go ahead there, Classy, Neurotic. Who would you prefer to vote for or have on the ticket?
I'm fine with the ticket. I mean, it's fine. I think Harris is a good choice. I think she has a really good record as vice president. I know you guys like to talk about that, like, oh, why did she do this as vice president? When like her role is either as a stand-in for president or being the tiebreaker because she's the president. And she actually has a record in being the tiebreaker, beating John C. Calhoun. Actually, I thought that was really interesting when I was like, researching for this debate. Actually, and like one of those votes was actually the Inflation Reduction Act. I don't know if you want me to give a meme answer. Maybe Steve Bono II would have been cool. I don't know.
All right, let's carry into the next question.
Pacman and Destiny. Wow, that's banger for modern day debate. Who do you want to see as president, Destiny or David Pacman?
David Pacman.
It's just
I wasn't
it's
expecting
just
that.
a fun question. Relax.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. It's all good. Kriegstyle says, for all, when choosing between incompetence and corruption, what side do you choose? Those are our choices. We give up freedom on both sides. Why argue so vehemently for the lesser of two evils? Actually, just get into our live audience. First Amenders sending out love to somebody. Thank you. Anyways, let's get into our votes.
I'm just super pro trans. I love trans people. They're great.
I'm sorry, I'm colorblind. I'm not sure. But anyways, modern day debate poll. If you guys have not voted already, right now we've got 401 votes. 45% are for Trump. That is the lead right now. 40%, 5% below that at Harris, and a whole lot of no one. I'm watching, eating popcorn and watching the dumpster fire. So that's 15%. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a new poll in our chat. One that's a little bit more broader, because I know some of the people that are in the chat just can't vote, so they're being pedantic. So I'll just say, who would you rather see U.S. president? So I'll close that in a second, guys. Trudek says, you did a great job, Amender. So they're sending out their love back to you. That's
Thanks, guys. I really appreciate it.
Trudek or Trudek. Maybe that's somebody that you know, but yeah, we always appreciate that. It's always nice. Chase Hatchet says, Trump is literally jealous of Hitler and wishes he had his generals. How do you defend that?
Well, I'm Jewish, so, to me, this anecdotal stuff that the left keeps bringing up, they're experts at twisting words and making things sound nefarious when they're not. I'm Jewish. These anecdotal things about Trump saying something that could be interpreted a certain way, I don't care. I want somebody that's going to run the country and run it right. And when you put their two resumes next to each other, Trump is by leaps and bounds ahead of Kamala Harris, and I could not care less if he made a comment about Hitler. Doesn't bother me.
It's a good thing you're not trans, right?
So I don't know what that comment was about, but also the problem with the question is it assumes that we know this statement to be truth. We do not. So think what you would have to know about this. First, you have to believe some anonymous people that haven't given their name to this story. Surprise, surprise, like every time Trump runs, or even Republicans, you can go back before Trump. Remember the binders full of women, all of the things that were said about Mitt Romney, who I have no love for. And there were similar things that were said, accusations going back for Republicans and even at some point Democrats, these October surprises that aren't sourced. Now we could take former Chief of Staff John Kelly specifically, who claims that Trump said things about this. Well, first off, Mike Pence, Chief of Staff that was in the room with him most of the time, said this is all garbage. It never happened. And second, what you would be forced to believe is that John Kelly, who left in 2018, felt so obliged to go to Jonah Goldberg at the Atlantic in 2020 to say, oh, and trust me, Trump said that soldiers that died were suckers and losers. And he felt so strongly about stopping another Trump presidency that he needed to say that. But But he did not say, oh, and by the way, he praised Hitler all the time. Instead, he waited 4 more years, and then it just immediately crossed his mind 2 weeks before an election. Oh, and remember, guys, he said Hitler was good. The story reeks of just blatant desperation, and it's another one of these accusations against Trump that there's no proof of. No one else heard it, but trust this one dude, bro. Trump says he likes Hitler, even though he did more for Israel by leaps and bounds than either Obama or Harris Biden.
All right, I have a feeling there's going to be some response on the other side. So if you would like to respond, we can have that and let Josh and Rob have the last word. So, Classy or First Amender, do you have any thoughts?
I mean, like, I don't know. I just feel like my interlocutor is just like a gish galloping king, and it's like insane that he can't stick on one point. And like even on like having to like hold his feet to the fire for an extended 20-30 minutes, he couldn't answer the question, and only until way later he could finally barely eke out an answer, which is crazy to me.
All right. Did you have any thoughts, Classy, before we give Rob and Josh the last word, or?
Yeah,
No? Okay.
just to anyone that's like watching this at home that lives in the United States and that's able to register to vote. Depending on where you state and where you live, if it's already past the deadline to vote, obviously you can't do anything. But if you're already registered, please vote. Do early voting, vote if possible. But yeah, please vote. This election is very important.
We'll get back to our question, though.
Can I just say,
go ahead,
Classy?
Rob.
I think Classy misunderstood. That wasn't like final statements. You meant anything to say on that specific question, correct, James?
Oh,
Or,
sorry.
I'm sorry.
I thought we were.
Yeah, I
thought we were
get
ending.
your confusion.
No,
Yeah.
we have
Okay.
quite a
Alright.
few questions left. Sorry, Classy.
No,
I'm
no
sorry
worries.
if you're.
I'll stay. I'm good. No,
I was
I'm
gonna
good.
say if you're in a hurry to leave or anything like that, I can rush them along. No worries.
No,
I
no,
did
no.
kind of.
I'm good. Sorry.
Okay, I did kind of steamroll over this one. We kind of forgot about it because we checked out the poll, and I think Josh and Rob were pretty happy that they were winning in the poll there. So I'm going to close that one out, and we're going to start up a new one. But Kruxal had asked, for all, when choosing between incompetence and corruption, what side do you choose? Those are our choices. We give up our freedom on both sides. Why argue so vehemently for the lesser of two evils? So yeah, let's start over with you, First Amender. So they're coming at you. Why do you argue for the lesser of two evils? And
I mean, I don't
choosing
perceive it that
incompetence and
way,
corruption?
but I mean, if you wanted me to work within your framework, I suppose I would say that like I would rather not the corrupt psychopath is probably my move. I mean, that's just me. At least then we'll have a like I can guarantee that we'll still have an America 4 years later, but I can't guarantee that for the corrupt guy. That's my issue.
All right, we'll ask you the same question there, Rob. Why argue so vehemently for the lesser of two evils when choosing between incompetence and corruption?
Well, again, I disagree with the premise of the question. I do not feel that Trump is either incompetent or corrupt. I think that metric goes to the establishment, and particularly Kamala Harris, who is both incompetent and incorrupt de facto because she's so incompetent that it's people running the show behind her. When you talk about whether or not we'll have a country in the next 4 years, remember, this is the exact rhetoric we heard from 2016 to 2020, which didn't result in any of the bad things. The record speaks for itself, as we were able to articulate throughout this entire debate. What I will say is platforms like Modern Day Debates and even the channels that you see like Classy Neurotic, if he has one, or First Amendment, Josh, who's been on things like with Alex Stein and, other debate channels, even people like David Pakman and Steve Bennell that was brought up, that all relies on protecting the First Amendment. And we could see a full-throated push by the establishment, including former Secretary of State such as John Kerry and Hillary Clinton, saying we need to reject the First Amendment. And we see proof that they've gone after what they call disinformation. And what do they mean by disinformation? Well, what the Harris-Biden administration means is anything that goes against the narrative they want to push. The biggest purveyors of disinformation have been mainstream media outlets that push disinformation on COVID, disinformation on the Russia collusion hoax, and will continue to say any uncited garbage, such as Trump said he likes Hitler and generals, or Brett Kavanaugh was someone who was doing some very heinous things. So, yeah, if you like modern day debates and if you like the ability to speak, it's actually the Democrats and Kamala that are more corrupt and want to stymie that.
All right. Well, we do appreciate free speech over here at Modern Day Debate, and we do offer everybody a chance to make their case here at Modern Day Debate. Thanks for the kind words for the platform there, Rob. And Classy Neurotic, yeah, same question. Why argue so vehemently for the lesser of two evils when choosing between incompetence and corruption?
Can I just say that like Trump is both incompetent and corrupt? I mean, we have a whole indictment about it. I highly recommend people read the 165-page Jack Smith indictment. I know like Trump's lawyers are like really scared of the facts, but and yeah, the Mueller report is also like really interesting though. Look, like
Yeah, go ahead.
we're not gonna agree with like everything. Actually, feel like I'm more in line with someone. I would prefer someone who wasn't as progressive as Harris. I would have preferred someone who's like maybe a little bit more moderate. And there are things about just like her policies I disagree with. But at the end of the day, I'm confident that under Harris we would still have a democracy. That she would respect the peaceful transfer of power. But when it comes to Trump, I don't think he will. And yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be interesting what we're gonna see.
All right, Josh, close us out on this one. Why are you so vehemently for the lesser of two evils?
Yeah, again, echoing everyone else, I'd reject the premise of that, but assuming arguendo that's the case. With Kamala, like my colleague said, her incompetence lends itself to corruption because she's nothing but an empty suit. This kind of ossified system that's been in place in DC with lobbyists can continue on. The border can go unchecked. Her incompetence is leading to corruption and destruction, and that includes destruction of free speech. I am a libertarian, as I said before, and so I value free speech, free expression, our First Amendment. And it really is Orwellian, and it scares me how we now have this whole disinformation narrative that is giving the government carte blanche to shut down and censor any speech that they think is disinformation. Now, lots of the time, as we've seen it borne out, those things that were labeled conspiracy theories or disinformation ended up being factual, but they were censored and those people were punished for it. This reeks and smacks of an authoritarian state. I don't like it. I will always fight for free speech. And that's why I feel like I am forced to vote for Trump, because at least a dialogue and a dialectic will be allowed, and we won't keep going down this road of censoring people that have views that go against the official narrative.
But Trump
right.
is not an authoritarian, right? Just
What did he do that was so authoritarian when he was in office from 2016 to 2020?
He closed down Lafayette Square just so he can have like this like really dumb like photo shoot quoting the Bible. No one's ever done that before, and he's also talked about like
all sorts of
mobilizing the National
authoritarian
Guard
crap.
to go down under radical left lunatics. Doesn't really seem like a free speech guy.
Okay, can I respond to that real quick? So you're talking about May 31st, 2020, when he went to St. John's Church and read the Bible? That's what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Well, the internal report showed that first, he had no part of that decision of what the Secret Service did. And secondly, wasn't that immediately after the left-wing insurrection that used Molotov cocktails to burn down federal buildings, to attack the White House, so much so that the Secret Service had to move Trump to a bunker, which Biden then later joked about and told Trump to go back to his bunker? Why are you okay with that insurrection?
Man, he's the king of Gish.
It's not insurrection though.
Why isn't it? They attacked
Because
the White House in an attempt to get to Donald Trump, that he was under threat to the point Secret Service had to move him to a bunker. Then you literally the next day, when Secret Service tried to protect him, you say that's authoritarian. Did you also think it was authoritarian when the National Guard set up after January 6th? Or when the New York governor sent the National Guard to subways in New York? Did you consider that authoritarian?
So regarding the whole Lafayette Square situation, though, the Secret Service, yeah, I mean it was pretty bad. It was pretty violent. I don't support no riots, but this is just not even like anything close to like what happened on January 6th. They like what put down like a temporary barrier. And like what did they have plans? Did Biden tell them that like, hey, we need to like kidnap Trump and like force him to like, I don't know, like
Many of the
give up
people,
keys, like
many of the people in the crowd on May 30th were saying that they wanted to harm Donald Trump. Unlike January 6th, they actually set fire to
Was January
governmental.
6th peaceful?
Please let me finish. They actually set fire to a governmental building, and we actually saw the leader of the Democratic Party, the de facto leader Joe Biden, mock Trump for that. Trump, to
Was it
my knowledge,
peaceful?
never mocked the people like the Congress people, etc., that were fearful on
Well,
January
he said
6th.
so what when
Was it
learning
peaceful?
that people were gonna say like hang Mike Pence. So like He doesn't even care about his own people.
That's-
I don't know what you would
So
bring that
first
up.
off, it's innuendo that he said so what. Second, those people clearly weren't going to hang Mike Pence. We had an entire summer.
But they
of
literally
rhetoric.
brought out the
Please.
guillotines. What are you talking about? We have
They-
footage.
They didn't have the guillotine. They had a gallows.
Oh,
That gallows was
okay.
literally made with basically.
I'm sorry.
Let me finish.
Okay.
That gallows clearly was incapable of literally hanging a person. It literally had like that cheap nylon rope that you get that wouldn't be able to hold an adult human. And actually, you could see that an adult human wouldn't have been able to fit underneath that gallows. It was a prop, just like we saw things in effigy of Trump being killed over and over and over again with the left. We actually saw violence on the left that was supported more so by. Let me ask you this: if Trump would have pushed a bail fund for the people on January 6th, do you
Oh,
think
you're
that
gonna
would have been?
mess. Oh, the Minnesota Freedom Fund. Come on. No, I'm not gonna answer.
Guys,
that.
was it
That's
peaceful?
BS.
Was it peaceful?
No, there was definitely
Oh,
violence
my
on January
God.
6th. I'm willing to condemn violence.
Yeah, no
Unlike the left.
crap. It wasn't peaceful.
All right,
Was,
But I'm
nobody-
not
was
gonna
May
sit there and
30th
argue
peaceful?
whether or not
Was May
something-
Nobody
30th
can see
peaceful?
your full screen. If you want to do a
Let's have
share
it peaceful.
screen, we
Hmm?
can't see quite
Minnesota Freedom Fund
everything.
doesn't
you're
even
No,
showing.
you're
compare
good.
to
You're
January
good. I
6th.
just
I-
wanted to label
real
the fact
quick,
that
I
it was
answered-
in fact a violent insurrection.
I
For sure
answered-
it was. Like the footage is all there. Like
I answered
the
First
reality
Amendment's
is that
question.
There's people who are like pro facts, and then there are people who are like
No.
anti facts who wants to sit there and pretend that it wasn't an authoritarian. telling
I
his
don't know what to say.
sycophants
I
to
don't know
go
what to
towards
say.
the
He
flame.
asked a question specifically, was it peaceful? I said no, there was violence, and then he says, oh, he won't say there's violence. He's just going off in a speech. I asked you a question. Was May 30th the insurrection against Trump that sought to get into the White House using Molotov cocktails, forcing Trump to be removed to a bunker? Was that peaceful?
May 30th?
May 30th,
I'm
2020.
not aware of that.
Right, you're
I'm
not.
not
Don't
aware.
you think that's interesting? When Trump's life was threatened by left-wing mobs, the media didn't deign to
What?
report
I'm
on.
against that as well. No
Was it peaceful?
Democrat is going to be in favor of killing Donald Trump.
Then
I'm
why?
sorry.
Then why didn't the Democrats demand an investigation? And why did Joe Biden mock Donald Trump for having to be moved to a
What?
bunker?
I guarantee you, if there was an attempt at Donald Trump's life, if you think that there is no investigation, that would be crazy. I would be amazed to see that.
The
Over the
investigation.
I have
last
a-
4
I have a
years,
feeling that that's not the case.
over the
Also,
last
by the way, just a side note there, Josh, you called yourself a libertarian. I used to be a libertarian. I got news for you. If you are anti-trans, you are not a libertarian.
All right,
well,
Josh.
I am.
I'll
I'm
tell
for
you
women
that.
being
You're not a
able.
libertarian.
Well,
You're not.
I am. I'm for women.
No, you're not.
being-
Trust me, you're not.
Can I talk? I'm for women being able to be in places unbothered and unmolested by biological men, where men aren't trying to invade their spaces,
molesting
where they're
women?
not being erased by biological men.
Who's
This is
molesting
just
women?
very basic science. And the
Trans
fact that
women molesting women?
you're constantly trying to talk over me, and I think you're just coming off horribly to everyone watching. It's
I don't care.
obvious you're very infantile and puerile, not only in your
I
origin
I will agree that it
or
does seem
lack
like
thereof, but just in your ability to have a civil discussion. You talk and you monopolize the time, and when someone just tries to even answer your question, you constantly interrupt and try to talk over them. So I believe that my belief in libertarianism is congruent with my belief that biological men should not be invading women's spaces. In fact, I believe that's a prerequisite to my libertarianism. You cannot have libertarianism or freedom of choice if women are having their consent overridden by biological men. So yes, I do believe that biological men should not be in female spaces. We should respect females and
Right.
women's consent. And I,
I
think
will
that
I
is
will just jump in
congruent
just
with
because
libertarianism.
we could go down a whole other sphere here, and that's totally fine. We've got no problem exploring
I just wanted to
those.
answer his question. He asked the question I've been talking about 8% of this entire time. So I wanted to dedicate, 1 minute to respond to his question.
Yeah, that's no problem at all. And I definitely want to say that if this is something that you guys want to revisit and focus on for
He
another.
asked the question. He keeps asking it. I just thought I'd answer it, and I think I did.
Yeah, so that's I am saying that we can revisit this at a later date with you guys, and let's try to
He's obsessed with it, not me.
let's try to focus on what we got here at hand. So no worries there, Josh. I'm not trying to pick on anybody, but I totally get what you're saying here. And if you want to have any more time on the floor, that's totally fine as well. Like I said, I want to be fair. But yes, I have a new poll up. It's Trump or Harris. Pretty straightforward. We got 61% voted for Trump. It's 39% for Harris so far. So let us know what you think personally right now. And let's get into the next question. And thank you again to our panel. Nominal says men's for Kamala. Why did 51 former intelligence officials sign a letter that the laptop was Russian disinformation. It doesn't seem trustworthy, in my opinion.
That's for Classy and First Amendment, I believe.
Yes.
Yes.
So they're saying for the Kamala side, why did 51 former intelligence officials sign a letter that the laptop was Russian disinformation? It doesn't seem trustworthy.
I don't know off the top of my head. I would have to research that information. I don't know.
But they were wrong. They were wrong, and it wasn't disinformation.
I don't know. I don't know what the information.
No, we know
is.
it wasn't disinformation.
I look at the facts. I don't look at like this weird partisan argument. Right?
If I may,
I just look at the situation as is.
If I may, since they don't know about it, if I may, Chuck Schumer told us why. When Trump won but was yet to be sworn in, Chuck Schumer admitted on Rachel Maddow's show in 2016 that because Trump criticized the intel agents, that they would find, quote, 6 ways from Sunday at getting back at him. For example, we know the FBI illegally spied on Trump's team, accusing him of colluding with Russians, and they used, in order to spy on him, evidence that was obtained by the Hillary Clinton team, which they got by colluding with a Russian spy named Igor Dushenko, or a suspected Russian spy named Igor Dushenko. When you talk about the intel agencies, the FBI, etc., it is clear that they've done things such as a bare minimum illegally spied on Trump. 51 former agents signed off on that on that letter saying that the Hunter Biden laptop was fake, which affected the 2020 election. Polling shows that even Democrats admitted that as many as 1/3 of them would have voted differently had they knew that laptop was real. That would have been enough to swing the election. The intel agencies that you trust so vehemently have basically declared war on Donald Trump, which is the biggest example of corruption. Trump and Harris will eventually be gone, but a corrupt FBI and intel agencies will remain for the rest of our lives, and we need to fight back against them as they attempt to censor political candidates and the rest of us.
All right. Any other thoughts on the panel before we move into the next question? No. All right. That was great. Thank you so much. And we're gonna move into a question from Bonds. Says, Amender, how is having a negative? What is this? What does that mean? Cancel tilt affect you in your daily life? Thanks for the debate.
A negative what tilt?
Cancel? It's CANTHAL. I don't know what this word is.
I could be wrong. I think they're talking about maybe the tone of your voice or an inflection. I don't know, though. That's my best guess.
Oh, well, either way.
I sleep at night just fine. Things feel pretty good. My life is pretty good. I'm doing all right.
Feeling good. That's great. Wholesome Joe, speaking of the wholesome feelings that we're experiencing here at Modern Day Debate, just tuned in. What cope did we pick for January 6th? Array Epps, open magnetic doors, Hillary's emails, Pelosi, Antifa, semantics. What did the MAGA choose now? So he's saying that you're picking from the hat, talking points for January 6th. So, I'll hand it over to you, Rob. You're done.
Yeah, no problem. I can address that. One, we correctly assumed that people like the person that asked this question and our opponents would choose to not look at the actual facts and the records of things that concern Americans and instead lament about January 6th. This is done by people that did not care about corruption, such as the illegal spying from Democrats through the FBI on Trump when they were upset about the loss of the 2016 election. They also, you could see how Classy poo-pooed the fact that Kamala Harris, when there was actually insurrections occurring across this country, by the way, I don't believe they're insurrections, but using the same justification that January 6th was one, these insurrections that occurred around the country that were far more severe than January 6th, she actually promoted a bail fund for the people that burned down a police station. So we talked about that. And I'd be happy, like I've done many times, to talk to people that specify on this exact topic and be able to actually push back on it. For example, we could see that Captain Sun, who was tasked with defense on January 6th, says that it was actually people in official capacity, such as the Sergeant at Arms that answered directly to Nancy Pelosi, that refused to allow him to have proper security for the reasons of optics. So January 6th is a red herring. Of course, there was violence that occurred that day and should be condemned. But unfortunately, Democrats led that to being inevitable by having security be lax that day and by gaslighting America to thinking that violence is the answer when they either defended or stood by and did nothing as the left committed violence while the rest of us were locked down in the entire summer of 2020.
All right, let's chew on there. Did you have any thoughts, Classy or First Amender?
Not really.
No, not feeling that one there, Classy. We can move on.
Sorry, one more time. What was the question?
So it was more of a response to what Rob may have just put out there, but they were saying basically
I mean, the dude
what
Gish
were your
Gallup's like 12 points. Like, I don't know what to
Pick
they're
one
talking about
that I'm
January
on.
6th, so they're talking about like what are your responses for January 6th? So he just presented.
Okay, fair enough. So yeah, I mean, January 6th to me, like from what I observe, it's basically a scar in what is the peaceful democratic processes. I don't believe that Donald Trump should be anywhere near power, especially considering that he has basically created situations where, I mean, hell, I mean, he would write a single tweet and destroy decades worth of diplomacy. That happened when he decided that he wanted to move the embassy over to Jerusalem. For anybody who doesn't know, I'm sorry, I'm moving off topic on the point. The point is, he shouldn't be anywhere near power. He is specifically has created this vitriolic stance that, I mean, I will take any milk toast Democrat. Hell, I would take a dead dog over Donald Trump. I absolutely would. I would go that far.
What
Can
a
can I
strange thing.
can I ask
No.
just a real quick question if you don't mind? You mentioned like I think it's
Good talk.
ironic we're saying that Trump supports Hitler, and then you mentioned him moving the embassy to Jerusalem, which Israel really liked. So I'm just curious, First Amender, in the Israel-Palestine conflict, are you of the camp that Israel's committing genocide and
Yes,
that
they are committing genocide.
so
That's
it's
correct.
interesting. It's interesting that I think I'm not taking a stance on that issue, but I think it's funny that the person that's going to be vehemently against Israel is criticizing
I'm
Trump
not
from
against
allegedly.
Israel. I'm anti Netanyahu.
Okay, so but that's saying that
You need to
Israel right
understand that
now
my
is
position
committing
is a lot more
genocide.
complex than just like
It's
this.
going
Oh,
to
he's
say
a
that
left winger, so
it's
he
going
probably
to say
thinks
that
left-wing
Israel's
things.
committing genocide is going to believe someone
Yes,
and think it's so
Netanyahu is
serious
creating
like
genocide.
John
Oh, right.
Kelly that says
Another
that Trump
debate.
likes Hitler. So
Another debate that we can, like I say, visit there, guys. You got all kinds that we could get into, but we're gonna carry into another super chat. So thank you so much to everybody who's put into the super chats. You guys are putting into voting for our poll as well. We'll review that shortly. So thank you to everybody in our live chat. We are doing super chats right now. So if you have any questions for any of our speakers, now is the time to get it in. They are entertaining these chats right now. So a big thank you to all of our speakers for once again coming out and entertaining you guys and answering your questions. We really do appreciate it here at Modern Day Debate, and I hope you find it valuable as well, our speakers. So, Fat Ass Dogs asks the question. Would you vote for a fat ass dog first amender? Because he's in our live chat.
Sorry, what
Yes,
was this
the answer
question?
is
Sorry,
yes.
what?
The answer is
Sorry,
always
no,
yes.
no,
Yes.
no, just
Yes.
ask. All right, so question
was
to the
Yes.
supporters. If Kamala Harris is a trustworthy leader when it comes to the border, then why did she support abolishing ICE in 2020? And would you guys support that position?
Gotcha.
Well, the good
So,
thing is she never did. So yeah.
well, I mean, I'm looking up. I that information that is in fact the case. She did say that in 2020. Yeah, I mean, I don't support that. At the same time, I think that like we need to reproach not using 12th century solutions for 21st century problems. I think we need to look at what our amnesty policy is and just make it easier to become a citizen or easier to get a green card. Then you're just going to have a lot less illegal immigrants. I mean, if voting is the concern, like, oh, they're gonna all vote Democrat, even though like there's lots of Mexican immigrants that are absolutely voting Republican, and same thing with Cubans. So like we don't have to deal with the xenophobia. They work really hard. Why not just have like a decent amnesty policy so we don't have to deal with this stupid wall nonsense that literally can be circumvented by just paying a $500 plane ticket and a tourist visa. And you could either also pay for cartel coyotes to make it across the border. There's a lot of ways to get to the border, and a wall doesn't really fix that problem.
if I could
Let's
respond,
let Josh respond. I think
go ahead,
Josh,
Josh, if you want.
Josh was making some physical cues there. He's got some
Rightfully so.
thoughts. Go ahead there,
Well,
Josh.
I just think, and I realized who First Amender reminds me of in talks like it's Steve Buscemi. I think that's maybe who people are thinking of. But I just wanted to say
Buscemi, yeah.
he throws throws out there xenophobia, transphobia. Me and my colleagues said at the beginning that what they were going to do is launch ad hominem attacks on people. They were going to call them bigots. They were going to say Trump was
call it what it is.
They were going to say Trump was just another Hitler. We predicted all of this and exactly how they were going to talk.
Because he is.
And they've done it. But just because a policy or something militates against the interest of someone who's Latin America or someone who says they're trans, it doesn't ipso facto mean that thing is in fact transphobic or xenophobic. And so they're just really experts at trying to dodge the issues, deflect from the issues, and then launch an attack and say something is xenophobic or transphobic. And I'm sure other people are noticing that.
And First Amendment, can I just real quick, just to clarify your position, you agree with Kamala Harris that says her values haven't changed, correct?
No, her values change all the time. It's fine.
So she's lying? She's lying when she just announced at the debate that her values haven't changed?
Based on what time scale, Rob?
She's being asked specifically about her commentary in 2020. And she says...
Wait, you said it from 2020 to
correct.
2024 then?
Yes, and she said in 2024...
Okay, so what policy are you referring to?
Let me finish. When asked about, in general, the changing of her policies, she said, quote, "My values haven't changed." Do you think she was lying when she said that?
I don't believe a mistake is a lie, but do you think Donald Trump lies?
No, that's not. I understand the deflection. I'm just trying to ask
It's
something
not
specific.
no, it's not a.
It
it's not a
is a
deflection.
deflection because I don't think she did lie. I think she's being honest. She says when asked, she's like, "Look, Classy, tell me if I think I'm trying to steal, man. What you said earlier was, well, she's just learned more. It's not that her values have changed. She just now understands that certain things are practical and things in the past may not have been. Correct? That's sort of what you were saying. But you don't think her values have changed, correct?
I don't think her values have changed.
Okay, so you're different from First Amendment here, who just seems to want to be difficult and argue for the sake of arguing. So given that, if her values haven't changed, as she said is her official position now, if her values led her to want to dismantling ICE, and the only thing that's keeping her from that at this point is she can't, is that something we should support?
Your statement is so broad. You're saying her values changed based on what? But what exact speech are you referring to?
I'm referring
my
to...
position hasn't changed. On what? What is she talking about? In general, I would probably say in general, yeah, that would result in something being different for another. Like, what is this argument?
Okay, the vagueness of it is because this is Kamala Harris's word. You're right to be confused.
You're making the argument.
It's not that I'm
not
making
Kamala,
an argument.
am I talking to Kamala right now?
I am articulating what Kamala's argument was. Her argument was that the reason when asked about changing so many policies, she said, well, my values haven't changed, and then gave this vague platitude that didn't explain what policy positions have changed.
Okay, so it's not her statement, it's her values.
It's
That's
her
correct.
statement
her values
that her values haven't changed. That's her statement.
Her values have not changed. That would be correct.
But you just said that wasn't correct.
That they had.
No, because a value isn't a statement. That's not necessarily the same thing.
I think you're confused. I'll ask one quick question. This is a simpler one. You said that walls don't work. Kamala Harris used to agree with you, but now she's saying part of her plan is building a wall. Do you condemn that?
Not necessarily. If it will placate ridiculous Republicans, then fine. Go ahead and build the stupid wall. I mean, are you going to make the wall 40,000 feet tall so that way we can stop planes from coming over in traveler visas? What are you arguing? Assume there is a wall. Assume that you can just eminent domain every single bit of land, which, by the way, you're already going to deal with a problem there. Assume that you get all of that and you get all your eminent domain, you destroy all of that habitat, and you screw over all of the Native Americans that have areas that have ownership over that land. Okay, now what, right? You've created your wall. They're coming over in tourist visas. What did you accomplish?
Okay, like we could talk about the effect of the wall, but I don't think that's germane to the topic I'm talking right here.
Oh my God.
What we're talking about is, okay, let's say that you're right that the wall's bad for all the aforementioned you just said, eminent domain, taking land away from people. Kamala supports the wall.
I think you broke him, Rob.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I just said Kamala now supports the wall, and you were like, sure, whatever, and then gave a bunch of reasons the wall was bad.
To placate ridiculous Republicans that keep wanting this stupid 12th century solution to 21st century problems. Yeah, so, just to get the Republicans to shut up.
So I just want to be clear. You're for her plan to spend millions of dollars on
I
a
am
wall
for
with
spending
let me
billions of
finish.
dollars to shut you up on this point.
So you're for spending these millions of dollars that she's suggesting, which will lead to all the harms you talked about: eminent domain, taking land away from people, that'll be easily circumvented by just flying over a sting. You're for all of that, all of those horrible harms that you outline, if it means, quote, to shut up Republicans. You're for
Yes.
all of those. Okay.
Yes.
You're an unserious
Then they'll stop
person.
talking the silly points. Yes. And then we can actually talk about serious, actual things that actually matter and not dumb border wall crap. Yes.
All right, let's well, we got another round of Q&A coming up here. We've got a lot more questions coming in, so we are a little bit more than halfway through, but I will let you know we've been over 30 minutes of doing this. So if you guys do want to take a second to step out, I can do some housekeeping, or if you guys want to stick around, that's totally fine. We can just carry on. Yeah, you guys sometimes make me, I mean, this is as much grace as possible. I sometimes feel very fortunate to be here in Canada when you guys are talking about all these things. It sounds like you got quite the situation on your hand. But yeah, me and Gandalf pipe over here might have a date after this one. You guys are wild. All right, go ahead there, Josh.
Yeah, so I was just wondering, I have another interview and I was told this ended at 9. So, well, 10 your time, 9 my time. I was wondering how much longer it goes for.
Well, I got another 30 minutes on the clock that I was going to set here just to get us through. But if you need to move quicker, we can get through.
If you have to head out, Josh, you've been excellent. And we'll talk soon, and I can take care of the questions.
Under the impression it was those 2 hours, and so I have something else that I have to do. So.
Oh, right now. Okay, that's no problem then. Well, we do appreciate you being here. If you need to step out now, if that's where you need to go. But did you want to have like a 1-minute closing before you head on out there, Josh?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Well, I'll give you 1 minute on the floor, and you can let everybody know where they can find you, your thoughts on the discussion, and yeah, thanks again, Josh, for coming out. It was a pleasure to host you.
Well, thank you so much. I want to thank Modern Day Debate for having me on. I want to thank all the other speakers here today. I had a great time. I think this is exactly what America needs. I think we need more open discussion. I think we need more civic debate. And I think it's okay for us all to disagree. I think it was still very productive. And I think that's what we need to bring back in this country. We don't need to censor people. We don't need to label people that have differences of opinions. Some kind of a slur. It's okay to have civil debate and to disagree with each other. And I had a fantastic time tonight. People can find me on Twitter at Josh_Sider or Instagram at JoshSiderOfficial. And I'm looking forward to a lot more discussions. And I can't wait to come back on here and debate with some other people.
Awesome. Well, you got it, Josh. We look forward to seeing you again. You have yourself a great evening, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you, Josh. You were great, man. Thanks so much.
Thanks, buddy. So are you. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah.
All right, let me fix up our screens, everybody. All right, there we're all normal again. Our faces were all over the screen for our audience for a second there, but we're back. No worries. We're going to carry into the next round of the Q&A, and thank you so much, Rob, for taking up for your side. And yeah, we'll have Classy and First Amender here versus Rob for the second part of the Q&A. So I'm sure Classy and First Amender will be kind and let you have some space there to get your thoughts out. Wholesome Joe asks, did he have a concept of a plan for ACA in 2016?
Yeah.
Thoughts over there, Rob?
So the first thing, one of the worst things about Obamacare was the individual mandate. For example, what Obamacare ended up doing was you said you had these pool of people that were using healthcare that were paying a lot. Then you had a pool of people that were using healthcare that weren't paying. Then you had a pool of people that weren't using healthcare. And what the individual mandate was force people that weren't using healthcare to pay for it or else suffer a penalty come tax season. And in general, the people that aren't using healthcare the most are young people. So I had a lot of friends that were excited they were going to get free healthcare that never used it. And all of a sudden they found themselves either having to pay for healthcare or they had to pay this fine on their taxes. And so by removing that individual mandate, I think that was something that was good. But I will admit that although they had a plan that focused more on private exchanges and having state-to-state competition, they absolutely deserve criticism for being unsuccessful in accomplishing that. However, he was quite clear that he does not plan on repealing Obamacare this time unless they're able to work together with Republicans and, to that matter, enough Democrats, depending on how this election goes, to be able to legislatively pass something different.
All right, any thoughts on the other side, or do you want to carry on?
I'm good.
All right. Oh my. You know what? Somebody in my live chat actually just alerted me. I can't believe it. Like, just one of these moments, it's like, holy lightning shit. I forgot entirely. Hit the like button if you guys haven't already. You see, it's been a couple weeks since I've been here. I might be off my rocker just a little bit. I've been busy every weekend just screaming at people for money, living that rock star life. I've been growing out my hair and everything. I have to have something to bang around. It's been great. But yeah, so if I seem a little off my game, don't mind me. Hit the like just for Rye because, he's off his ball. All right. Thank you so much to all of our speakers and also all of our super chatters. So we got more questions. Wholesome Joe says preemptive before the GOP control Congress.
Now? Is that so? I assume that was probably a question that was earlier in the debate, maybe when we were talking about the border. Is that correct?
I would imagine if you guys want to kind of try to jog our memory.
And I'll leave both you give your thoughts on it. It's an interesting criticism that I think you could levy at Trump, that when he first came into office in 2016, one of the things that is an albatross around his neck is the buck does stop with him to some extent. And from 2017 to 2019, they did have a Republican Senate, House, and presidency. And so a lot of the promises that were made in 2016 that didn't come to fruition, you have to say, why is that the case? Now, I think that a lot of Republicans really weren't on board with a lot of his agenda because they're more of establishment Republicans that didn't like that. So I'm up for that criticism. However, unfortunately for Harris, the same criticism could be made of her and Biden from 2021 to 2023. All of the things she's promising now, and she's admitting she wouldn't have done things different than Biden. They controlled the House, Senate, and the presidency then, and they were unable to accomplish any of this. In fact, gaslighting people that the economy was doing great, the border was doing great, foreign policy was doing great, and they only started talking about these things once it was an election year and then sought to blame Republicans.
Any thoughts on the other side, or do you want to carry on?
Sorry, what was the question?
Yeah, what
one
was
more
the
time?
prompt?
Yeah, we can go back to the prompt. Like I say, usually it's a response to what you just heard, but yeah, we'll just remind you of what we had there.
I'd
So
love to
preemptive
respond to
before
he just gish gallops like 12 points and I have to like write down all of it and then what do I discuss, like all 12 points? Like it's crazy.
Can I like say something about the mandate though? I think it's really interesting. So like the mandate, it's one of those things where it's like it's not a popular policy, but my understanding it, the reason why you had a mandate is because it's supposed to help keep healthcare costs down. So interesting enough, so I live in Massachusetts, and I didn't know this about recently, but Massachusetts actually had their own individual mandate years before the ACA Act, and it actually significantly helped reduce the cost of healthcare. And you can actually see people, not just like people who like got like employer insurance, or people who just like went into the market and just bought healthcare on their own. Like their costs actually went down because if you notice, a lot of these like healthcare systems, they insurances companies, they tend to like span many states. They're really large. So the more people you have, the more people you sign up for them, the easier it is for them to kind of like manage this data. So this actually helps keeps costs down. So there are a lot of like laws out there that they're not really popular with the general population, but they're actually pretty effective. Like they do. A similar thing would be maybe like certain laws like regarding like mandatory like union membership. But yeah.
And just to be clear, under Harris Biden, healthcare costs have gone up almost every year as well. And they could have reinstated the mandate, correct, when they controlled the House,
if only
the
we
Senate.
could just strengthen the Affordable Care Act.
Why didn't they? That's a good question. Am I incorrect? Am I incorrect, Ryan? The question, the original
they've
prompt
done
was
exactly
sort of,
that. They plan on continue doing that. However, Republicans are currently in the pockets of lots and lots of insurance companies, so they have a vested interest to ensure that they do not get the things that they need passed. However, even despite that, they still pulled that off to some extent, but more work needs to be done.
Okay, I'll give you a chance to change your answer if you like. My specific question was, when they controlled the House, the Senate, and the presidency, why didn't they reinstate the mandate? And you said they have. Are you sticking to that?
They have bolstered the Affordable Care Act, which was my original position.
But they didn't reinstate the mandate. Why didn't they? If it's good.
I don't know what you're talking about. What mandate?
Classy, do you understand what I'm talking about by the mandate?
I understand what you're talking about,
Are you
but I
talking
mean, I
about
would
the
have to look
tax?
into why they didn't install the mandate.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah,
It's
I
okay,
Are you
mean,
First
talking
Amender.
about
You
the?
no,
Are you
I get
talking
it.
about the
The
Are you
mandate
talking
that
about
said
the tax?
yes, and I understand you can't keep up with the conversation Classy and I are having. I was directly responding to him, so no problem whatsoever.
Nice ad hominem. All right, cool.
Okay, let's
I like
carry
that
into the next.
demonization. It's good.
Oh, you guys are having fun. I hope you're
I'm
having
having
fun
a
anyway.
blast. That's
I was
good.
gonna say it's all in the spirit of good debate. I hope so. Anyways, you guys, I don't want to get into this this after Zoom chat and really have you guys biting each other's head off. No, I think if they wanted to do that, they'd do that on screen, guys. These guys are better behaved than they want to let you believe. Lunatic Thinker asks, and this is a big one. Says question for Rob GPT. Oh, they're coming at you spicy right off the bat. Is there any reason why someone forced to run with a different VP because only a handful of the people who worked with him endorses him, excluding his previous VP obviously should be trusted.
First, love the Rob GPT comment. The cope from the Destiny Rage Quit Wikipedia Warrior fans is always sublime, so appreciate that. Second, yeah, just like with Kamala Harris, who had like a 90% turnover rate with people that worked with her, it's true. A lot of people that worked with Trump actually ended up disliking him. That's because one of the things Trump bragged about is actually one of his weaknesses, and he deserves criticism. He bragged, I put the best people around me. He did not. He is someone who was running against the establishment, and much like Chuck Schumer said, they would find 6 ways from Sunday at getting back at him. What he found was that the people he put in that had, quote, expertise to be in these cabinet positions were people that were antithetical to him actually making significant changes. For example, we could see the military brass deign to lie to him when he decided on a correct policy, which was to bring troops back from Syria. And yet they lied about the amount of troops that were there so that they could keep troops there. So yes, it's true. There were people that disliked him that were more pro-establishment. They leaked against him in illegal ways. They tried to sabotage him in illegal ways. And there are certainly some that may not like him. That has happened in other administrations where there are individuals that leave disgruntled and don't particularly like someone. So that's okay. It's irrelevant to the greater issue that we're talking about, that a Trump presidency, we could see his record was far superior than Kamala Harris, who admitted she wouldn't have done anything better than Biden.
Yeah, still coronavirus. But anyway, do you think that there's anything that do you think that there's any validity behind the things that people have said that were a member of his cabinet and left?
Sure.
Is there any validity?
Yeah, that's a very broad statement. I'm sure many things that they said would be, for example, they may have said Donald Trump is surly. There absolutely could be validity to that. Do you have anything specific that you want to ask?
The best thing to argue is that he's surly?
No, you asked me a general question. Do I think anything, the criticism they had could have been true? Of course, some of the criticisms could have been true. Do you have something specific you'd like to ask me?
No, not really.
Okay.
You guys got it. Let's carry into that next question. Thank you so much from our super chatters and to our panel for answering your questions. Let's see here. Sorry, Emily A. They had said, Josh, will you marry me? Your voice brings me so much joy. Unlike the Kamala campaign, key, they say. Sorry, Emily, if I would have seen that a little sooner, I would have let Josh know about your wholesome affections for one such as himself. But I'll pass that along. Let's see. Fat Ass Dogs strikes again. Let's see. Another question to the Harris supporters. If Joe Biden is a good president, then why is he dishonest about his mental health and refuses a cognitive test?
I think that's a fair point. I think, like, to Rob's credit, I think the Democratic Party has like kind of gaslight us on like Biden's mental state, and I think it was like a huge concern. I'm glad that like in the end, the DNC kind of got their shit together and pressured him to drop out, and now we have Harris. So yeah. But
Do you mind if
Trump's
I
also?
Do you mind if I
Okay,
ask
go
you a couple
ahead.
questions? Oh, go ahead. Sorry, First Amendment. I didn't mean to.
When I first, was looking at Biden, I was almost certain that Biden would have been just fine debating with Donald Trump. Obviously, that's not the way it went down, right? I'm perfectly capable of understanding that, yes, he's got cognitive decline. Yes, that's correct. And it was correct for the Democrats to try to get him to step down, and even with high pressure, I'm perfectly okay with that. I understand the necessity of this, right? And so now we have the oldest candidate to ever run for president currently on the Republican side, right? So if you can levy that criticism towards Biden, if you are unpartisan, you ought to be able to levy that criticism towards Trump.
But it's clear, as you admitted in the debate with Trump, clearly Trump had the cognitive ability to debate and Joe Biden didn't, correct? You seem to
No,
acknowledge that.
you had the lowest common denominator versus the slowly, like just slightly above the lowest common denominator.
Also, quick
which is
comment though,
apparent with
because
the Kamala which is apparent with the Kamala Trump debate.
quick comment
Go
though.
ahead there, Klaus.
Biden did terrible in the debate, but I just thought it was kind of funny though that no one like really took notice when Trump called Biden a dumb Palestinian. I thought that was kind of funny.
Just a couple questions, like Classy or First Amendment, you can answer. One, do you think that the Democratic Party, and in particular Kamala Harris, knew about Biden's cognitive issues before that debate?
Yes.
And so are you comfortable voting for someone that intentionally lied to the American people?
Yes.
Lastly, as Democrats, which I think you both are, let's assume that Trump wins
not.
for a sec. Oh, I'm sorry. But you're voting Democrat, correct, in this election?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as someone, let's say that you both clearly dislike Trump and don't want to see him in office. That's a fair statement, right? Would you, given that the Democratic Party, including Kamala Harris, allowed the primary to go through, which was a de facto victory for Joe Biden, telling the American people it was cheap fakes that he had cognitive decline, and then only forced him out of office after the primary, ensuring that Democratic voters didn't get their will. If Kamala Harris loses because she was basically the worst possible candidate to replace Biden for, will you be furious that your democracy was subverted by Kamala Harris and the Democrats that didn't allow you to have a vote in the primary?
What that happens in any primary.
No, that's not true. Can you name me another?
That happens in lots of primaries where
that's
they select their candidates. Like
okay, if it happens all the time, you'll be able to give me one example. Can you give me one example of when the entire party knew that someone had cognitive decline to the point where they were incapable of running for office, and
No,
yet
I'm
they
saying
lied
that
to
they
the
can
American
select
people?
people in the primary.
Trump.
That's not true. Trump doesn't
They can
have those
select
abilities.
people in the primary. Yes.
No, I
it doesn't
understand
require a democratic process to
that.
select who's going to be the running mate.
You are correct that legally it doesn't. However, it is still
Okay, so then what are you arguing?
because we're not just concerned about with what's legal. The Democratic people, I'm not a Democrat, so why would I be enraged?
What? That's the
I'm
case
saying,
for Republicans.
please let me finish. I'll explain this to you, right? Like what I'm saying is, I'm not saying it's illegal for them to have done what they had. I say my friend that's a Democratic voter, he really wants Trump to be kept out of office. He was lied to about Biden's health, and so they voted for Biden in the primary because he's the incumbent and they almost always win the primary.
Has Trump
Then,
lied to you?
Please. Then promptly, what
Stop
ended up
gish
happening
galloping.
was,
Just-
I'm not gish galloping, I'm explaining the question.
You're
It's
bringing
one
12
central point.
points.
It is not 12 points. It's one central point. The point I'm making is quite simple. They lied to people to ensure that Joe Biden won the primary and so that the people wouldn't have a voice, and then they installed Kamala Harris. You're like,
Gotcha.
yeah,
Did
but
Trump
it's legal.
lie to you?
Question was
Trump has lied
about
in the past.
cognitive tests.
Okay,
for
so
Biden, that's
you're
smart.
okay with your candidate lying to you.
Can you name me one politician that's never lied?
What?
Can you name me?
but
I
I'm
answered
not
your
the one
question.
arguing this.
I answered your question.
Understand?
Can you name me one politician that's never lied?
Jimmy Carter.
That's not true. Will you admit that there are different types of lies?
What do you mean? Jimmy Carter always told the truth.
Will you admit that there's different types of lies?
To a fault.
What I'm saying is the unique situation here where people basically.
I mean, it's like there's like lying, and then there's like 30,000 lies during your
I
presidency.
will keep
right?
my
It's like a
point
whole
as
nother
succinct.
level
If
of
I can,
lying.
just real quick, Ryan, I'll keep my
All right.
point as succinct as possible here. I'm
No.
merely saying that
worries.
Democrats should be furious that they didn't get a say in who ultimately would be their candidate because they were lied to, which made Joe Biden the de facto incumbent that wins the primary, and then immediately were told by people you admit were lying.
Yes,
Never
because
mind,
he
he
was
can't
the
be there,
president.
and their
One second.
votes didn't matter.
That's how that works.
You
The
don't
incumbent
understand what I'm
always
saying.
ends
We're
up being
moving
the
on,
next
so I
running mate.
appreciate you, First Amender and Rob, for getting your thoughts out there. Like I said, I think the audience has definitely gotten flesh out on that one. But let's get into the next one before we cut too deep. You guys are just going at it. That's fun. We don't mind that though. That's what modern day is all about. Modern day debate, I should say. My goodness, like I said. I can't do this. I'm just too tired. No, honestly, guys, hit the like button. Appreciate you hanging out in the live chat, asking all your questions. But yeah, let's see. The Heavy Hearts Show says dudes on the left are fake patriots. Oh, he's just coming in to say. Some people come in
I'm
to
a
say
true
nice
patriot.
things.
I'm trying to
other
fix
people-
this that's behind me. See what's behind me? I'm trying to fix that. I want to fix that.
Well, we can, yeah, we can definitely talk about that another time because I'm not sure what's going on there. But for First Amenders audience, or Rob Norris or Glassy, Neurotic, whoever's watching, and I'm sorry if I said your name wrong there, Rob. But yeah, if you haven't already hit the like button, head on over to Modern Day Debate and take part in our poll, even just for a second. I know so there's some people that are watching in other various spaces of the internet, but if you want to come out here and support your speaker and hit the like button, make sure that lots of people see this and boost it up in the algorithm. We appreciate you guys. Let's see. The Heavy Heart Show strikes twice and says Kamala loves imprisoning non-violent black men. So I think they're making a commentary on uh, previous previous records that I may have heard. I've heard this in a debate prior, so I don't know if there's more commentary that First Amendment or Classy would like to make on this.
Yeah, so I don't think her record is perfect, but I think her record's pretty interesting because I think my understanding of this, I should have honestly I got my notes for ready for this because I was going to pull it up. I remember that reading that basically the amount of people arrested or sorry convicted for marijuana offenses actually went down during Harris, and that actually kind of surprised me. Um, when I was looking at sorry, my brain's not working here, but like basically back in 2020, I didn't want her. Yeah, I didn't want her as candidate of choice. And one of the things like I heard was like, oh, she was just like locking up like black people in prison or whatever, and I kind of believed it, but then I looked into it on my own, and I found out that it's actually not exactly like that. And she actually has a pretty good record. And I remember reading about that. She actually started a program to reduce recidivism on the youth, and I think that's pretty good. I think she's a good example of someone that's trying to work within the system to reform the system. But of course, like her record's not perfect. I think like they're just just by the fact that you're working for the criminal justice system or working for the police department, that you're gonna have just hiccups like along the way.
Yeah. Do you want to carry on? I think we got another one coming in from Heavy Hearts. And also, Classy, yeah, no worries. Yeah, like I said, I've been having a couple brain toots myself here. It also can be difficult when you have full-on headphones. I usually just have a single earbud in. It's a lot easier, I find, just with a single earbud. But when you get the full, wrap around, it's the audience is gonna gag me for that.
It's
But
also,
when you get your full headset, it's going to it does mess with you a little bit. Your
I think when
audio
you
perception.
moderate too, especially when you're trying to bring up super chats, you're it makes it difficult to do that stuff and sort of listen to the back and forth. So I think you're doing a fine job.
Oh, no worries. I just know sometimes I'm right on it. I didn't do my red, yellow, leather before this gig. You know how it goes. All right, so the Heavy Hearts show strikes third. Says First Amender has a trans fixation. Pretty weird. Keep virtue signaling. It's still clear you're a bad guy. LOL. Well, that's not very once again, he's not being very kind on the end there, but did you have anything to say to the Heavy Hearts show right quick so
I'm
we can
used
carry
to
into
it,
something?
but bro, I gotta tell you, I'm very pro trans people. I love trans people. I love the inalienable rights of all individuals, and that includes the rights of trans people. And the reason why I said that, I'm not going to talk bad about him, but I don't believe that you're a libertarian if you believe that the government should come after your body and tell you what to do with your body. And yes, that includes trans people in bathrooms.
So if an adult feels that they are actually really a 10-year-old, should they be allowed to use 10-year-old bathrooms?
That has nothing to do with trans people. I don't know what you're
Well,
talking about.
well, I'm just saying that would still be the government telling certain people they can't do something with their body.
That
You
has
would
nothing to do with trans people. I don't know what you're talking
The
about.
question I'm asking is, you clearly say that there's a limit. At some point, the government's allowed to step in, even a libertarian.
Yeah, I'm
would say.
referring to trans people, not
Okay, but
people
I'm
that think
asking
they're
you.
10.
I'm
Like,
asking
we
you.
have age of consent, and I'm not
I'm
a
asking you-
libertarian. I believe in like some level of
But-
regulation, and I'm perfectly okay with age of consent laws.
Okay,
I don't know what
that's
your
the only.
argument is.
Like you're
All right.
being competitive. I'm just
we'll
saying.
let Rob ask his question, and then
Yeah,
we'll let you close
you don't have
this
to
one
be
out.
competitive. I'm just saying, at some point, you would say, yes, it's not a violation.
I'm
that
saying
libertarians,
he's
please,
not a
please,
libertarian.
let me-
One second there. When he asks, we'll let him ask his question, and we'll let you close this one out there, First Amender.
Right. I'm just making a point about not being a libertarian because if he feels that this is encroaching on other people's spaces, you could still be a libertarian, think that you think he's wrong on this specific issue, which is fine. I'm not wading into that debate. I'm just trying to see how far this stretches to say, you would clearly say it could be a libertarian position to say, well, we don't want adults in locker rooms with children. You would be okay with that, correct? Saying that they couldn't do that.
Adults in locker.
Yes.
Where are you going? Where there's like children in locker rooms?
Well, for example, like restrooms in elementary schools. I guess
There's a
10-year-olds not
locker room in
I guess
restrooms?
12-year-olds.
In
So when I
restaurants?
was in junior high, we had locker rooms. We showered in the gyms, etc.
Yeah, in high school.
Okay,
Like, what?
12-year-olds then. But then instead of 10-year-old, let's say 12-year-old. Would you think it's a violation and against libertarian principles if
middle
we said
school?
we don't want? Yes, in middle school, I had showers and locker rooms. Would you say it would be against libertarian principles? I assume what you would say is, of course, that's fine to say that adults couldn't be in there. Correct? That's
I
what
mean,
you
like,
would say.
as long as there's not any abuse, I don't see any issue.
So you would be okay
leave
with
people
allowing adults to identify as children and use locker rooms with
When the hell did
12-year-olds?
I say that?
Okay, that's the clear question that I was asking. So you're against it, which
I've
I
already
assumed you
said
would-
no to that. Why are you
Okay,
asking the
that's
same
all I was
question
saying.
again?
You're being very combative. I just assumed you would say no, and I'm just trying to make a point. You could disagree on whether or not he's correct when he says that's a violation of women to allow biological males in, but I'm just saying that idea isn't against libertarian principles if he's right
Yeah,
on
it
that
is.
point.
All right, last thought for
Yes, it
First
is.
Amendment. Was that hit First Amendment? You want to carry on?
Yeah, that's it. I'm sorry.
No, no need to be sorry. Like I said, we're having fun. This is all part of having the debate and having the discussion. So, Radical Coder, glad to see you hanging out in the live chat. Maybe we'll see you on Modern Day Debate here again soon. Definitely hit me up in the emails and whatnot, and we'll see if we can get you in. So, Radical Coder asks, just got here and heard Josh Stradamus predicted someone would talk about xenophobia in a debate about a guy who tried to impose a Muslim ban. That's so impressive.
Yeah, I wonder if we were talking about Obama, if we would have also been saying that he tried to impose a Muslim ban, because the ban that he suggested was used as the countries that were suggested when Donald Trump actually did use policy to temporarily halt certain countries that had a record of terrorism. The list from those countries that he got was directly from what Obama and his State Department came up with. So I wonder if our opponents here would have been saying, this was xenophobic of Obama. Do you think when Obama suggested that those countries maybe should halt the amount of people that are coming because there were supporters of terrorism, was it xenophobic for Obama to do that?
I think if you're targeting specific dangerous individuals, that's very different from targeting a group of people.
So if you
So,
target a
no.
specific, okay, well, that's basically the policy that Trump ended up advocating for. One other question I'll ask about this, because Classy, you
But
brought
he
this
wasn't
up earlier.
targeting specific individuals. He literally targeted all Muslims.
Okay. One other question that I'll ask you specifically, Classy, because you brought it up earlier. You did talk in your opening statement. You talked a lot about, or maybe it was you, First Amendment. I apologize if I don't. It seems like a while ago, the opening statements, and some of it was quite melodical, so it's difficult to remember exactly what was going on. But you both seem to speak of sort of Trump's xenophobia and the fact that he was talking about certain things that it increased hate crimes. If hate crimes went up against Russians after the Russia collusion hoax, was that xenophobia on the part of Democrats?
No,
Why not?
because they were specifically criticizing the Kremlin and not Russian people, though.
Okay,
I
but
mean,
the same.
I mean, you had Donald Trump talking about referring to COVID-19 as a Kung flu. Like, I don't think it's a fair comparison.
What he was doing was he was talking about this coming from China. It seemed odd to me that the racist position was saying this came from a Wuhan lab that was partially funded by the United States, and that was deemed racist. However, the non-racist position was backwards Chinese people eat bats and pangolins at a wet market.
Do you think
I
that
think you just
it
worded
came from
it
a lab?
like really strangely. Like I don't know what you're talking about. Like we know based on genetic studies that it would have came from a marketplace.
That's not
and
true.
that it would.
That's not true.
Okay,
That's
whatever.
in fact, even though it was claimed that it was debunked, now the majority of our intel agents are saying that the evidence seems to suggest that it most likely came from this lab. And it's a huge debate that you
The
can look at the
FBI
science.
director said that, but that's not what virologists are saying and experts
That's
in the
not true.
field.
Some
That's
are
100% true.
You are correct.
If
that
you
some,
observe the initial survey statistics where they were looking at infection or people who were infected with the novel coronavirus, there was that which was northwest of the Yangtze River, and then there was that which was southeast of the Yangtze River. On the southeast of the Yangtze River, you have the Wuhan Institute of Virology. On the northwest of the Yangtze River, you had the Wuhan market. When you look at the overall statistics data that they pulled, they basically sampled pretty much everybody in that area. They found more positive sample sets that were around the Wuhan market, not the Institute of Virology. That's one big, giant problem. That is a very strong indicator that it came from the Wuhan market, not from the Wuhan Institute of Virology.
So there's a lot of ins and outs that we could talk about the specific science of it. Your claim that sort of is all encompassing, that virologists are suggesting that, is true that there are some virologists that say that. However, so you're saying it's all. That's your argument.
No, most.
Okay, well, there are very credible virologists that are saying the opposite. Also, we could see that
but that's not most.
So, for example, we saw 51 scientists, you're right, did speak up.
I'm sure there's physicists that are flat earthers.
Please, why do you find it so difficult to allow someone who's trying to engage in a back
because
and
you
forth
say
with
so many wrong things?
It's not
I
true.
have to rebut
it's
you.
your opinion that they're wrong, but if you're not winning the debate, you're not doing great anyways.
Strong facts.
No,
I gave you
didn't.
I just did. Yes,
no, you didn't.
There were
What you
independent
did,
researches.
That's not. That's
it's
not
ridiculous.
True. You're not giving facts. You're continuing
yes, it
to interrupt.
is.
This is what
pull
you
this
did.
up in
I just brought up
data.
something specifically.
This is
You
under the
can't even
WHO.
follow-
We're
You can
going to let
follow a
Rob
conversation.
have the last word on this one.
You're
Sorry.
incapable of following a conversation. I'm not saying that it wasn't facts that you talked about the Yangtze River, etc. I'm saying that you said something like all virologists or most virologists
Never said that.
You said that most virologists said you can't even contain
That's
yourself
correct.
here.
Yes, most. Yes.
You said that most, and you're like, that's a fact. That's a fact. When I'm trying to interrogate that position, and you constantly interrupt and won't let me get my position out. What I was going to say.
Yes, because you say wrong things.
So again, that's not. You wouldn't even let me get out what I was going to say. It's clear that you're incapable of holding back, right?
Yes, because I'm not going to let you gish
You must have
gallop.
metaphorically cut your ears off.
The next one is for you, so I'm sorry
I'm
to
going
put
to
you on
finish
the
my
beauty
point
count.
real quick.
Last
The
thought for you
point
there
that I'm
first.
trying to make is
Sorry,
we
Rob.
could see that there is an incentive
Over
for
you
these
first.
virologists to speak on that, such as the 51 that have signed the letter from Nature magazine that was sponsored by Peter Daszak, that we found out that Daszak was one of the very people that was instrumental in funding gain-of-function technology in the Wuhan virology lab. So yes, they had financial stake in coming out so universally saying it's debunked. It never was debunked. They censored people that said it. And I'd be more than happy to have a debate in you thoroughly about whether or not it's more likely that it came from a lab than otherwise.
All right, this next one is for you, First Amender. So I did want to leave it with Rob so that I could bounce this over to you. You have somebody who's being critical of your performance throughout the Q&A is what I've gathered from this. Another new account says, first, I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. What was the question? So that's in quotations. They're quoting you saying, I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. What was the question? And also First Amendment, he gish galloped the whole time. So they're saying that you weren't paying attention and then accused Rob of gish galloping. So
I apologize. I'm ADD as fuck. I'm not gonna hide that. I mean, that is the case. I do need sometimes someone to repeat it, but yes, he is gish galloping. He says many wrong points, steamrolling the conversation, which is classic of people who just like to debate these points. It's just ridiculous. It's obvious to me what his game is. And, I mean, I don't know, I guess other people find that convincing, but I don't find it very convincing.
No worries.
This is often something that's criticized by people that aren't able to keep up in a debate. So they'll talk about these sorts of tactics. I
can keep up.
Please, you can't. You just admitted you have ADD and you didn't understand.
This question was for First
Okay,
Amender,
if you don't want me to answer, that's fine. I think he gish gallops. Wow, who wins?
Yeah. Oh, I guess that kind of.
Well, I can just make one point.
You can't. Like, for example, when we were talking specifically about Kamala Harris now funding a wall, you went on this tirade about, but people overstay visas and they could fly in
the wall
airplanes
is
and they
stupid.
did. Okay, so you're saying you did gish gallop, but it was warranted in that point because a wall is stupid.
Well, yeah, wall is stupid. So
Okay.
I gave the point why it's stupid.
Thanks for admitting that you gish galloped. Thank you.
What? That doesn't mean you don't gish gallop. You gish gallop every single point.
You're
Why don't you
Rob,
stick
just
to
one
one
second.
point
Last
at a
thought for him.
time?
That's fine. I got out what I needed.
I even apologized mid conversation because I realized what I was doing.
No worries. Like I said, there's no need to apologize. Like these things are just natural, and sometimes I make the wrong call. People will get at me in the live chat and say, Ryan, you should just let things go and let things just flow. And I'm sorry to people that think that I may have made the wrong decision here and there. That's just how she goes. But I don't ever get.
James.
That's
James,
right. The people that would most care are the
that.
people
Oh,
on
sorry,
this panel.
my fault,
I know.
Ryan. I just see your name at the bottom there.
The
My
people
fault.
that would
That's all
most
right, I
care
take
are
it.
on this panel. I don't
He's-
think any of us have a problem with. I don't have a problem. I thought
I was gonna
everything's
say,
fine.
I don't get too insecure about it, but I do like to remind the live chat, like, don't get too caught up on it. Like, there's only so much we can pull out of 4 people in the run of a show, okay? So, I think we're doing great, honestly. So, the Heavy Heart Show says, sorry, I was pretty harsh. What is with everybody apologizing tonight? We've got the Canadian crew in or something. I swear, I must have drew them in. Everybody's apologizing. All right, Radical Coder says, his exact words were a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what is going on. And he asked Rudy how to do it legally.
What was the policy that he eventually implemented? Either of you want to say? Was that policy that he eventually
The
implemented?
point is
a ban
that
of
that's
all
what
Muslims?
he wanted. Just
could say
acknowledge that that's what
he
he wanted.
initially-
Is that what he wanted? Yes
He
or no?
initially, what he said initially is correct. That's what he said because he was fearful of Islamic terrorism. When
Okay,
they
so it
started to look
wasn't-
into
it, wasn't specific people then, was it?
yes, it was specific people, a group of people.
No,
that
it's
he-
not. It's all Muslims. You
That's-
just agreed to that.
Let me finish. When you say it wasn't specific people, yes, you could say that about anything. For example, if we said we want to ban all people from Iran, you could say, but that's not specific people. That's just all encompassing all people from one country. So in that vein, yes, it wasn't specific people, and that anything that's broad encompassing won't be specific
Saying to
people.
ban
But
Muslims
what
is
I'm
not
saying,
specific
what
people.
I'm saying is that the policy that he eventually implemented came from the Obama State Department that banned specific countries that were mass exporters that they felt would
Okay,
could
so that's
potentially
not
be mass
specific
exporters of
people.
terror. The policy that he implemented was the same that the State
Yeah,
Department that
after
was
he realized what he was saying was insane.
that
Yes,
you
correct.
may disagree with
That's
this,
how
but
that
on
works.
you may disagree with what he initially said. But my question to you is, if he would have just banned people from Iran, would
The
you
point
still
is
say?
that he
I'm asking a
argued
simple.
that.
I'm asking a simple yes/no question. If his policy was just to
I'm not
ban,
going to let you railroad
okay,
this.
you won't answer a yes/no question. That's
Go
what
ahead,
you're saying.
ask your question.
Okay,
I'll answer
if,
your yes
if
or no. Go
instead
ahead.
he would have said we want to ban people from Iran and never made this comment about Muslims, would you say that's not specific people, or would you say
No.
that is specific people?
No, it's not specific people.
Right.
That's an entire country of people.
Right. So then your criticism would have been levied that would have been similar even with Obama. Of course, there's going to be very difficulty from any
What about
policy.
this other thing not
What-
related?
of course,
What?
there's going to be
We're
criticism.
talking about Trump.
Your
What about
specific
Obama?
criticism is, he didn't ban specific people. And what I'm telling you is I can't
That's
imagine.
correct. You said
I
he banned
can't-
specific people. However, that's not what he argued.
I never
he wanted
said
to ban
he
all
said,
Muslims.
I never said that he said ban specific people. In fact,
Yes,
I've
you
said,
did. Oh my God. I'm so glad that this is on VC. So that way other people we can clip this. You understand that you're not going to gaslight the conversation?
right, just like you tried to gaslight the conversation when you said
I
from
don't gaslight
2021 to
conversations. I
2023
tell the
that crime
truth.
didn't go up. What I'm telling you is there's a
ridiculous.
miscommunication on what the term specific people means. I thought specific people, what I termed by that was
It's Muslim specific people.
No, just like people from Iran isn't, which is
Okay,
you just
good.
said.
Thank you.
Okay, so in
Thank
that
you.
sense, almost every State Department in history has instituted policies that aren't based on specific people. Every single administration has done that. And your criticism is Trump did that too. Cool. Then I misunderstood what you meant by your term specific people. Yes, any policy that any administration ever does that doesn't say this policy is specifically for Rob Noor and Ryan and Classy Neurotic, if it just says this specific policy is for people under the age of 21, that would be a policy based on how you're defining the term specific people that wasn't targeted towards specific people and is something to lament. I find that to be a point that means nothing. Yes, every policy isn't targeted towards specific people. Great. Okay.
Your argument is just a whataboutism. You're saying, well, what about this other thing that's not related? When
That's
we
not what I'm
proved that
doing. Your
by
criticism
saying
is-
Muslims,
your
you've already
criticism-
contradicted yourself.
I have not. The
Whatever.
criticism you made was that he had a policy that
continue.
wasn't directed towards specific people. Did you say that?
All right. Last thought there.
But no, I'm just going to let you continue. I'm not going to answer the question.
Cool, I
Go
know.
ahead.
Okay, we are going to carry in and to our last question. Well, it's our last question so far. There might be another one that might pop in while we go through this one. That's what happened here, guys. Technically, Radical, you would have had the last question, but then Harbargnar came in with his question. I did mess up Radical Coder's super chat, though. At the very end, he said, That was he said in the live chat. I forgot the laugh, so I guess he wanted an audio laugh. I got you, buddy. I did it. So Har Bargnar says, as a Democrat, I would have loved to see a better performance from a fellow Democrat in First Amendment. Amender. They got a typo. But the eye rolling and childish behavior is optically undesirable. Rob is impressive as always. So I'll let you respond to that one first, Mender, since we don't usually have response to just chats that are just huzzah chats. So they're a fan. They are happy with what you've put on the table there, Rob. We'll let you respond right quick, first Amender, and then if we have no other super chats, we'll go into our closing. So the floor is yours, first Amender.
I apologize. I'm a very animated person. I just tend to do that. I use a lot of hands gestures and I just, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Me and Rob don't get along, but if you liked my work, consider subscribing to my YouTube channel. Thank you.
Can I be clear? I have no personal saying don't get along. I don't feel that way. I think that some of the behavior in the debate I wasn't necessarily the biggest fan of, but it's nothing. It's no skin off my back at all. I enjoyed the interaction so much. I don't wish any ill to any of you, and it's not that I don't get along with you at all. I enjoyed it and would talk to you again, anytime.
All right. Well, let's get into the closing statements. Classy, I do want to, just before we get into that though, just to give you a chance here. Did you have any thoughts or anything you wanted to say to any of our audience members or anything about our discussion here? I know that you've been chewing for a little bit over there, and I don't want to make you feel like we're trying to cat you out here. Like, you are welcome to jump in at any time.
No, I'm good.
No? Okay. All right. Well, then let's go into those closing statements. I go in the reverse order. So, Rob, you are going to have the first minute on the floor to let everybody know where you're at, your thoughts on our discussion tonight.
Yeah, so I think that I made clear when it comes to the specific policies, as I said in the opening statement, that we already have a record of Trump versus Kamala. And when it comes to the issues that people are most concerned with, the economy, immigration, and foreign policy, things were much better. I don't think that our opponents did a very good job. They did exactly as I predicted. They talked, even in their opening statements and all through, about how Trump is this universal menace. These things are blown out of proportion. The American people want people that will make groceries affordable, that will protect their border, that will ensure that their children aren't going in some world war to fight across the world. They want a government that cares first and foremost about them and not sending money overseas and allowing people that aren't vetted into this country. And so because of that, I think it's obvious that Donald Trump is the preferred candidate. All of the gnashing of teeth about authoritarianism, I would be happy to have the discussion about the authoritarianism of Democrats, but I thought it was important for the American people and the people listening to understand these track records on the important issues matter. You can find me at Normal America with Rob Noor on YouTube. I'm also on other platforms. If you just look up Rob Noor as you see it spelled on the channel there. Also, I believe Modern Day Debates has put at least the link to one of my channels up there, I think my X channel. So thank you so much for that. And thank you to you and all of the people here. I enjoyed myself thoroughly and hope it was good and informative content for the audience as well. So
Awesome. Well, it's appreciated on this end as well. And yeah, definitely hit the like button, everybody, if you appreciated our stream tonight. I'm going to hand it over to Classy Neurotic to give a 1-minute closing on where everybody can find you and your thoughts on our discussion this evening.
Yeah. Look, I know that Trump supporters get really nervous when talking about January 6th because if you read the indictment, if you read the Colorado case, it's pretty clear. There was an assemblage and people were basically essentially trying to overturn the results of the election. We still don't have any confirmation whether or not Trump would accept the results of this election. We'll see. I wish I did talk. I could have talked a little bit more about policy. I did have some notes ready to talk about a little bit of policy, but it got a little bit crazy. But I think I'll be a little bit more aggressive next time. I know a lot of people are kind of ripping on First Amender, but I kind of like his energy actually. But look, at the end of the day, go to the Kamala Harris website, look at the issues. I think she has some pretty good policies. It's a mixture of good progressive and moderate policies that would help people. Independent economists have reviewed both of Trump's and Harris's plan, and they found that Harris wouldn't contribute that much to the deficit as much as Trump, and it will give working class Americans more money in their pockets, whereas making the top 1% pay their fair share, whereas Trump would kind of give most people money, but it wouldn't give working class people as much money in their pockets as Harris's plan. But overall, whatever. We had a good discussion, and hopefully, I could do more in the next time. Next time. And yeah, thank you. And of course, if you want to follow me, just on Twitter or YouTube, Classy Neurotic, and yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Classy Neurotic. We appreciate you being here. We're going to hand it over to you, First Amender. Thank you for your lively, spirited debate tonight. We appreciate you. So, 1 minute on the floor. It's all yours.
Josh had argued that the Donald Trump, I'm sorry, Biden and Harris are synonymous. Vice presidents don't make decisions, and so that's not necessarily the case. He said that there's no policy platforms. They are on Kamala's page, and yes, they are in fact different. There is this argument that he presented quietly regarding school choice. That results in some schools doing great while others don't necessarily do great. On Rob Noor, he said that Trump gets people to come out and vote. Yeah, maybe vote against him. There are people that are struggling to buy groceries. That was true throughout the entire world. That had nothing to do necessarily with Biden or Trump. They want to import voters. Illegal and even some legal immigrants cannot vote. So I don't know where you're getting that information. The rest of the workers pay a harder price. Yeah. So generally speaking, we should reinstate strong worker rights like unions, which is something that Kamala Harris would argue for. The ones cook the book, you can't trust it. Great. So what can you trust if it's not the Federal Reserve or the FBI crime statistics for economic data? Trans people in prison argument. Kamala supports. What she had stated was that she wants medical care. Anyway, I get there's a lot of people that really hate me, and I argue that I think that we ought to stop Donald Trump in his tracks, but I don't find his policies to be successful. I just think we need a leader that will actually listen to his experts and help the president. I'm First Amender on YouTube, and I'm on the Modern Day Debate Discord channel on discord.gg/modern day debate. If you ever want to speak and you like my work, consider subscribing.
Absolutely. Thanks for that shout out, First Amender. We really appreciate that. Yeah, definitely check out our Modern Day Debate Discord. That's moderated by, I gotta say this right, Anathemata. So there we go. I said it right this time. Sorry, Shane. I've known you for so long, but I never can. It's like my other friend. I can never say his last name for the longest time, and then he corrected me one day. I was like, "Whoa, my life is forever changing." Anyways, ran by our good friend there. So Hannah's in the Discord running it as well. A Modern Day Debate. Yeah, definitely check it out if you want to get your debate chops up and running here. I'm gonna pin that. Thanks for putting that in our chat. There we go. So our Modern Day Debate: Trump or Harris. No worries, brother, says Anathema. Anathema. Yeah, see, I can't say these names, I swear. So 55% for Trump, 45% for Harris. That is where we close out on our poll, everybody. So we had a lot of fun here at our debate tonight, Harris versus Trump. Make sure you hit the like button if you haven't already. Thank you to all of the people on the panel. We're going to close it out, and there you go. I got that pinned there, Shane. So we'll see you guys next time. Cheers.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
No worries. Awesome. Well, I am there. We are disconnected, so they cannot hear us. Thank you. That was.
I'm
that
still
was very
live, just so you know, but that's fine.
No worries.
I'm still alive too.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I'm like way past time, but it's okay. No big deal.
No worries. Well, thanks for coming out. I don't want to keep you too much longer, I guess, if you want to wrap up. But yeah, it was a pleasure, and yeah, we'll definitely try to get you guys.
Yeah,
on
James,
for
like
some
I'm sorry. Why do I keep calling? It's because I keep seeing the stupid name Ryan.
Everybody does it. It's
Ryan,
okay.
like I don't know, like obviously, like I interrupted a lot, right? And I don't know at what level I should be operating at. Like,
No, sometimes
like if I
people are
do
just
nothing,
vibrating
I
at the
feel like
next level.
lots of talking on the other side and not much on our end. But if I over talk, then there's at least something. I don't know.
No, don't feel too bad. It felt to me, honestly, like I know that Rob, not to call you out, Rob, I know he called you out for interrupting quite a bit, but there was quite a bit of interrupting back and forth and a little bit of give and take here and there. So I don't think it was totally egregious. I just think that, obviously, Robert was just making it a little more vocal when he wanted to have a space and say, hey, just don't interrupt me right now, right? Where you weren't really doing that and just kind of handing it
I
back over a little bit more naturally and then interrupting, like I say, as they float along. Sorry, Rob.
No, I think that you're trying to be diplomatic as a host, but I think that objectively the interruptions were worse on your side. And First Amendment, I think you know that you were doing it intentionally a little bit to play up the character, to be like, no, that's not true. No, you're wrong. You're lying, and that's fine. I don't mind.
there was a
Life
little bit of
goes,
that.
life goes on. It's okay. I'm not super upset about it, but I'm clearly going to make that point in an attempt to get my point out unfettered. And I don't think I was doing that sort of stuff, but no hard feelings at all with the moderation or with you,
no-
First Amender, and
No
how
hard
it went.
feelings with you. We can, honestly, like we could do a one-on-one debate if you're interested. Like I do a Thursday night show at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time every Thursday, and I promise you, I don't interrupt nearly as much if it's just like a one-on-one. It works a lot better, I think.
Yeah, I would be up for that. I really would.
Yeah.
Again, it's no hard feeling though. I assure you, I understand that in the context of the debate, things occur. I don't take any of that personally. I really don't. So it's fine. I believe everything I said in the debate, but I'm not like walking around out pounding my fist or anything. As soon as I shut this off, I'm gonna be like, I hate them all. Like that's what I'm gonna do. But no, it was fun, classy. I'd
I
be
mean, you
willing
could
to.
see my work on
That's
YouTube.
what I'm going to
like,
do. What are you talking
Yep.
about?
Yeah. You're right. It's like I couldn't stand anyone on that panel. Josh was the only one worth a shit, and he left. But no, it was fun, classy, and First Amendment. If either of you want to stick around to talk, I'd be cool with it. Otherwise, if you guys want to interact at some point, I'm a little busy with work and stuff in future days, so I don't know exactly what days I have. But I'd be happy to talk to either of you.
I gotta work, sadly, but yeah.
So-
But I do it every Thursday, so pick a Thursday.
Okay, we can do that. Classy, did you want to
Yep.
stick around, or did you?
I'm gonna go now, but it's
Okay.
been fun. Thank you, and who knows? Maybe I'll get better at this, and we can have a round two in the future. We'll see.
Thank
I
y'all.
would be more than happy. And
Have a good night.
continued success to all of you and to Modern Day Debate as well. So thank you all.
Sounds good.
All right. Well, thanks,
Thank you. Have a
First
good night.
Amender, and thanks, Classy Neurotic. We'll see you guys. And was there
Appreciate
something
it,
else you
Ryan.
wanted to say there, Rob? Yeah, we appreciate you too.
Nope, that's it. Just thank you all.
All right. Well, thank you as well, Rob. We'll see you next time. Cheers,
See?
all.
Leave meeting. Okay. I'll be right with you. If you all will allow me to use the restroom real quick, and then I'll come back and talk a little about the debate and sort of where we're going in the future here. So give me a moment. All right. First off, let me say, to grift for a little money here, I will get to reading all the super chats, and if you put any super chats in now, I will definitely get to them by the end of the show here. I don't know how long I'll stay, but I'll at least get to those super chats on YouTube. So don't worry, I will get to that. Obviously, I think people understand it's hard for me to get to those in the middle of a debate. Also, I didn't read many of the comments during the debate because I was focused on the debate. But yeah, I enjoyed myself immensely with this evening. So what do I think of the debate? You know, let's first off, we had a poll up, 201 votes, who won the debate. Me and my partner Josh with 97% to 3%. I meant to put Classy in First Amendment. I put Cassie. Cody H says, for $5, thank you so much. Classy was predictable, but not horribly bad faith, at least. First Amendment would definitely cry after sex. His wife's boyfriend give him a turn. Not my words, yours. Damien, thanks so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Before I actually start, let's just get to all super chats and stuff. So thank you. It really means a lot to me. You all support of me means so much. Nico Pluto for $5 says, I'm in. Thank you. I hope that I lived up to expectations. John Ruck for $2 says, let's do some support now and share this stream now. Thank you so much, John. Always appreciate that as well. Rising Phoenix gives $5 and says nothing. Thank you. In the words of Andrew Wilson, those are the best chats. I appreciate it. Joseph Newton for $10 says, YouTube won't let me send the message I wanted to send, but here's some money. Thank you. I appreciate it. YouTube can be quite censorious. Vote Trump. Bubblegum for $2. Bubblegum Gun says, certified cringe moment. I assume you meant at the beginning of that. Yes. Lord of the Nerds for $2 says, so the debaters can just make up stories now. Seems to be par for the course. Bubblegum Gun, another $2 says, I was called the N-word. Hate crime intensifies. Todd Sullivan for $20 just sends a little emoji guy that says, go! Yield to me becomes a member for a month and says, Rob steamrolled. First offender, definitely bad faith. Thank you. And then Darth Maul became a Norn Nation member as well. Thank you so much for that, Darth Maul. And I'll try to get to any of the chats going forward that we see. What I thought about the debate. First off, just curious, I don't deal with modern day debate anymore. Not as a negative, I just haven't done it. Mr. White, you say you're surprised to see that their chat went for Trump. Is modern day debate, does their audience lean left leaning? Is that the norm for modern day debates? I don't know if anyone knows. I'm not trying to disparage modern day debates, by the way. But it's just, I don't know. Adam Dole for $5 says, total Nor victory. First amender is obnoxious, but Classy was engaging in normative determinism. Agreed. So they are normally left-wing. So let me say this. I guess I'll start with this. I don't know how anyone that was trying to objectively analyze that debate could even reasonably think that my side lost. It was that bad. I think that was one of the biggest stompings that I've ever participated in a debate. I'll fully admit when I think a debate was close. The debate last night that I thought I did very well in, that debate was much closer with Sage Outcast. I still think I won convincingly. Clearly I'm biased though. But I think that was a debate between two people that were trying to talk about issues back and forth. And I thought that it was more enjoyable for the audience that wanted to hear an informative debate and more informative. This was not close, in my opinion. I guess people could disagree. Emily A. for a $5 super chat says, thanks for the entertainment. I laughed so much. Have my money. Appreciate it. First argued like a true lefty. At least he didn't let us down. That's true. Now, entertainment-wise, it's certainly fun to see that. But, yeah, Sage was trying. And I think Classy tried as well. But First Amender was kind of a joke. He wasn't being a serious person. He really wasn't. From the outset of his opening comment, which was one of the most cringe, laughable things I've ever seen. Now, does that mean he's a terrible person and I wish ill on him? No, I mean it when I tell him during the debate and after the debate, no hard feelings. I don't wish him ill. May his channel grow. No problem. In fact, I think that debate could have ended after the opening statements, and I'm happy with it. I'm happy. Here you go. Here's the right versus the left in a nutshell. Here's Trump versus Harris in a nutshell. They're reading poems about chopping ears off. Okay. I don't know what to say. And it was clear based on the unwillingness to answer questions, the interruptions. It was clear that he was more playing a character and interested in sort of memeing through it than having a substantive discussion on certain of these issues. That was obvious to me, and I don't think that it came across very well at all. I think that if I was a Kamala Harris supporter, I would have been pretty upset that that was the level of defense that was offered up by her side of the debate. I think it was very poor. I think Classy tried a little more, but was sort of drowned out by First Amender, who was more boisterous and more vocal. But even I had some problems with what Classy said. I don't mean it that way. I think there were weaknesses, obviously, with Classy neurotics positions as well, which I'll be more than happy to talk about some of the specifics. Yield to me for $5 says, you cooked. First Offender was cringe, and he needs to be clipped for that opening for sure. Yeah, I tried to come up with a little poetry there at the beginning right after. But yeah, so That's my feeling. I didn't think it was particularly close. I thought it was a huge blowout. And it went almost exactly as I predicted. They didn't want to talk about policy. They wanted to talk about mean words. And I hope that I steered them towards that. Let's talk about some of the specifics. First, a little sort of meta as far as the moderation. I mean, it wasn't perfect, but I'm okay. It wasn't like it's terribly egregious or anything. And I understand that Ryan's being diplomatic at the end about both sides interrupting. Of course that's true. I interrupted. Josh interrupted. I don't know if Classy did. He didn't speak much. But certainly First Amender interrupted. But the way in which First Amender was doing it was far more egregious and far more often. And it was intentional, as you could tell at the end there when I was talking first. He knows. He knows what he was doing. The constant, no, that's not true. You're just lying, blah, blah, blah. Like, he knows what he's doing. Like, Roar89, thanks so much for the $5 super chat. At least Classy wasn't a total hack when he didn't know something. He just admitted it. I agree. That's actually something that I tip my cap to when those sort of things happen. So, Kevin's a member now. Thank you, Kevin. You're a member now? A big fan? Thank you, man. You're the best, Kevin. Yeah, so I'm glad you like that poem too, Kevin. But nonetheless, so I don't know. I thought it was a little in the moment when he's constantly just like talking over me every single time there, particularly when we started talking about the FBI crime statistics. I was just finally got to the point where I was frustrated enough to be like, okay, dude, if the moderator's just gonna, if this is free fall, the moderator's gonna let it go. Let's do her. I'll talk over you. I could talk longer, faster, louder, and more articulately. So if that's how the game's going to be played, so be it. Yelled to me for $2 super chat says, your poem response offender, the cuff was amazing. Thank you. Yeah, they chop their ears off to eat them because they can't afford groceries. I thought that was very good. What a line. Hi, Kevin. Dude, clip the improv poem. Maybe Black Elk will clip that. I'll have to let him know that people like that. So, yeah, I mean, what an opening statement. First, I was excited with Classy opening statement because he literally did exactly what I predicted, right? And then once First Amender started talking, I couldn't help but laugh. I was just like, oh my goodness, what is happening? You literally just went with a poem. So, and with the moderation, that's all I have to say about that. But it was within the realm of reasonability, so it's not like I have much to criticize. I thought that Josh, my partner, did amazing for his first debate in a platform like that. I thought he did great, and I thought he was an excellent partner to me. I really did. I thought that when he was chiming in, I think he was on point 99% of the time. I have nothing to criticize. I would be happy to have him as a partner in any debate that I'm walking into. I really would. I thought that he stuck to the central theme, and if you go to my pre-debate show where I talked about sticking to that central theme of politics, and sometimes he did it better than me. Stuck to that central theme of the record of Trump versus the record of Kamala Harris. So, yeah, it was great. And I hope to talk to Josh, to have him just on the channel in a non-debate setting and just have a conversation. I think he's a great, interesting guy. And that was that dude's first debate. Could you tell? I couldn't. I thought he did fantastic. And it was a weird debate to be involved in. It was very weird. So hats off to Josh, man. I'm glad he stepped in as a partner. I don't know how much people are comfortable talking about private messages, but Josh assumed this was going to be like a 10-minute segment. He didn't know it was a 2-hour debate. So to agree to do something and think, oh, I'm going from talking like in a 10-minute segment to a 2-hour debate, that's a huge difference, particularly for someone who doesn't do debates like this. So I thought he did great. I think anyone who's watching that and doesn't know the characters, Josh looked like a pro. As far as I'm concerned, I thought he looked fine. So kudos to Josh. Classy, I thought Classy was far outclassed, if I'm honest. I think it's clear that both when it comes to sort of an ability to debate and connect to people, I thought he wasn't the best, which I'm sure he would admit. And I think that's okay. I think that he's admitting that he's trying to get into starting debate. But clearly, I think I'm someone who's comfortable and is able to talk in an authentic way, who I think is factual and is a very good debater. So it was tough for him to keep up with me, but that's okay. Now, he did say some things that I think were absolutely questionable. And there were times where he looked really bad. For example, when I asked him specifically about the question of losing 300,000 children, And I ask him specifically, like, okay, well, how do they keep track of those children? What are they doing if they're not showing up to the court cases? And he's just silent. He's like, I don't know. Like, that's not good. Like, it's sort of basically conceding the point that I was making. So, but I ultimately think he was trying to argue reasonably. I don't think he was memeing his way through it or anything like that. And so, that was my feelings on him. First Amendment was an absolute joke who wasn't taking it seriously. He's trying to sort of be like, whatever, these guys are like Nazis, whatever. And that's it. He is literally the stereotypical, like, oh, I don't give a shit. I know I'm morally superior, so I'm just going to joke my way through this, whatever. And what was terrible is he wasn't particularly good at the joking. The poem that he read for 8.5 minutes to open, which he still had more to read, is one of the cringiest, dumbest things that I've ever heard. I can't even begin to comprehend what would go into someone's mind that thinks that they're going to do a debate on a platform like modern day debates, and their opening statement is going to be a poem. I just don't know. Maybe he knew who I was and knew that he was incapable of debating me substantively on facts. So he decided to try to use a form of persuasion that comes across as artsy. I don't know. I'm at a loss. I thought it was absolutely hysterical. And to any objective person that's not terminally online, like a regular Republican or Democrat voter, if you put them in the room and show them that, they would be like, what the hell is this? Damien Slope Roof, super chat for $2. Thank you so much, says Rob. We all saw what you did. You're on notice, bro. On notice again. Shit. I'm back up to like 90-something% on notice. Yeah, the poem wasn't even good. I was able to mock the poem probably in a funnier, better way. And off the top of my head, I didn't have to pre-write it. Also, the poem thing directly ties in to both Josh and I's opening statement. That's like, listen, people are struggling to eat. People are struggling because of the terrible border policy. We're on the verge of World War III. And all the Democrats are offering is, but Trump's a really bad dude, mean tweets. And your response to that is to ignore all of that and read a poem. It's almost like, almost while that poem was being read, I was like, is this guy like a troll and he's actually a Trump voter? And he's doing this to sabotage Classy Neurotic? That's how bad it was. It literally was like he was intentionally sabotaging his side because he secretly wants Trump to win. I don't know what to say. I was flabbergasted. It truly, if the goal was to make me say, wow, that's something that it's going to take me a second to sort of come up with something to say against, he did. It did take me a second. Now, of course, by the time his 8-minute rambling poem was done, I was more than composed enough. The laughter had subsided enough that I was able to address the specifics of it. No, I won't delete the VOD. My live streams always stay up on YouTube unless there's a terms of service violation, so don't worry. It'll be there. You can go back and watch the poem. But wow. Just wow. I don't know what to say. Yeah, I didn't know what to... I thought it was a joke at first. You know, like that he was going to do that for like 40 seconds and then jump into... I don't know. Yeah, thank you. I'm glad. I knew there was a point, there was an opportunity that my audience would have liked for a little humor to be offered into that situation. So, yeah, I don't know what to say. Poor effort. I guess it was something different than what I've seen. So, tip of the cap, First Amendment for that. First Amendment then proceeds to... the interrupting's bad, especially when it's done. No, it's not. You're lying. No, it's not. No. And it's just like this game's. It is clear that it is an attempt to sort of muddy up the debate and overspeak someone because you know that you can't keep up on the substance of the debate. That's what he was engaging in. That's absolutely clear. You could even tell in our conversation afterwards when I was like, you know what you were doing. You know there's a difference in the types of interruptions. It's true, he knew that. He knew what was going on. He even said, if it's a one-on-one debate, I don't do those sorts of things, which may very well be true. So he knows that this was part of a character act that he was putting on for this. Thanks so much, Jabroni, for the subscription on Twitch. Thank you, man. So he knows what was going on. It's just whatever. So some specific things it's worth talking about. First, I want to comment on some things that I was unable to say about the opening statement. The amount of hoaxes that was put in by the people that were saying that Trump and MAGA people believe disinformation, chop their ears off, and don't listen to facts was astounding. So between Classy says in his opening statement that Trump under COVID told people to inject Lysol. That's a lie. That's been debunked. Most people say it was inject bleach. He didn't say inject bleach. He also didn't say inject Lysol. So interesting to hear Classy sort of spread that hoax that's been debunked. And then we had First Amenders say Trump's Project 2025. That's a lie. Trump's not associated with Project 2025. That's mere fear-mongering designed to take away from the actual records of Trump versus Harris to have some boogeyman. It's something that Harris has repeated in the debate and elsewhere. And the Democrats are trying to say over and over, despite the fact the writers of Project 2025 said Trump wasn't involved. Trump said he wasn't involved. There's no proof that he was involved. Yet it doesn't matter. They continue to spread the lie. He also then repeated the fine people hoax, which is something that has been debunked as well. So it was interesting to hear them repeat those sorts of hoaxes. I thought Classy saying he would vote for Kamala even if it would mean causing a depression. That pretty much sums it up. It's the old, you remember when Stephen Colbert said he didn't care if gas rose to $15 a gallon? Yes. When you're not providing for a family or having to work tremendous hours in order to live, it's easy to say, I don't care if there's a depression. I don't care if gas prices go like this. And I think that it's worth that the American people know that so many people in the Democratic Party feel that way. They truly believe that they want Trump to suffer, even if it means that the average person suffers more. Even if it means a depression, they're okay with it. This is the exact mentality that I'm criticizing. That's why they focus so much on mean tweets and mean things Trump said. The majority of the things Classy was talking about are the specific mean things Trump said, and even many of the things that First Amender were talking about were things going into the 2016 election. They were relitigating that 8 years later. So I thought that was interesting. On to some more specifics just off the top of my head. The crime debate was indicative of how this entire thing would go. So after some back and forth where I'm like, they're not talking about specific policies, they're just trying to take it to Trump's mean words, etc., etc. One of the things I said was people were worried about crime. Crime is down, they said. Okay, finally, although it was against my better judgment to allow them to hyper-focus on one thing that they're not providing a policy prescription of so that they can control the direction of the debate. Maybe it was a 6D chess move on First Amenders' part because I guess I was just desperate to get to anything that remotely was substantive because the first 10 minutes of that debate was just complete and utter nonsense after the poetry. So fine, we finally have an area that has to do with reality that we could talk about. Crime numbers. And that debate illustrates a problem I've seen with so many people that I debate. What happens is they'll say something. FBI numbers say crime is down. I'll say, okay, let's address those numbers. And I'll proceed to say, here's problems with those numbers. And I'll say things like they had to revise the numbers, which shows that actually in some years FBI crime was up. And it also shows that these numbers aren't necessarily reliable. And we could also see that they're only crimes that the FBI saw that local police put down that they investigated, which means crimes they didn't wouldn't show up. And there's a problem with that because we could see many districts now are not aggressively pursuing crimes. So that wouldn't show up on the FBI's crime numbers if things like shoplifting were no longer being investigated by local police. And then I finalize by saying, here's a set of data we should use instead, the National Crime Victimization Survey. That number isn't reliant on crimes that law enforcement's investigating, but it's self-reports of people that were victims of crimes. And those numbers show that actually crime is up. So I addressed specifically the arguments that he was making, and then I said, but here is where we should look as a better metric of where we could look to crimes, and actually they've increased. And he literally ignores all of it. He ignores it all and just says, oh, he's just saying don't trust it. Where would I look? Where would I look? I already told you where to look. I gave you a better metric. I gave many reasons why that metric and that place was better to look than the FBI numbers. He never addresses any of them at all. And instead he starts saying, but crime's down, crime's down, crime's down. All of the data shows that crime's down. Until finally I respond with, well, it's up since 2021. So we had this big spike in 2020, largely due to Democrats that were rioting and things of that nature. Police being told to stand down, etc. So Democratic policies and Democratic voters' actions. So we had a big spike in 2020, and then that did go down in 2021. But after 2021, have crimes been up from 2021? And he specifically answers, no, they're down. And I was like, but that's not true. It's not true at all. And in case you're wondering, which I tried to show this, I'm bad at the screen sharing stuff. Here you can see. Now you see the original numbers and then the revised. So the original numbers was crime in 2020 is blue, then it's down in 2021, and then it's down again in 2022. And then it's down again in 2023. The revised numbers show, actually, if you look at the red here in 2021, that the numbers went down, then they spiked in 2022, and then they decreased from 2022 to 2023. But my question specifically was, since 2021, are crimes lower than then? He said that I was lying, that the data was clear. The FBI, this is the source that he wants to use. Not the source that I'm using, the source that he wants to use. And I'm saying even that source says since 2021, when you look at the most recent numbers of 2023, crime is up from 2021. And he just keeps saying, no, that's not true. That's not true at all. So when I show the specific data, he retorts by showing that crime has gone down from 2022 to 2023. But that was not the question I asked. I said, since 2021, is crime up or down? They revised the data in 2021. Since that point in 2023, is crime higher than it was in 2020 or 2021? I was very specific. And the fact that either he's incapable of understanding data or he's intentionally lying to his audience. Now, ultimately, it's a meta point that doesn't do so much to the grander discussion of Trump versus Kamala. However, what it shows is that's the clearest cut example early on. I mean, you already had the poetry, so I guess that shows where his headspace is. But that he'll just straight up lie, or that he's incapable of understanding the very data sets that he's looking at. That's clear cut. That's not close. And so what he attempts to do, and it forces the moderator to step in, is just continually talk over me and go, you're just so blatantly wrong, and you're trying to gaslight, blah, 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 and the data says what it says, and look, I showed the numbers. And you'll see this quite frequently, particularly with people on the left, though I'm sure there's some people on the right that might do this, proven wrong and just pretend ignorance. No. Just blatantly lie about what's right in front of their face. And there's probably a large portion of the modern day debate audience that's like, I don't know who's right on this point, because his constant interruptions and screaming and forcing the moderator to step in doesn't allow me to clearly make the point. It's a very simple argument. I said 2021 to 2023. Is 2023 higher crime than 2021? You said declaratively, no, it's lower. That's completely false. You're now changing discussion to, well, from 2022 to 2023. Then he tries to throw this throwaway line and goes, well, do you think COVID had anything to do with that? Had anything to do with what? What does that even mean? So I assume his argument is because COVID in 2021, crime was low, but COVID in 2020 led to high crime? So in other words, COVID was responsible for low crime in 2021, and so the fact that 2023 is higher is because of COVID? It literally makes no sense. But he's just throwing as much crap at the wall as he can because he's desperately trying to get out of the fact that it's been obvious that he's been proven to be incorrect. Again, I can't stress this enough. This is the data set that he said we must trust. That's what he said. I'm saying this data set is flawed, that it's done by biased people. And even if you don't believe that they're biased, at best you could say, well, it was flawed enough that it had to serious revisions. Again, look at their revisions in 2021. That's a difference of hundreds of thousands of crimes that they had to revise. That's not a small amount. So it's clear that we should be able to question this data set. And I'm giving you affirmative reasons to prefer a different data set that actually shows that crime's up. In addition to that, I'm talking specifically about not just how they're not counting crimes, how all these places, etc., but I'm talking specifically about how there are types of crimes that aren't traditionally considered violent that are increasing, like carjackings or retail theft and things like that, that make people's quality of life much lower. All of that's non-responded to. In fact, at one point, my partner, Josh, mentions I live in Chicago, and First Amender had this throwaway line, was like, well, yeah, I don't see violence. And when Josh says Chicago, he goes, of course you live in Chicago. Right, that would be a reason that people in Chicago, even if it's true that crime is down, certainly you could still be concerned about it if you live in these communities ravaged by it. I mean, what? In your little neighborhood in 2020, 10 kids got shot, and this year it was only 4 kids, so you could no longer be concerned with crime? Remember, the way that we got into this argument in the first place was me saying the Democrats don't care about real world problems like crime that people are concerned with. And regardless of what you, even if you completely disagree with everything I said as to why there's problems with this FBI data, and you should prefer the National Crime Victimization Survey that shows that crime went up, and there's other sorts of crimes that aren't being reported that went up, etc. Even if you don't believe any of that, it is clear that if you remotely believe the national polls, that many people, particularly inner city people, are heavily concerned about crime. They are. And to belittle their concerns, real concerns, to belittle that and just be like, who cares, it's just Chicago, that illustrates the exact point that me and Josh are making about the Democrats. Their entire argument at this point, they are incapable of defending what the Harris-Biden administration have done. Instead of dealing with real issues, they've constantly said, no, crime's really good, the economy's really good, the border's secure, leaving people struggling. They haven't began to address those issues until it was election season, and their internal polling showed that it was a weakness for them. So all of the great plans that they're coming up with that's going to solve all of this stuff going into 2024 if they get elected is nonsensical. They're only pretending to care about it because they know it's an election issue. And if their values haven't changed, as Kamala says, then she'll go right back, or more importantly, the people that are running her campaign will go right back to the same disastrous policies that led to where we are. The first time that we see a black man killed by a police officer, whether it be something that tragically was necessary or justified, or that's unjustified, which does occur, and we start to see a large movement akin to Black Lives Matter start screaming about systemic racism in police, Kamala will be right back to where she was in 2020, promoting bail funds from people that are engaged in violence there, and supporting people that are saying things like defund the police, defund ICE, because, quote, her values haven't changed. Our opponents, once more, performatively, based on how they were arguing, proved the point that I was making. They don't care. Who cares? It's just Chicago that's dealing with this crime. It's just the inner cities. For shame. I hope if someone was listening from Chicago or any other inner city place that they picked up on that. I really do. So that lays the groundwork for how things would proceed therefore. Yes, I think I've just articulated the substantive arguments is what that says. But stylistically on the meta conversation of the debate, how do you deal with someone who's looking at the same data set that they told you to prefer and seeing the numbers that shows they're wrong and just gaslighting the audience? Nuh-uh, it doesn't show that. At that point, what do you do? Another issue would arise like that when I talked about how the Democratic Party is the party of the extremely wealthy. And most studies show that when it comes to the average person that qualifies a level of health or wealth that's so high, that the majority of them are donating to the Democratic Party. And that actually started to shift considerably in 2016. Of course, there are specific wealthy people, Donald Trump himself, Elon Musk, etc., that are going to buck that trend. But as I mentioned within the debate, that would be like saying, I know a black guy voting for Trump, therefore it's absurd to say most black people are voting for Kamala. It's an absurd statement. And the derision which they act, listen to yourself. You say that the Democrats are becoming the party of the wealthy. Yeah, that's what the data shows. Your attempt at fake laughter proves nothing. It is very low intelligence to say, but I know one person. That doesn't prove that the trend is incorrect. And I don't know if it's intent. I don't think it was. I think he's incapable of understanding that level of discourse. I truly think he thinks, well, Trump's rich, so clearly the rich support Trump. You see that towards the end in the Q&A as well when we're talking about the origins of COVID. It's sort of a different argument, but he makes this argument like almost all virologists think that it comes from a lab. We didn't have enough, or from a wet market. We didn't have enough time to get into the specifics of that debate. I don't know at this point. I have to be honest. I don't know what the majority of virologists believe, and I think he doesn't either. I think he's just saying that. Maybe he heard someone else say that. How many virologists say that? Can you tell me how many went on record for the wet market theory versus how many have gone on record for the lab theory? I have no clue. I know that I've read both sides of the argument, and the argument always seemed more persuasive to me that it actually came from the lab. Nonetheless, the issue that I was making of this was talking about the problem with censorship of the people that disagreed, and the fact that we could see that there was a financial incentive for virologists to say, such as the 50-something that originally signed on to the Nature magazine article that we later found out was authored by Peter Daszak, the very person who was funding gain of function, getting U.S. grants to fund gain of function testing in Wuhan. But sort of the arrogance where we get onto a topic that he thinks he knows what he's... Well, actually, the majority of them were south of the Yangtze River or whatever. There's more to it than just that, but he claims by going off on this that somehow proves that he's right about the case. It doesn't. So, I don't know. Interesting. What other things did we talk about specifically? It was just generally evident. Who do I think's winning right now? Econoboy says. I don't know. I think the trend is certainly going towards Trump, both with the polling and I think you could see with early voting, it's outpacing. We'll see how much that early voting cuts into same-day voting for Republicans. But I think right now, I personally still think Kamala will win because I think that there'll be enough things that go on with ballot harvesting, etc. And who knows what could happen. The crazy October surprises that the mainstream media will crazily almost completely bite on between now and then. Who knows? But I think the more important question is, how does each campaign feel? And I think right now the Democrats are more nervous. Black Jaden for $5 says, Rob, if we don't get your Shakespearean rendition of why we need to vote for Trump in a YouTube video, I'll feel cheated. Thank you. I hope someone clips it. Or do you want me to do it now? I did see the Insane Clown Posse endorsed Kamala. Fucking magnets. How do they work? Also vote for Kamala. Seems on point. And then Undertaker's endorsing Trump, or at least was favorable to Trump. So this election could come down between WWF Attitude Era fans versus Juggalos. The fate of the free world depends on who wins the battle. WWF fans versus Juggalos could be good. Emily. So, but yeah, almost on every specific topic, it was clear when we got into the specifics of it that they just didn't know what they were talking about. And this is indicative of a lot of what they do. They just in general, inflation was because of COVID. No, inflation was because of policies that resulted because of COVID. That's what occurred. COVID itself didn't cause inflation. The reaction to COVID caused it. They seek to blame Trump, and I'm sure maybe they're young enough that they weren't really vocal in the 2020 election. I'm not sure, but I'm sure they would have heavily criticized Trump for the reaction to COVID and for the things that were going on, and we're fine with people saying, look how bad things are because of COVID, vote against Trump. And let's be honest, there's a solid chance that Trump wins the 2020 election if COVID didn't hit, if everything was fair. So, no problem criticizing Trump for that, but then begin to make excuses when it comes to the disastrous impacts of the Harris-Biden administration and say, but it's not their fault, it's COVID's. It's COVID's fault. Which I find interesting. I always find that contradiction to be interesting. I don't know, were there other specific things? I can't think. There was, the accusation of gish galloping, I already talked about a little, but it's humorous. He then later admits in the Q&A that he gish gallops himself. He just says, but it was because it was true. Okay, whatever. And this is an accusation that people often throw out when they're unable to argue on the substantive level of the debate. If they truly think that I'm gish galloping, then they could talk about one specific plank that they think's incorrect and say, you see, this was incorrect, which proves that the other things that he's saying most likely shouldn't be trusted. But they're incapable of doing that because nothing I was saying was incorrect. They're just not capable. The claim that Classy made that inflation's only 2.4%. So many people look at that and it's like they don't understand what that means. That's year to year. So if inflation went up 20% in one year and then 0% the next year, you would look at the data year to year and say, inflation is 0%. I don't know why people are upset. Well, because they're paying 20% more still. It's just that all of that increase was from the year prior. He mentioned gas prices. He has no response that, yeah, you said that gas prices are averaging $3.16 now. In 2020, they were averaging $2.20. They just don't have a fundamental understanding. And they're not really pushing back on any of these arguments. It's just sort of, oh, he's gish galloping. He, interruptions, just memeing their way through it, I guess. Rob, how many female debaters are there in the space? Definitely it's more of a male space, but I've seen female debaters. Here's a question. I'll just throw this out. Are there more biologically female debaters? Or trans debaters? That's a good question. Cody H, Super Chat for $5 says, don't forget our lightning in the bottle idea, 50 Shades of Orange, a book read like First Amendment's poem, historically remembering TDS. Could be onto a winner there. Did you copyright that, Cody? I'm going to take that and make millions. 50 Shades of Orange. BX Bullet's good. Who else do I know that's in the space? I mean, Brianna Wu's in the space. Cherry used to be in the space. So there are definitely women in the space. But yeah, certainly you're right. They're on TikTok muting everyone. Ooh. So yeah, the Muslim bit. No, man, that's actually, believe it or not, their strongest point of the debate. Now, I have to claim ignorance as to whether or not it's been definitively proven that Trump said we need to stop all Muslims from coming or not. I don't know. That could just be an accusation like Trump praised Hitlerian generals. I don't know. But for the sake of argument, let's say that's true. I could see how people would be upset with that. For me, he talks like people that I know talk, and even if I say, whoa, well, you want to hold your horses a little there. I personally know Muslims that are great people. I can understand them being pissed. However, clearly that's not the policy that he ended up endorsing, but strong point to make if you're trying to appeal to the Trump says mean things crowd. Most of the Trump says mean things stuff is absolute garbage. So if that one is true, at least that's something that's factual, such as the idea that Trump made fun of a disabled person by doing sort of this, something he's done many times to people that aren't disabled as well. Those things, are the fine people hoax, etc., etc., etc. So at least that would be something substantively. But even in that debate, even in that micro section, First Amendment drops the ball because his specific criticism is nonsensical. Well, it wasn't directed at specific people. And then at first I was like, yeah, the policy was directed at specific countries. And then he gnashes his teeth and is like, oh, but that's not specific people. And then I'm like, I don't understand what you mean by that term. If they just banned people from Iran, would you also say that's not specific people? And he's like, yeah. Now, again, his criticism of what Trump said The way that he articulates that criticism is Trump offered a policy to stop non-specific people coming into the country. A group of people, but not specific people. But once he fleshes out what he means by that, that's literally 99% of all government policy. In fact, in many cases, I would assume it's illegal. Like, you can't pass a bill that says something like, this executive order prevents a convoy from doing this. Maybe you could, I don't know. John Kell, super chat for $1.99, says, did Trump say he would end the income tax? He has suggested that it's something that he may seek to do eventually and replace it with tariffs fully. Something he suggested recently. But, I mean, what a strange criticism. Like, imagine the things you would criticize then. An executive order to provide assistance to farmers. Oh, that's not to specific people. That's to a group of people, farmers. So I have a problem with that. What? Providing more aid to people that get Medicare. Oh, that's not a specific. That didn't say give it to Charles Smith and give it to Lacey Engelbert and all that. Oh, he did that. That's how you have to do it. That's how you give it to specific people, not to people that get Medicare. Like, even that, it's like, what are you talking about? And what's amazing is it's so easy to make that argument. All he has to say is, yeah, I think it was racist. But instead he takes it to it was about non-specific people. Thanks so much, Cody, for being a member. I appreciate it. Did someone reserve a SC question? I don't know what you mean by that. SC question. Am I missing something? I don't think so. No. Just, I don't know what you mean by that SC. Supreme Court question? Oh, yeah, Emily. Yeah, of course. A short video on a topic that they want. Yeah, of course. Yeah, Emily, I am to be reminded that Emily still has that video. The poem idea. I would have to think about it for a moment. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. And then once we got to the audience Q&A, it was clear that, like, on the specifics, they just had nothing to say, even at that level of it. They keep gnashing their teeth. Let's talk about Classy Neuronic for a minute. He seems heavily invested in criticizing Trump for January 6th. When I'm like, okay, well, they attacked a police station and burned it to the ground in Minneapolis, and Kamala supported a bail fund, and he's just like, oh, the Minnesota Freedom Fund, whatever. Okay. That's non-responsive. What does that mean? Oh, it's no big deal because I will guarantee every single person that's still to this day gnashing their teeth about January 6th would have been apocalyptically angry if Trump promoted a bail fund the day after January 6th for people that were arrested at January 6th. I guarantee it. It would have been in, for example, the Colorado court case to keep Trump off the ballot. They would have said it was evidence of inciting an insurrection or engaging in an insurrection. Every single one of us know that. We all know it. But when Kamala Harris does it, they're like, wow, it's no big deal. She just meant a bail fund for the non-violent people that were arrested or the people that were erroneously arrested. Do you think they would have gave Trump that benefit of the doubt? Of course not. And then Classy Neurotic goes, oh, Trump's done authoritarian things, like when he had his Secret Service clear a path so he could read the Bible at a church. Okay? First problem with that is that Trump had nothing to do with that decision, as been shown. So if you have a criticism, direct it towards Chief of Staff, the people in the military and the Secret Service. Secondly, that had to do with the day after that violent left-wingers attacked the White House, including, unlike January 6th, burning down governmental buildings, which they did. They were only prevented from getting into the White House because, unlike January 6th, the Secret Service was prepared because they know lefties get violent. It's the worst kept secret. So they were prepared. Unlike January 6th, where it seems for some reason that many of the powers that be decided they didn't want an adequate security presence. I wonder why. Nonetheless, all of that stuff aside, where's the gnashing of the teeth of that? If Donald Trump mocked AOC within a week or two after January 6th by saying, crawl under your desk, how do you think the Democrats would have taken it? And yet that's exactly what Joe Biden did after the left-wingers attacked the White House. Why isn't that evidence of inciting or engaging in an insurrection? Or at the very least, even if you don't think legally so, downplaying it to the point of being horrendous. What's their response to this? Oh, I didn't know about that. I didn't know. Right. So you knew about the police response the following day, but you didn't know why that police response was occurring because the day before they attacked the White House in an attempt to get to Trump, so much so that he had to be moved to a secure bunker. Isn't it amazing how these people listen to mainstream media narratives and don't bother to look at the underlying facts? They know that the police were there for some reason, or the National Guard or the Secret Service was there for some reason, and that's bad that they were doing things, but they don't know what the reason was. I didn't hear about that. Right. You don't think that's a problem? You didn't hear about it? And why was it okay for Biden to mock Trump about that? They have no answer. None. Again, I'm not the person who brought up the events surrounding May 30th. That was classy neurotic. Caleb makes an erroneous assumption, which I'll deal with. I guess I'll deal with it now. I was going to say in a few minutes. Yes, Trump could have done what he was accused of possibly doing over and over again as being an authoritarian. So the Democrats continually said the entire summer of 2020 that if Trump deployed soldiers or the National Guard against Americans, it would be de facto him declaring martial law, a junta, that he was weaponizing the military to stay in power, to go after American citizens, etc., etc. Democrats made that argument over and over. Capitol Chief Police Sund, who was tasked as the person in charge of the defense of the Capitol, asked if he could have the National Guard before January 6th. He was told no for optics. In fact, he later found out from a guy by the name of Michael Stenger, who was the Sergeant-at-Arms under McConnell, that Paul Irving, who was the Sergeant-at-Arms under Nancy Pelosi, told Stenger to also deny the request for National Guard because, quote, Pelosi would never allow it to happen. So these people, the Democrats, military brass, the intelligence were saying no National Guard. And yet I'm to believe that Trump should have overrode those orders. That's what Democrats really wanted to happen. We all know that had Trump made sure that the National Guard was there at the start of the day on January 6th, that what would have happened was that the Democrats would have screamed it was authoritarianism. He was trying to use the military to intimidate his opponents, etc., etc. Because that's what they were saying. That's what Paul Irving, the Sergeant-at-Arms, said that Pelosi was saying. That's what we saw so many of these leaders. Then even on the day of January 6th, you're right, Trump could have usurped the will of the people that are supposed to know more about security, such as his generals, such as the Sergeant-at-Arms, etc., and could have, despite them saying they didn't want the National Guard deployed for optics, overruled them. I suppose he could have done that. Trump is not a security professional, and there's no good reason to think that he was equipped or what have done in the past was overruled the results of professionals talking about the security. It is also asinine to think that Trump should have done that over the warnings of the people that are professionals and knew more that said that he shouldn't do it for optics. Caleb says, you're pretending like the military was going to lead the way to the Capitol. They would have been there to protect it. Then can you explain to me why the Sergeant-at-Arms under Nancy Pelosi, Paul Irving, and a Lieutenant General, I forget his name, both said that the National Guard shouldn't be deployed for optics? Wouldn't that mean that their statement was asinine? Because no one in their right mind would have thought that optically it would have looked like he was weaponizing the Guard to his benefit. They would have all understood it was for defense. Then why were the people that were tasked with being professionals that made the ultimate decision on the requesting of the National Guard saying no for optics? Seems that they believed That it would be bad, that the American people would think that it would look bad? So why should Trump have overruled them? In fact, the only person that we see, other than Capitol Chief's son, that seemed to, before January 6th, request the National Guard was Donald Trump, who was, again, told that it would be a bad idea. Again, Capitol Chief's son says in every level, January 6th was unique, and that even when there's regular rallies that are occurring in D.C., there seems to be more intelligence sharing and preparation between different agencies to get ready for a possible security issue. But for some reason, January 6th, where they knew hundreds of thousands of people were going to show up, it turns out that the intelligence sharing was almost non-existent. It was very poor. We're told that the FBI had assets that knew that there was going to be this insurrection from groups like the Proud Boys, but they were not adequately sharing that information with Sund. Why? If they knew that an insurrection was about to occur. If there was an ongoing insurrection that we're told Trump should have seen from the video, that this was obvious that they were trying to kill Mike Pence and members of Congress, why did several people that are allegedly professionals that are tasked with security say that they still didn't want the National Guard deployed for optics? Now, when I say I'm tired of talking about January 6th because it's a red herring, as I did in the opening statement of this debate tonight, because it's designed to take away from the actual policy issues, they can't defend the policy. They can't defend the record of Harris-Biden. They can't. And so they talk about January 6th, which they've been litigating for 4 years. They didn't have a problem or barely said a peep when we saw the Democrats that were rioting over and over again. They didn't have a problem when we saw the FBI using Democrat-paid opposition research to illegally spy on Trump's team. Didn't have a problem with any of that. But we have to hyper-focus on this one single day. I'm not afraid to debate January 6th, nor am I wrong on it. I've debated it hours and 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 hours, including the last time I debated it with someone who supposedly was compiling a manifesto on it, who's done hours upon hours of research, who's supposedly one of the best left-wing debaters in Destiny. I even agreed to talk specifically what he wanted to talk about for 5 hours, the semantic definition of the word insurrection. Based on the agreement that we were then able to look at the double standard of how it was being applied. Destiny rage quit right as we were entering my opportunity to talk about what I wanted. So I reiterate, it's not that I'm incapable or wrong when I talk about what happened on January 6th. That's not even getting into other serious problems like the fact that Benny Thompson, who was in charge of the January 6th committee, didn't know a first thing about the most serious thing that occurred that day, which was the pipe bombs. When he was asked directly by Thomas Massie, he had no clue about any of the discrepancies in the investigation into that. And various other problems that we're going to see a report from the IG come out that it turns out that there were government assets that were all over the ground that day, and significant questions as to whether or not they inspired people to engage in acts of rioting. Without even getting into that. But what happens is the Democrats want to control the narrative and claim, you're a coward, you won't relitigate that one day over and over and over again. And the game is transparent at this point. I'm not a coward. I debated that to the best that the left told me that they had to offer on it. I did very well. I engaged in those debates completely on the terms of the people that I were debating. Still did very well. And still that's all they bring up because they can't, despite the gaslighting about what a good... Remember when people were saying, Joe Biden's one of like the top 5 presidents ever. His record's so immaculate. They can't defend his record. They can't. They know full well if this election is just the record of Biden-Harris versus the record of Trump, they lose. They know it. Despite all the gaslighting, just like they gaslit you about Joe Biden's cognitive health. Intel Wild, super chat for $5 says, Rob, you should have took the gloves off and put him on notice. Oh, I couldn't be that cruel. I could not be that cruel. Anything else, Caleb, to talk specifically about January 6th? Destiny did not quit because I was hinging the whole argument on the word serious. That's not remotely true at all. In fact, the specific area that Destiny quit at was when I mentioned the argument that I had made over and over. He kept going back to the semantic argument after we said we were going to move on to that. So we got roughly 10 minutes of talking about the double standard and how it's applied. And he kept taking it back to the semantic argument. And one of the arguments I made is, if it's so obvious what the definition of the term insurrection is legally, how come each court that's dealt with it has used different definitions? Or in the case of the Colorado court, refused to give an encompassing definition of the term insurrection. As even Pisco admitted afterwards, it was clear that Destiny was unfamiliar and had not read, to the extent that he should, the Colorado Supreme Court decision. For a person who thinks this is the singular biggest issue and the one court case that literally claimed that Donald Trump engaged in an insurrection, he hadn't read sufficiently that court case. And so he was pissed off when I again brought up what was the definition that they used. He got pissed off and he rage quit because of that. Then he tried to post hoc justify it because he knew, again, as Pisco admitted, both directly after that debate and at further times, that it was, quote, a bitch move for Destiny to rage quit like that. So he had to post hoc justify it and said, it's because Rob used AI, which was a benign incident that happened 2.5 hours prior to that. Destiny's fans, being the little lemmings they are, call me Rob GPT, which is a badge of honor for me that admits that both Destiny and them are incapable of dealing with this on a substantive way, so they result to petty childish insults that I find hilarious and wear as a badge of honor. That's it. That's why Destiny rage quit. No, when I was talking about my definition of the word insurrection, I did imply there had to be a serious nature to it. That is true. That was the first 2 hours of our discussion. So is what your claim that Destiny was pissed off 3 hours later because I talked about the need for it, my definition, to be a serious attempt? Is that truly your argument? Destiny ruminated on the fact that I said my definition includes that it needs to be a serious attempt for 3 hours. 3 hours he sat there continuing the discussion and then said, you know what, I'm so mad about you saying it needed to be serious 3 hours ago. I'm quitting now and I'm blacklisting you. In fact, Destiny hasn't even said that the reason he quit was because I had to say serious. The only person saying that is you, some random chatter. Why did Destiny lie when he said the reason that he quit, that he booted me, was because of the AI thing? So you're admitting that Destiny lied to his audience when he said that, right? No, actually he lied, and really he quit because I said in my definition 3 hours prior that it had to be serious? One of the things I find funny with the Destiny copers is they can't even get their story straight. Oh, now you're saying that's not why he rage quit, but that's the fault in my argument. I don't believe it's the fault in my argument because the entire argument that I'm making is I don't really care how you define the word insurrection. For example, let's say me and you argue about how to define the word tall. You may say that anyone over 3 feet is tall. I could say, fine, I guess if that's what you want to say, and then you would say, therefore, Rob Knorr's tall. And I'd say, yeah, I guess under that definition, but the problem is your definition's too all-encompassing. That's my argument. There needs to be a seriousness to the allegation to make it something that we're worried about to the point that we would prosecute it. That's the argument I'm making, because the definition that Destiny's using would be so expansive that it would mean that there are hundreds upon hundreds of insurrections that have occurred in the past 50 years, such as any protest of the Vietnam War that had an act of violence that occur would be an insurrection. Or, Andrew Wilson got Destiny to admit, if a bunch of stoners go to a protest to protest the legalization of weed and they engage in a shoving match with police, that's an insurrection. That's too expansive. There seems to be something more serious that needs to occur. So no, it's not a flaw in my argument. It gets to the point that I wanted to talk about the double standard. For example, Destiny's definition of the term insurrection would obviously include many events that occurred in the summer of 2020 that was done by Democrats, such as the burning down of a government building, such as a police station, because they were upset about the policies and the enforcement of law enforcement in ways that they thought was systemically racist. Right down the line meets all of Destiny's definition of the term insurrection. Kamala Harris provided a bail fund for that insurrection. It's an insurrection based on Destiny's term. Why isn't she disqualified from being president? Destiny argues that Trump engaged in an insurrection because he had tweets that said fight. That's how flimsy what he's using is. He didn't provide financial assistance and legal assistance to the people that engaged in the insurrection, but Kamala did. So why shouldn't she be disqualified? That's the point that I'm making. The point that the Democrats and people like Destiny want to make is, no. All we want to do is focus on the term insurrection. We just want to say, here's the definition. Is what Trump did, does that meet that? And that's what they want to do all the time to justify the double standards. It's the same thing they do with a term such as obstruction of justice. In the classified documents case, Trump allegedly suggested moving some boxes. That's obstruction of justice. He should be charged for that. Okay, Hillary's team deleted subpoenaed evidence, knowingly deleted subpoenaed evidence. That's a clear case of obstruction of justice. Unlike with Trump allegedly saying to move boxes, the FBI eventually got those materials in those boxes. But they never did recover the evidence that was deleted that was subpoenaed by Hillary Clinton's team. So why were they left off the hook? Well, yeah. And what they want to say is, that's whataboutism. All we want to do is focus on what the term obstruction of justice is. And this is how they justified a two-tiered system that's weaponized to go after their opponents. I hope that cleared it up for you, Caleb, and everyone that's listening. Now, the only reason I did that is because I get tired of the accusations that I'm unwilling to talk about these things. I talk about them quite frequently, hours and hours and hours, and yet Democrats know that if they keep hyper-focusing on this issue, they don't have to talk about the failures of Kamala Harris, such as the fact that she's an empty suit. She has no idea what she's talking about. She's a serial plagiarizer. She can't even answer the most basic of questions. She's not even a charismatic, likable person. Her record being connected to the Biden administration is abysmal failure. She's admitted that she wouldn't have done anything differently. The only things she suggested that would be different were things that she said prior, such as ban fracking, etc., which she now claims she wouldn't do. They don't want to talk about any of that. They want to talk about January 6th. And John Kelly said Hitler had good generals. Or, as Emily puts it, Orange Man bad. So, I hope people appreciate that I'm not running from those arguments. I'm more than capable to deal with them. Now we change the Babylon, the president's spearheadings. What's the huge difference? Sure, it's completely reasonable for politicians to lead rallies and to suggest people show up for rallies. It would be very similar if, for example, Kamala Harris sponsors a get out the vote rally and then there's a riot that occurs in it. You wouldn't say, the fact that she told people to show up and do all of this stuff means that she's responsible for the rioting therein that happened. In fact, over the course of the riots that we saw occurring over and over and over in the Summer of Love, Kamala Harris at one point went on, I believe, Stephen Colbert's show and said she wanted to see the protests and stuff continuing up to and even after the election. That was while she saw fires occurring in cities on a nightly basis. So she was encouraging people to get out there. But the truth is, Democrats were okay with it because they thought that the people that were doing that rioting shared ideological beliefs with them. And they also thought that it harmed Democrats. So they ignored it, or they said it was mostly peaceful, or they said it was okay for politicians to give support for those organizations. Oh, Babylon's the name of a person as well. I didn't realize. I thought they were accusing me of babbling on. Nonetheless, I'm spending a lot of time talking to poor Caleb there. Caleb, though, from the bottom of my heart, I do appreciate people coming on, even that disagree with me. It leads to better engagement, and I think it leads to the algorithm picking me up more, the more conversation that's happening. Less people chat if it's just all people agreeing. So thank you so much to the people that disagree with me and come on the chat. I really appreciate it. Anything else on the debate specifically? John Kell for $5 says, Biden said to put a bullseye on Trump. Sounds like incitement. Just saying, lefties. Right. We heard them say this. For example, Biden, a few days after the first assassination of Trump, once more repeated the fine people hoax. Literally telling the American people that Trump said Nazis were good people a few days after an assassination attempt. Does that mean he engaged in a potential coup and a potential assassination attempt? Yeah, sorry about that, Caleb. I'm sorry. I thought you were accusing me of babbling on, which I do, so it's a fair accusation. Yeah, Gwen Walls opened up her window to the smell of the burning city. So I'll finish up with this. Final thoughts on the debate tonight. I thought it was one of the least close debates I've engaged in. I thought that First Amendment treated it like a joke. And I think that's unfortunate because I think the way this debate came about was that Classy Neurotic reached out to me and asked if I would do a one-on-one debate with him, which again, I tip my cap to. Particularly someone who's not too experienced in the debate space. I think that I might look like someone that's intimidating to debate. Despite the fact what so many lefties will gaslight you to believe, they know I'm a good debater. They know it. And so for someone to reach out and say, hey, I don't really debate, I'd like to debate you one-on-one, tip of the cap to him, for real. And I think his lack of experience was obvious in the debate.